Okay. We So I get a little Street Fighter action. This is not the Street Fighter relay. This is the Super Metroid relay. So okay. So hopefully we're back now. So I'm not sure how you would do Street Fighter randomized. I suppose you could randomize the opponents, although I think that already happens. It's been a long time since I played Street Fighter.
Yeah, I haven't really played that much fighting games, so yeah, I can't really say a lot about that.
Okay, looks like we're gonna get back to Super Metroid here. Okay, looks like the runners are readying up officially now. Okay, and the countdown is beginning. And here we go. We're off. The very first category of the relay has begun, the item randomizer.
Yep. So as usual, runners just heading right down to Blue Star to the Morph Ball location. Uh, I know I saw at least Magoo has Moonwalk turned on, so we will be seeing at least one moonfall through the climb, which basically uncaps the runner's fall speed.
Looks like Magoo's the only one that chose to use that. Okay, and
Yes.
we'll see on his screen what comes up first. So let's see what that first item is. There it is. You got it. And you called the reserve tank, and they do indeed get the reserve tank, and they absolutely have to take it.
Yeah. I mean, should this seed require hell runs, then the reserve take may find its use. But I think the runners would have liked to have found just about anything else there.
Okay, and Magoo having no trouble getting the boost into Morph Ball. Same with J-Ro. Total's got his Morph Ball now, and let's see if Megatroid can manage to get it. Oh, he didn't quite get the shot block, so he'll get it. The thing to do here that I find is you really want to jump as straight up as you possibly can. It's just such a natural reaction to try and avoid that Rio for that boost. If he doesn't get it, he does have a backup. Oh, he just killed the gamer that would have been his backup, so hopefully he can just get it. And we already have power bombs and super missiles, which is really nice. We will not have the hunt for power bombs or super missiles. No cathedral power bombs. No croc escape power bombs. None of that super trolly stuff. We could still have things like suitless. So this doesn't guarantee a fast or a free seed, but it won't be. Won't take 40 minutes to get our power bombs, which can happen in these seeds. And J-Ro going ahead and checking out. Oh, gets more power bombs. That'll open up Gauntlet to him. So we'll see if he looks like Total decide. Oh, sorry, Magoo decided to take that as well. We'll see if anyone else decides to go there. Oh, and Total is going to go ahead and check the Billy Mays area for
Yeah,
ammo.
yeah, I find that to be an interesting decision given that he already has supers and power bombs, so he's the only other thing he would be hoping to find here is either just get more supers or just find regular missiles there. But it is a
And
fairly out of the way check.
yeah, and another interesting thing, we see Magoo going the so-called meme route. So going to the further to the left of the morph ball area and going straight to Big Pink. Megatroid's still having trouble with that D boost.
Yeah, that deboost can be a little tricky if you're not used to it. And we
And
find a second reserve tank at the charge location.
yeah, it's always kind of sad when you have more reserve tanks than regular E tanks.
Yeah, especially because when you pop your the reserve tanks in automatic, then it will basically waste the capacity of the second reserve
Pretty
because
much.
it can't fill. It only will fill the one e tank that you have, but it will consume all of it.
Ooh. And my favorite item in BT we could see is early space jump and Spazer at the wave gate. So there's that Spazer beam. Okay, and now we got Total going up the climb and make sure he has his morph ball. He's gonna go up and save. Oh, sorry, that's J-Ro saving and making sure it's still trying to get that morph ball.
Yeah, so
So I'm gonna say J-Ro's gonna check Gauntlet, which is a
yeah,
very dangerous play, especially with only one actual E tank. But with Space Jump, it's very easy to get up there, and will make it easier to get through. But still dangerous with no suits and that acid and those yapping maws. And it looks like Total's going to do the same thing, and he'll check the Gauntlet area as well. Note here that they do need to have those 10 power bombs, and let's say have bombs or screw attack. They could get there with speed booster. They actually can get out with speed booster as well, though it's a pretty tricky short charge there. Um, We have Magoo going down to the Edikun pit. I missed what was at early supers. Oh, and Megatroid gets his morph ball, so shout outs to him for that. What do we have? We have another E tank. And an E tank at the Gauntlet area as well. So if they do have to do hell runs, that extra E tank will serve J-Ro and Total well. Let's see. And J-Ro gonna get the extra ammo here as well. Okay, we'll see the early supers on Magoo's side.
yeah, and Jira's first regular missiles coming from Gauntlet and only chooses to pick up one of them.
Okay, and it was an energy tank at Terminator. Gets an extra super pack over there to early supers, and let's see what was the item at the early supers location. It is grapple beam. Time you start seeing those items that you need for Meridia suitless, you start wondering. They would still need high jump boots and either spring ball or ice beam. They would need ice beam to get through to Botwoon, but they can get to Mama Turtle with just spring ball. One of the differences in this randomizer than the total tournament randomizer is that spring ball jumps can be required.
Total doing the short hop mock ball there to get to early supers, which is the mock ball entirely inside the room, as opposed to what players will oftentimes do, where they do a standard mock ball through the door
Yes,
transition.
It's a little easier to do through the door, but if you can do the short hop on the bridge, you don't have to reset the room every time you mess it up. So it's kind of nice that way. And I suspect Magoo is going to also check Gauntlet. Typically, when you do the meme route, one of the ideas is to make sure you have enough to go through Gauntlet and then head over to Wreck Ship. So we'll see if he does that. Yeah, Sync Super Missile pickup between J-Ro and Total.
Yeah, and Total also getting the quick fall there, so he's able to jump right back up through those crumble blocks before they reform.
Magoo going into his BT, he'll pick up that space jump. And if he wasn't already planning on going to Gauntlet, this will almost certainly send him up there, since he won't have to do those tricky wall jumps to get up there.
So J-Ro now has 15 power bombs, so if this seed requires hell runs, then he will have the capability to crystal flash with the ammo that he has.
Always nice. Another nice things about having space jump this early, it does make some of those hell runs a lot easier. Okay, and Magoo gonna go ahead and take a safety save before going into Gauntlet. Never a bad idea. Okay, yeah, and he is heading up there. Meanwhile, Total gonna get his wave gate item in just a second. Interesting that he used supers to kill all the little side hoppers. He's gonna want those supers to glitch this gate, but he gets it first try, so it isn't an issue.
Yeah,
And
I think
J-Ro
after
also
after a
picks up
certain
his
number.
phaser beam.
Yep, I was just gonna say, yeah, after a certain number of tries of doing that wave gate glitch, you just get pretty confident with it. I mean, sometimes the gate glitches can be finicky, and like a lot of people like to call the gate glitches like the most consistent or most consistently
Yeah.
inconsistent trick in this game.
I would have to agree with that statement. Unfortunately, looks like Metroid fell down into the Etiquette pit, but he'll pick up the extra item here. Okay, now we're gonna see pretty soon is Magoo gonna head to the wrecked ship. Are J-Ro and Total gonna go up or down Red Tower? J-Ro decides to skip the second reserve tank.
Yeah, so the one thing about the wrecked ship play is that our runners, unless I missed it, have not found speed booster yet.
They have not.
Yeah. So that means that if they go to wrecked ship, there's that wrecked ship reserve location which is speed booster locked, and so if they find something good there like Varia and they don't have the speed booster, then they can't pick it up until they find speed booster. And it's a huge time sink to have to go back there for it.
And one of the things
But
we have seen in the league this season is that some runners have actually succeeded in winning matches by going to lower Norfair without barrier suit. I think a big reason for that is the ammo ratios here are 3 to 2 to 1 instead of 3 to 3 to 1. So it's much more common for the runners to have enough power bombs to do enough crystal flashes to survive that. So that's always an option, but let's hope we don't have to worry about that. And we're about to see what's an X-ray, and it's another E-tank. And J-Ro says, I don't have Barry yet, so I'm going to go ahead and take that. After just a slight bit of hesitation. And we're going to see Wreck Ship on Magoo's side. And let's see. Looks like Total's also heading that way.
So Magoo entering his Fantoon fight. Has a decent amount of missiles to do Dopplers,
That's pretty
and
much his only choice here, unless he wants to use the quote unquote Nintendo power strats. Oh, and there's Variasuit, it's Phaser. Oh, let's hope that there's something else good at the wreck ship because we've already seen Variasuit. One of the probably the most important item outside of Morph Ball. Morph Ball being the only item you absolutely need to finish this game. Jay, we're also picking up his Variasuit. Total's going to go ahead and get that E-Tank at Gauntlet. And I suspect he'll head over to the wreck ship right after that.
getting dangerously close to that yapping maw. You do not want to get grabbed by that yapping maw
No, you
into
don't.
the acid.
Fortunately, he could use a super missile to shoot it if he needs to.
Yeah, but without Varia, that acid drains your health extremely rapidly.
So I don't think Metroid checked the X-ray item. It's only an E-Tank, so he doesn't really need it. He may be skipping some spots because he probably feels quite a bit behind from his troubles getting the Morph Ball. He's about to head over to Kraid. Jay was a little further ahead. Magoo looks like he finished up. Looks like he's finished up our favorite ghost, and we'll get to see what's in the wreck ship.
Meanwhile, J-Ro entering into the Kraid fight, and should be setting up for his quick kill. And we hope we do not see any Kraid DLC today.
Let's hope not. And he gets it, no problem. So I like this. We have the left side here going down, and the right side went up. So we're gonna see wreck ship on the right, and probably gonna head down to Norfair on the left. Because with that Variasuit, not having to worry about those heated runs makes everything a lot simpler.
Yeah, so J-Ro skipping out on the X-ray scope, so he is not planning on or he's just assuming he's not going to find plasma
Oh, gotta
charge.
interrupt you. We just saw Gravitysuit at the wreck ship right side super area. The one major item that was switched, those right side supers with the energy tank that would normally be at high jump. Oh no! Oh, Magoo finds the Gravitysuit and then runs right into the spikes. No. Oh, that hurts. You fire Fantoon, you get a little payoff with the Gravitysuit, and oh. So this is interesting. We do have a Gravitysuit that is up to the wreck ship, so we'll see if either J-Ro or Megatroid decide to do a little suitless rather than going up to the wreck ship. Some runners will do that. The good news is Magoo did have a save before he went over there, so he just has to redo the Fantoon fight. Yeah, those spikes do a lot of damage without any suits. I don't know if most of the spikes are like 60 with no suits. Oh, and Speed Booster for J-Ro, so that's a nice find. But anyway, those without and Gravity Suit does not protect against environmental damage in this version of the randomizer either, just like the total randomizer. So he doesn't have extra protection from those spikes, and maybe he forgot that for a second. It certainly does happen. So I don't. This is kind of a free-ish seed. I don't want to call it totally free because the fact that you have to go up to wreck ship for that gravity suit is a little bit annoying. But we're not going to be needing any. Not going to be needing any hell runs. Not going to be needing any suitless Meridia.
Yeah, so about the only other important item for our runners to find will probably be Charge Beam, because they probably want to get a decent beam combo so that they do not have to find somewhere around 60 super missiles for defeating Mother Brain.
Yeah, the absolute minimum ammo you need to get through the end of this game without charge beam is 40 missiles and 60 supers, and that assumes that you refill after opening the doors. And that's also that doesn't leave a whole lot of leeway for missing. So ideally, they get charge beam and some other supplementary beam combos. Right now, just having this phaser beam. And Total picking up his gravity suit. And it looks like, oh, nice little shine spark there by J-Ro to pick up those super missiles in the crumble tower. Looks like he's gonna head over to Crocomire.
Yeah, when you have a speed booster, then it makes a lot of sense to go right from the ice, from getting ice down to Crocomire because you can take that Croc Speedway and you don't have to worry about glitching a gate to get to Croc from
Yeah,
Bubble Mountain.
exactly. And Magoo finishing off Fantoon again. Still pretty low on energy. We'll see, maybe he'll pop one of his reserve tanks. But a little bit better off than last time, I think. He'll go pick up that gravity suit again. Meanwhile, Megatroid going over to Bubble Mountain, he's going to check those items. And just an E-Tank so far at Croc. We still have the grapple beam item itself.
Yeah, so finding the Morphball bombs at the wreck ship E-Tank location, that is useful just I mean, they have space jump, so there's not going to be a lot of need to infinite bomb jump. But in Turian, having those morph ball bombs is really useful. If you get grabbed by the Metroids, you can easily detach yourself with the bombs.
Also, just in general, it avoids soft locks in general in places because not having enough power bombs. There are several places in this game that you can soft lock if you run out of power bombs and don't have regular bombs. We won't have to worry about that now, or at least Total and probably Magoo won't have to worry about that. Okay, did not see what the speed booster item was.
Yeah, Magoo going through the spiky room of death, but the space jump makes that a lot easier. Well, space jump and
And
gravity.
Croc was pretty much a bust. All we found was 2 E-Tanks. Let's see what's at Wave Gate. Or, sorry, at Wave Beam.
Double chamber being made a lot easier when you have space jump.
And when you have various suit for that matter. Oh, and Plasma Beam at the wrecked ship. And they're not going to be able to get that. It's not a necessary item for sure, but kind of sucks not to be able to pick that up.
Yeah,
And
I
I
mean that.
doubt Total or Magoo will ever come back for that one.
Yeah, and to be honest, like by the time that the that Mechatroid and J-Ro get to wreck ship, they probably are going to be in go mode and not even check that location. So
Well, yeah, that's probably true because they might pick up that gravity suit and just peace out at that point.
yeah, because it's just the thing with those locations is like if you're going to exit out that upper part of wrecked ship, then you're basically saying that you're going to be going through or through bowling, and
Yeah,
that is a fairly long cutscene that our
it's a
runners
lot of
want to
time.
avoid.
That takes a lot of time to go through that bowling, although it does give you a nice little break, as Total gets to go through his bowling right now. And let's see, the reserve tank has an energy tank.
I'd say that's a bit of an upgrade over the vanilla item there.
Yep. And Jero looks like he's not going to pick that up, which makes sense. He's already got 8 E-tanks. That's more than enough, especially already having various suit.
Yeah. 7 is the number that you need for stand-up glitch against Mother Brain.
Oh, an
And Ice
ice
Beam.
beam. So that's another item that there's a good chance that our runners on the left may not pick up. Will make those Metroid rooms a lot slower. They'll have to make sure they pick up. Well, Jair already has 20 power bombs, so he'll have no trouble. Right now, if Megatroid decides to go into the wreck ship, or sorry, into Turian, which is power bombs, he'll want to have at least one more pack because he'll need 12 total to kill all the Metroids. And right now he has a max of 10, which means he'd have to rely on those drops. And when you kill a Metroid with a power bomb, they only drop one, and the percentage for power bombs is about 12 each, so it's pretty low. It's a lot of RNG issues there.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it work out for runners where they barely manage to get the drops that they need from the Metroids to go through with just power bombs on just 2 packs. But having that third pack basically completely removes that RNG factor.
Exactly. And Megatroid trying to glitch the gate here to go over to Croc. Unfortunately, he's going to be disappointed with what he finds there.
Yeah, but the gate glitch is going to be a lot less stressful when you don't have the timer of your health constantly
Oh
running
yeah.
down.
This gate glitch right here, when you don't have Suit, is in my opinion the most difficult one for that very reason. Ooh, and high jump boots. So looks like our runners on the right, or sorry, our runners on the left have high jump boots. They have Suit. So I'm gonna guess Jero's gonna head straight down to lower Norfair and do a lava dive. Megatroid getting that gate glitch, so he's gonna get a couple E-tanks at Croc. Total just picked up, or just looks like he didn't pick up the E-tank at X-ray, but he definitely checked the item.
Jiro gonna save before doing that lava dive because just for safety,
I think
because
so.
that can.
That's a good place to save. You know, I mean, he's a veteran of the lava dive, but things can still go wrong. With 8 E-tanks in various suit, and given that the way the suits were changed, so we said earlier that the gravity suit doesn't protect against environmental damage. Well, to make up for that, the environmental damage protection on the various suit is, instead of just double, it's 4 times. So he has a lot. He'll have the heat will damage him, or the lava will damage him a lot less than it would in the normal game. In total, picking up his various suit now, he'll head over to Kraid. And Magoo's going to check his X-ray. Interesting that he used the grapple beam instead of the space jump. And it looks like he's going to pick up the E-tank. Yeah, very nice entrance by Total into Kraid's lair. And Lower Norfair, here we come. Now, given that Jero doesn't have Charge Beam yet, it's a good chance he's still going to check the GT item. If he doesn't, that'll kind of indicate to us that maybe he's thinking about Chargeless. But it looks like he's going to go for it.
Yeah, well,
And it's the third try, so no problems there.
Yeah, he also doesn't know where gravity is, so that may be something else that's on his mind.
Very, very good point. Since he doesn't know the gravity's in the wreck ship, coming here, he knows it could be here. Now let's see what we have. Oh, it's just an E-tank, and he again says, I don't need that. Meanwhile, Total's about to get his Kraid fight going, and Magoo going to get his Various suit.
Yeah, at this point, like, basically the only time I would see J-Ro picking up an E-tank for the remainder of this seed is basically if he just wants a quick health refill. And that...
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. And unfortunately for Total, he doesn't get the quick kill, but he does manage to make very quick work of crate anyway. We'll see if he picks up the X-ray scope. Probably not, since he is going to pick it up. I thought maybe he'd skip it, knowing that plasma beam is something he's not going to pick up.
Yeah, the second phase of crate is made a heck of a lot easier when you have tons of super
It
missiles
sure is.
that you can pretty much just launch at him. Because normally you come to crate with like barely enough supers to do the quick kill, so it feels really bad if you fail it.
Oh, and there's charge beam at Fire Fleas. It's good that J-Ro went and checked that first. Even though that's still, I mean, charge and spazer, that's still not a great beam combination. That's still 150 shots for a full charge Ridley kill or a full charge Mother Brain kill. So he's probably still going to want to find more beam upgrades, but at least he has it and doesn't have to worry about soft locking. Oh, and Magoo going to Meridian. I did not see the Mama Turtle item.
Yeah, I didn't catch what it was either. Perhaps someone in chat who is paying attention might be able to tell us. Looks like it was screw attack.
Oh, that's a nice thing to pick up.
Yeah, screw attack, especially in combination with space jump, makes things like lower Norfair a heck of a lot easier.
Well, that screw attack space jump combination is really made for lower Norfair. And J-Ro looking really good on his supers, so I don't expect we'll see any farming as he heads into his Ridley fight.
Yeah, maybe he'll. Yeah, he's just gonna farm like the bugs that are here, but I don't expect him to spend that much time. Maybe he just wants to fill up his health, though.
Yeah, a little extra help never hurts with Ridley, especially without that gravity suit. Since as far as enemy damage, it's the same as in the normal game. But 35 supers, he only needs 30. I expect he'll just use supers as much as he can on this fight. Hopefully he doesn't miss too many. So he can miss 5 and still be okay and not have to use his missiles or the charge beam. Meanwhile, Magoo making very quick work of Batwoon. And Total's heading down to lower Norfair as well. I don't think he picked up the high jump boots, but with space jump and gravity suit, he doesn't really need them. And very nicely done by J-Ro, and Ridley is down for him. And just an E-Tank. And he decides to take it. And yeah, it's a nice, like you said earlier, taking an E-Tank for a health refill. And more so than anything else.
Yeah. And I mean, he wasn't missing that much health, but lower Norfair escape can sometimes sometimes you take a lot more. Yes. Sometimes you can take a lot.
No gravity suit, no plasma beam, no screw attack. Okay, let's see what Metroid decides to do. I think he's checked all of upper Norfair. He perhaps is not as comfortable with the lava dive, so maybe he'll head over to the wreck ship. In which case he'll find gravity suit and he'll probably book it right back down, I suspect. I don't know whether he runs old route or new route in any percent. and that would make a bit of a difference. Although even in new route, you typically will do either the lava spark or you'll do the gravity jump, and without gravity suit, you can't do that. So I don't know how familiar he is with a traditional lava dive.
Uh, Total, gonna be happy to find his charge beam down here.
Absolutely. And looks like Magoo is going to set up for the grapple kill on Dragon.
Yeah. There is a setup you can do with that where you can basically just jump up and immediately grapple as you
Yeah.
get caught. But I didn't see if he went for that setup or if he just
Yeah,
or he
I
just
didn't.
missed it.
I don't think he went for it, but either way, he didn't get it. He does get a relatively quick kill at Dragon, just using regular grapple strats. So, and that little gate being a little bit trolly for Metroid there. That actually is kind of a trolly gate. I'm not gonna lie there. Oh, and Spring Ball behind Dragon, everybody's favorite item. So we get a little bit of validation there on Magoo's screen there. And Total having trouble with these Tuskegos. He's a little low on health. I wonder if he's thinking about some of those E-tanks that he skipped.
Yeah, he should get a somewhat of a health refill from these metal pirates.
And Jerry with a little bit of swag doing an actual Shine Spark instead of just running through the Frog Speedway. That was pretty cool. And Magoo not having speed booster, having to go back through the Morph Ball maze above the sand there. And Total's going to do some farming. He's only got 17 supers, and like I said, that beam combination is not one you want to be using for a Ridley fight, so I'm guessing he's going to farm all the way up to 30 supers.
Yeah, and also probably to close to full health. Just gonna go in with 24 supers and 3-ish E-tanks.
Right, he's got Ice Beam, so it'd be 100 shots if he only used his beam combo. Still, that's quite a lot. And he's going to open with some power bombs. I don't love using power bombs here, but if you're going to use them early. It's hard to tell if you've killed Ridley if you're trying to end the fight with power bombs. And just an E-tank at the sand pit for Magoo, but he does decide to pick it up since he only has 4 of them. Meanwhile, Metroid is picking up extra ammo. I suspect he'll head to the wreck ship next.
Yeah, Megatroid getting grabbed by one of the Vile Plumes. I consider those to be some of the most annoying enemies in the game. And those
No question.
those caterpillar enemies also pack quite a punch. Yeah, pretty much the enemies in this upper part of Red Tower are enemies that hit way harder than you would expect them to.
Okay, Total done with his supers, so he's going to have to finish this off with charge shots. And I was about to ask, is J-Ro going to go to the wreck ship, or is he going to do some suitless action? And he's chosen to go to the wreck ship. I suspect he'll see the gravity suit and just leave. Little unfortunate because he could pick up ice and plasma if he kept going, but the amount of time those save versus the amount of time it would take to pick him up, it's probably pretty even, but he doesn't know that they're there, so I certainly would understand him leaving after gravity suit. He has no way of knowing that would be the payout of staying. And Megatroid doing a nice shine spark over the ocean, and he'll head into his wreck ship too. And Total does get through Ridley. Magoo finally heading down to Kraid. Let's see if he can get a nice quick kill here. Very nicely done. And Kraid is down.
And Fintuna's down for J-Ro. He got some really nice Dopplers in there.
And for Magoo, since he's already fought the bosses that you would use the microwave beam for, and he knows he's not going to get the plasma beam, he just skips the X-ray scope, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Magoo, I think, getting a little trolled by his ice beam there, freezing those pirates.
Yeah, that can happen.
Yeah, so I think, like, generally, if you've got the missiles, it can make a sense to just use 3 missiles on them, just to avoid freezing them.
Mm-hmm. And Jero picking up his gravity suit, so we'll see if he just leaves. Which is kind of what I expect. No,
Looks like
he's gonna keep going. So he's gonna kill. This. Like I said, I think it'll be about even. If he does do all of Rek's ship, he might just check this one item and still leave after he sees those bombs.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Total making it past the 3 Musketeers. He checked the Franker-Z missile location and just found a missile there and didn't bother picking it up. I presume he was looking for supers because he is out of them.
Let's see if he checks any of the Bubble Mountain items now that he's out of Lower Norfair. It is a nice routing decision to route this in after Lower Norfair. Oh, it looks like he's just hunting for ammo. Because he just checked the one ammo item in the reserve tank area and just left.
Yeah, I want to say he was just looking for a quick super missile pickup. He may just... Yeah, he's either just looking to maximize the number of supers he has, because he knows he doesn't have a very great beam combo at the moment, or he's just looking to get enough supers that to get through basically up to where he's going next.
Okay, and J-Ro is going to pick his plasma and charge and ice beam up, so that's going to be really nice. That'll be a really nice find for him. Total hasn't even checked the business center area items, so let's see if he checks them now or if he just leaves. Nope, he's just leaving. So he's calling himself in go mode. It is a go mode. It's not a great go mode. He certainly has everything he needs to beat the game.
Yeah, so if he is in fact like treating himself in go mode as far as major items are concerned, then it makes sense that he's checking some of these minor locations along the way.
Yeah. Just to
just
make
to
the
have...
fight a little bit quicker at the end. Because, like I said, it's going to be 100 shots with this current beam combination.
Yeah, and J-Ro going to be going through bowling to pick up his plasma beam and also his ice beam.
It's a pretty stacked ship tonight, or today.
Yeah. Even so, I don't know I 100% agree with the decision to spend the time grabbing these items, because sure, it will speed up Turian, but you are also...
The big part is you don't know that those are the items you're gonna get. So I'm a little surprised that he actually kept going, but, fortunately for him, it will pay off. I think it'll about even out the time spent versus the time saved, but if it was, 2 E-tanks, then it would've been a big waste of time, and I'm a little surprised. On the other hand, with the number of E-tanks he has, he probably figures there's more good stuff here, so that may have been part of his thinking.
Yeah, I mean that is definitely a very valid point. The more e-tinks you found over the course of the seed, the more likely the next location you check is going to have something useful.
So he will be glad at the end. We still haven't seen any wave beam sighting from anyone. So that's probably somewhere in Meridia because we've pretty much seen everywhere else.
Yeah, and we're probably not going to see any of our runners check those locations because they're just very out of the way.
Exactly.
Total getting the Metroid clip into Botwoon. And just getting into Botwoon's face to get as many supers in as he can, and now he's going to be switching to his beam. And still gets a fairly decent Botwoon kill given the ammo, or sorry, the beam combination he was dealing with. And he just rolls right into that reserve tank. I'm not sure that that was an intentional pickup.
Yeah, that's hard to avoid that one when you don't have speed booster though.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because that makes it a lot more difficult to go underneath it. And in fact, yeah, probably in the end took less time to pick up that reserve than it would have taken to avoid it.
And J-Ro picks up his ice beam, so he's pretty happy at that point.
Yes. So it's interesting that both of the runners who did wrecked ship late decided to check the bowling items.
Okay. Magoo showing off why space jump and screw attack combination is so nice in lower Norfair, just jumping through everything.
But Mechatroid, unfortunately, having no power bombs to get through to the plasma beam at the wreck ship reserve, so he's
That's a
gonna have to
shame.
leave. Yeah, he's gonna have to leave those behind.
Yep. Even when you have bombs, there are a few places you won't get soft block, but there are a few places where you need those power bombs just to get through to items. J-Ro running right past the reserve tank that was there at after Baoun, since he's got speed booster, makes it a lot easier. Magoo finishing off Ridley. Oh,
J-Ro
and
getting.
J-Ro with the full halfie, nicely done. Total setting up for the grapple kill on Dragon.
Yeah, this left to right goo pattern is a lot harder to do the grapple quick kill with, at least in my experience, than the right to left pattern.
I would agree. It's always funny how that grapple beam goes right through the wall there, though, when you when you do that angle down.
And Total finishing his Dragon fight as J-Ro entering the Dragon fight.
Oh, and J-Ro gonna use any percent strats and use some speed boosters. Use some shine sparks to kill off Dragon. And oh, Total chooses not to pick up Spring Ball. Uh-oh.
Yep. Meanwhile, J-Ro finishes with Dragon really quickly, gets a blue suit, and gravity jumps up to the exit. Not even concerned with checking what item is there. He's in full go mode.
Yep. The
Uh,
only thing, honestly, as much as we love Spring Ball, the only item that really helps him at this point is Wave Beam. That would just take his Mother Brain Fright down from right now he'd be at 30 shots, and that would take it down to 20 shots.
yeah, but with Plasma, yeah, it's still like overall like it definitely helps, but it's less valuable than if he had just Spees
Right.
or neither of those items.
And of course, we know it's not Wave Beam. Wave Beam has to be either, at this point, I think the only places we haven't seen are Plasma Beam and the Shack Tool Spring Ball check. So no one's going to go there not in a seed like this. The seed being fairly free. The only troll part being the suits being so far apart with the gravity suit up in the wreck ship and the various suit down at the Spazer Beam. But Total having gone in a completely different route, not that far behind J-Ro. But he is going to lose more time because he never picked up the speed booster. Pretty much once Total had the minimum amount of things that he needed to beat this game, he just said, I'm not checking anything else, I'm going. Meanwhile, Magoo's just leaving the lower Norfair area, so he's not that far behind either. He's finished his bosses. Metroid a little bit further behind, kind of showing the less experiencedness of the randomizer, but doing quite well otherwise.
J-Ro gonna refill up the ship. He had like virtually no supers, so he wants to have full supers and well, he picked up ice, so so basically just having the supers and full health is what he needed.
Okay, and J-Ro gonna be the first to reach the G4. One of the nice things about the randomizers, we don't have to sit through this cutscene. We'll be seeing that a lot today and all the other categories, except I think the only one we won't see is mini boss RTA, since of course that will end with the killing of whichever mini boss they choose to be the last one. Typically either Batwoon or GT. Total not that far behind, but a little slower getting there because he just doesn't have speed booster. Had he checked the high jump boots area, that would have definitely saved him time since it was such an easy check. But of course, as we always have to keep reminding ourselves and others, is that he didn't know that that was going to be speed booster. Could have just been a reserve tank for all he knew. So I certainly don't blame him for just saying, you know what, I have enough items. I'm just going to go.
Yeah, so J-Ro going very quickly through these Metroid rooms, not even concerning himself with the drops from the Metroids because he has so much ammo. And yeah, still even like besides that last room not being concerned with Metroid drops, he still leaves the Metroid rooms with full ammo and full health.
Okay, and J-Ro about to try for a baby skip.
and gets grabbed, facing the correct direction to save that 2/3 of a second. But yeah, that getting that baby skip is really difficult without wave beam because you've like as you can see, it's taking him a while to shoot through that webbing, whereas he'd basically get one shot through it with if he did have wave beam.
Yeah, total also not being able to get it. But yeah, you're right. It is a lot harder. A lot harder without wave beam. And J-Ro setting up for his Zeb skip. Looks like he might try for the speed Zeb skip first. Nope. And I think he tried for it and didn't quite get it, so he just decides to go for the backup. And has no trouble. It is a little bit different when you don't have wave beam. You have to shoot from below, and with that plasma beam, you have to actually shoot a charge beam. Alternatively, you could turn off the plasma beam and just shoot from below with the regular ice beam. Ooh, total forgetting that. He does need to shoot from below since he doesn't have wave beam. Doesn't have to worry about charging since he has Spazer instead of... But turns the Spazer off anyway. Hopefully he remembers to turn it back on before... There we go. And gets through it, no problem. J-Ro gonna start off with supers. And then finished off with the charge beam. Supers... It's pretty close, which is higher DPS supers versus the full beam combo. I think it is a little quicker with the full beam combo if you do it optimally. But any other combination of beams, it is a little faster to use super missiles. Either way, J-Ro makes fairly quick work, and it looks like he... I didn't see if he turned off his Various suit. Looks like he did, based on the energy drain there. He is setting up for stand-up glitch. For total, it'll be 100 shots. He hasn't used his supers yet, so what he may do is get Mother Brain down and then shoot those supers to finish her off once the ketchup beam starts. Because once the ketchup beam starts, then you know that Mother Brain is down just over 3/4 of her energy. But he's using his supers now in the middle, so that'll... And he won't be able to do stand-up glitch, but it's probably not worth it without the plasma beam anyway.
So J-Ro getting a lot of shots in during the stand-up glitch. Going to be doing a pretty decent chunk of Mother Brain 3's health before, well, basically during this cutscene.
Okay, in the meantime, we have Magoo also having a little trouble with this upskip. Hopefully he realizes he has to shoot from below. And Metroid checking the plasma beam location and finds just a reserve tank. So I believe that leaves wave beam at Shack Tool. So I wonder if he'll go there or not.
J-Ro entering the escape. This should be fairly quick for him because he has all of the items to really make it quick. setting up for the spark up the climb and gets the right side spark.
And
And
unfortunately, Metroid, not realizing he can kill these space pirates with this screw attack, he's been trying to. Looks like he's trying to do speed booster strats, which is a way to do it. Not the way most people want to do it.
And J-Ro finishes first in this first segment of the relay. So I believe we'll be showing basically the credits through the item percentage collection, and then the next runner will be
Next commentators will coming in. Yeah, and the next category coming up is, I believe, yeah, it's right there, is any percent. And it looks like that's going to be commentated by one of my favorite commentary duos of Floaters and Kip. So definitely stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we're going to watch these credits. We'll see if the wave beam was indeed at Shack Tool. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to Link for joining me on commentary. Thank you to Andrew for setting up everything and setting up this relay. It's been a lot of fun so far. Thank you to the runners for participating. I'll be seeing you all back at the end of the night because I will also be commentating the hundo portion of the relay. So looking forward to seeing that and doing that. And I hope you all really enjoy the rest of this. I know I'm going to watch as much of this as I can and be really enjoying seeing a whole lot of Super Metroid action.
Yep, I'm definitely looking forward to watching the rest of this relay.
And I also want to put a shout out if you really enjoyed watching the randomizer, we do have find the Randomizer League channel. Almost every day we have matches going on in the league, and so you can see, and in particular, you can watch J-Ro and Magoo in that league. In fact, I play J-Ro tomorrow, which will be quite the bloodbath, but it'll be fun. Okay, and thankfully Metroid does make it out of the plasma beam room.
And Total is the second player of this race to finish. And
nicely done. And yeah, GG to Total, GG to J-Ro, and Wave Beam was at Shack Tool, so. So hopefully you will enjoy the rest of this. We'll be turning it over to Kip and Sloters. For the any percent portion, Kip and Sloters, I'm going to send it over to you right now.
All right. Well, thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Link, for that wonderful commentary for the item randomizer portion. Like you guys said, I am Sloters. I am joined here by Kip. Kip, how are you doing?
Pretty good, Sloters. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
All right, man. Well, I'm very excited to be participating in the 2019 Winter Super Metroid Relay. These relays are always a lot of fun. And next up, we're going to have a category that you are incredibly familiar with and very good at, both in terms of the two traditional routes. I think, unless I'm mistaken, I think all of our any percent runners today are old route. Can you confirm or deny?
Yep, that should be correct. I believe all of them will be doing the Kraid first route, which is Not the current world record route, but certainly the most popular one among all the runners.
Yeah, most definitely. So yeah, dude, I'm excited to be doing some commentary with you here. I think I'm actually going to be on commentary 2 times in a row here. I'm going to help out a little bit with any percent, and then I'll stick around for some mini boss RTA. But as the rest of these runners, finish up on their item rando, tell us a little bit about what to expect from the any percent portion here.
Well, the any percent run essentially goes through the game in the intended boss order. They're going to go fight Kraid first, then Phantoon, Dragon, followed by Ridley, and then, of course, going through Torian. They're going to be picking up most of the major items. The only ones they won't really be grabbing are Spring Ball and Screw Attack, since they aren't really along the way. Some of the runners might skip Spacer, but some of them might be grabbing them. I'm not sure on all their routes, but most of the runners here, I think, are either sub 50 or right around the 50-minute mark. So we have some pretty strong runners for the any percent portion.
Yeah, for sure. And, to your point about item pickup, I think what you're going to see a lot today in a lot of these runs is some extra safeties potentially. Obviously, in a setting like this where it's a huge, really long relay event, a lot of people are trying to protect against any kind of, catastrophe. Sometimes a small, 10-second, loss or whatever, picking up an extra item can be the difference between losing a lot of time from a death or something like that. So we might see a few E-tanks. I anticipate probably most of these people will run at least 4 tanks for any percent today just to make things a little bit easier for themselves.
Yeah, and for those not aware, it is required to take 3 safety saves for everyone's run, just for the sake of not losing a ton of progress because of a accidental death. But with that being said, like you said, probably going to see some Kraid tank pickups, maybe even Ridley tank pickups. There's a few convenient ones you can grab over the course of this route, so shouldn't expect too much trouble for these guys as long as they play it safe.
Yeah, and so we still have Mako over here finishing up his item rando run. I believe he is going to be on his way to lower Norfair, and it looks like every other team is going to be starting their any percent run here. Keku for Team Car Ramrod is the first one to be on the any percent here, and now we have Endo Rush getting his run started. Let's see. I don't know how to say this name up here. I'm gonna assume it's Rambo. I'm not the world's foremost mathematician, but if you have TRBMBO minus T, that just means Rambo, right?
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with you there.
That's the crazy English math right there. But yeah, so they're going to get started, and basically, as any percent sort of dictates here, you just finish the game using any percent item collection that you can, obviously without using any major glitches. So things like Mock Ball, obviously still totally cool. Any kind of out of bounds or stuff like that is obviously not for any percent no major glitches. So just going to see some really nice movement and some cool boss fights.
In No Rush going through the series escape, something we didn't see in the item randomizer since they skip this portion of the run. A lot of steam and tiles falling in these rooms. They're heavily RNG based, so this can lead to some time loss if you get knocked by one and kind of fall out of the rhythm, but he does a good job getting out of there, gets a 43. That's a pretty good time.
For sure. Series can be pretty unpredictable. I'm not the world's foremost scholar on series, but I do believe there is some randomness to the Steam, and so you have to be really careful. Sometimes you can get knocked down and actually lose a lot of time, especially in that last room, so it was good to see him get out of there quickly.
And with Magoo finished up now, we have Typo taking over for Team Rambo in the top right. So 3 of the 4 runners will now be doing any percent, and then once Mako's finished, let me see who we have coming up for him.
I think we've got Cutie coming up.
Yeah, of course, Cutie.
And big shout outs, by the way, real quick to Mako here, one of my good friends, and he's on my team. Mako was not even supposed to be a part of this relay until last night. We needed somebody to fill in. We had somebody on our team drop out. And so he was willing to take the reins on less than 24 hours notice. So really cool of him to be in here, and I'm glad that he's having fun.
Yeah, big shout outs to Mako. It's very helpful having people step in at the last minute like that.
So Keku here, picking up the first energy tank of the run. Considering that assuming that all 4 of the runners run old route, my assumption would be that the 4 tanks that everybody will pick up, especially for safety, would be Terminator number 1. I think you'll see people pick up the Kraid tank second. And then third, I believe, is the High Jump Boots tank. And then last will be the Botwoon tank. So the only real difference there, traditionally in old route, the Kraid tank is skipped for 3 tank PB attempts. But I think you'll see people grab that one before they head down to Norfair.
Yeah, the Kraid tank I think only takes about 16 seconds to get, but getting it so early on, it just gives you so much more leeway for the upcoming sections. There's much less of a threat of dying to Fantoon. And same goes for Dragon. You'll get the 4th tank by then from the Botwoon tank. So really very little time loss for a lot of gain, and even in a lot of situations, having that extra tank can sort of allow you to do riskier strats and even save a little time off of the time it takes to get it.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I'm glad you said that. You know, sometimes people, especially when they're kind of getting started in Super Metroid speedrunning, they just sort of look at, oh, well, you know, it takes me this amount of seconds to pick up this item. If I cut that item, I can save that amount of time. But in reality, it doesn't really work out that way all the time, because, you know, you have to factor in, do you have to go slower with certain, you know, safety strats in certain areas to keep yourself alive or whatever. Having that extra tank in any percent tonight, I think, could help some of our runners go for some of those really fun, risky strats like Plasma Spark in the future, or even use Alpha Spark on the way up to Wreck Ship, which I don't think most 3 tank runs typically go for. So we'll wait and see what people do.
Absolutely. Energy is a very expendable resource you can use to save time, and especially in any percent where you're constantly sort of balancing all of your ammo and all of your energy to sort of maintain the bare minimum while still going fast. It's kind of an interesting challenge that you see in any percent, trying to optimize and get those times down.
For sure. So Keku now at the bottom of Green Hills. We've got Typo picking up the Alpha missiles over here. And looks like In No Rush is doing his Bomb Torizo fight. Meantime, I believe, I don't know what all items Mako has, but I don't think he has Charge Beam. So he's going to need to be farming these supers here before Ridley to try to get up above 30 for the Ridley fight.
Yeah, I believe Charge Beam was at the Fire Fleet tank, so he probably didn't check that before coming in here. But he looks to have enough ammo to get through this fight, so long as he doesn't miss many supers.
Yeah, this is going to be a little risky here. Not having 12 supers, because 30 supers would kill Ridley. Not having 12 of those essentially equals out to about 72 missiles. So he only has a 3 missile and leeway, and then some power bombs. So this is a very, very, very dangerous soft lock situation. Okay, so now Keku now is over here heading towards Kraid. Can you tell us a little bit, Sloters, about the 2 sort of quick kill methods that can happen with Kraid?
Yeah, so essentially what you want to do with Kraid is use a super missile to lock his mouth in a certain position, and then you can keep firing ammo into him in order to skip his second phase where he stands up. There's 2 different methods we could possibly see. One method I think Keku's going to do here. Okay, looks like he's going to do the missile method. He'll fire 2 missiles at Kraid. One of them will open up his mouth, and the second one will actually hit him and do damage. And then from there, he only needs 3 more super missiles to finish him off. And as you can see, he froze his mouth right there and got all 3 of the supers in. It was very well done. The other method is to use the charge beam in order to freeze Kraid's hand so it's not moving around, and then from there, when he opens his mouth, you can just do 4 supers or a missile and 3 supers if you're comfortable doing that.
Looks like this Ridley fight is going to be down to the wire, man. I don't know if Mako has enough. It depends on how many of these power bombs double hit here. It was hard to tell exactly how many missiles and supers missed, but he's down to his last power bomb. If this power bomb does not kill Ridley, then that's going to be a soft lock. And it looks like it did not. That's very unfortunate for Mako there, but he can reload the save there. I don't know where he last saved, hopefully before Ridley. And as we see now, Keku picking up that energy tank after Kraid, which is a really good thing to do here. And he's going to pick up another E-tank. In fact, I believe it's the very next item he'll pick up about maybe 30 seconds from now. And looks like In No Rush just picked up his charge beam.
Yeah, charge beam is pretty much essential in most of the speedrun categories. Beating Ridley and Mother Brain with just ammo takes a whole lot of missiles, and we just don't want to pick those up because it takes a really long time. Charge beam just allows us to do those fights without grabbing all those extra ammo packs. So in addition to all the other beam combos we'll pick up, it'll make a lot of the boss fights much faster.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Charge Beam is the item that, like, when you first get into Super Metroid speedrunning, if you don't do randos for a while, it ends up being the item that's the most underrated because you don't really realize just how awesome it is until you don't have it in a rando, and then it's really... Okay, Keku picked up high jump boots and will now head to... he also grabbed the high jump boot missiles. Most of the time in old route, people will grab 20 missiles at least, unless you're kind of going for the extreme upper tier times where you'll run 15 and 10, which is the minimum. Most people will pick up 20. I expect people to pick up 20 here, especially for relay, but that high jump boot missile is one of the more traditional ones to pick up, especially if you're doing 20. So not surprised to see him grab that. In No Rush is going to go over here to fight Kraid. Looks like Typo has picked up his charge beam and will be heading down Green Hills here to head to Red Tower to also go down to Kraid's lair.
Keku doing a very nice job climbing up Bubble Mountain there. That cack attack at the top of the room can be a real pain to get around sometimes. It loves to shoot just as you're wall jumping towards it, but fortunately played it off very well and killed it with a missile. And In No Rush also using that 2 missile 3 super method on Kraid, getting that quick kill. Nicely done.
Yeah, very nice. One thing that is different, you know, we won't spend too much time talking about the difference between old route and new route here, since we don't have any new route or anybody running new route in this particular relay. I know Cutie for sure runs a lot of new route, and unless I'm mistaken, I think he actually just PB'd overall. I think his new route PB just surpasses old route PB. But one thing that is a little bit different about the two routes is you saw In No Rush pick up that Various suit, which is going to add a 50% damage reduction, which does make the Fantoon fight not necessarily faster, but it definitely makes it a lot more safe. So it's not impossible to die at Fantoon, obviously, in old route, but once you get a little bit more accustomed to the strats and everything, it's a lot harder to die to Fantoon than it would be to run new route. So that's going to be one way of sort of protecting against some of the potential catastrophes that could happen in a relay scenario.
Absolutely. In No Rush also picking up that Kraid tank. Again, this is a really good safety to take in this route. Very early on, you get that extra energy. Not worrying about death too much in some of the later sections. Typo doing the charge beam method for Kraid and also nailing that Kraid quick kill. So 3 for 3 so far. Not a surprise, really. All these guys are pretty competent 90% runners. I also want to point out that no one has picked up Spacer so far, and I know Cutie's not going to pick it up either. Spacer, it's a bit of a time loss grabbing it in this run if you're able to utilize X Factors on a lot of the bosses. The X Factors pretty much are the optimal way to do a lot of the boss fights, namely Fantoon and the Meridia ones. So these runners, they presumably know how to do the X Factor strat, so they really don't need Spacer for any of the bosses.
Yeah, admittedly, Spacer kind of gets a lot of hate around the community because it gets, replaced by Spacer if you were to pick it up in old routes. So, usually when people first start running this game, they'll pick Spacer up and then eventually get rid of it because they just, don't have to have it to complete the route. But Spacer actually has some really cool aspects about it that allow for some really neat strats, especially in Upper Norfair. So you'll see it utilized in Upper Norfair in New Route where you wouldn't necessarily see some of that in Old Route. But here we see Keku going for Alpha Spark, which is, again, one of those sparks that people usually don't go for if they don't have the intention to get 4 tanks, but he nailed it right there. Excellent job.
Yeah, we're going to have a really long spark coming up to get into Rex Ship, and it costs a lot of energy, so without that extra tank, there's a good chance you'll be heading into Fantoon very low on energy. And in fact, setting up X Factors on Fantoon often require getting hit by Fantoon or the Flames, so again, conserving energy and using it to go quickly is pretty important in any percent.
Okay, looks like Mako farmed up only to 18 supers once again. I'm sure most people know this, but one of the main reasons, especially in Rando, that you want to get like every super you possibly can before you fight Ridley is because those supers normally do 300 damage, but against Ridley they do double damage, so they're worth 600 each. So that means that for every super missing, 18 to 30, so that's 12, he would need 6 regular missiles, which is 72 total, and so that gives him a lot less leeway to miss any shots. And then obviously if he misses any supers, it's even more missiles. So just kind of small thing out there for everybody. Ridley's one of those areas where you want to be really careful in rando situations because he can be quite the troll. Luckily though, I didn't see that he actually picked up the charge beam before coming down here. So now we get a little bit of this is what low percent ice is going to look like here pretty soon.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a preview. That's going to be towards the end of the relay, but it's nice seeing a little bit of that right now.
Yeah, this is pretty funny. So it's kind of neat to see somebody shooting charge ice shots, but then have 9 E-tanks or whatever. So this is pretty cool.
Yeah, and like having like high jump and speed right now, something like as a low percent runner, this looks like kind of wrong right now to me.
Right. Oh, look at Keku flying over that ocean. And he's going to go in and fight Fantoon. It looks like Ridley is dead based on his behavior, but you never know, man. He's a troll. Hey, all right, give it up for Mako, knocking down the space pellet.
Yeah, nice work.
Okay, in the meantime, Inna Rush and Typo actually pretty close to each other. Probably only about a minute, I would say, ahead in a rush. He just finished his last item collection of Upper Norfair, which was the Wave Beam, and he's now going to head back to Business Center to then, go up to Rex Ship. Typo just a little bit behind him here. Already grabbed his speed booster. He's going to pick up the Wave Missiles and the Wave Beam, and then he'll do the same thing. So we got a nice, tight grouping of the second and third place teams at the moment. In the meantime, Keku now taking on the Fantoon. Got a first round slow.
Yeah, it does a very nice job of using that X Factor, though. All 4 of the particles landing right on Fantoon. It looks like he's going to use another Doppler on the second round. Gets that right mid. That's usually a pretty easy one to set up. Oh, maybe he did miss a particle, actually, because I think he got Flame Lamed on one of the rounds. I didn't see which one, but he should just be a couple of missiles away from finishing Fantoon now.
Yeah, let's be honest. How many ways can Fantoon mess you up or screw you up in your run? We could sit here and count a million probably. So not overly uncommon to see Fantoon troll people, not only with his patterns, but just in terms of where he drops flames and how quickly he closes his eye there.
But nonetheless, Kaku gets through mostly unscathed, has a lot of energy. Gets some pretty decent drops coming out of there. He's almost full on energy, maxed out on supers right now. Probably wants a few more power bombs, but luckily he's going to have some opportunities to farm up before he goes into Meridia. So he's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, Keku now picking up the second and typically final super missile pack of the run. This pack is just so convenient. It's used in basically every run that I can think of where you would actually need more supers. Obviously, in something like GT Classic, you wouldn't get it because you don't need any items at that point. But old route picks up those super missiles. New route picks up the super missiles, low ice, etc. So let's see what kind of strats he uses here in the attic. I assume he's probably going to do some form of Shine Spark here, maybe.
Ooh, he actually does the speed keep. You don't see that all the time. Usually people like to do shine sparks there, but that was really cool that he showed that off.
Yeah, well done, Keku. Okay, in no rush now, exiting Red Tower completely to head up back to Criteria. He's going to go to Wreck Ship, and Typo just behind him. Typo is going to have to get through Hellway here. And if you look at this room right now, you can understand on Typo's screen why we call it Hellway. It's a fun room once you kind of get accustomed to it, but I think when you first get started, either casually or even in speedrunning, that room can be quite intimidating and it just looks scary. But he's going to pick up now the only power bomb pack traditionally that people will pick up. It is possible occasionally for people to sort of accidentally be forced to pick up the quote-unquote power bombs of shame in lower Norfair if you have an unfortunate power bomb scenario occur. But otherwise, that'll be the only power bomb pack that these runners will pick up. And looks like Keku's going bowling, in no rush, getting ready to do his flight over the ocean there. And Mako is heading up to the surface, presumably to I can't remember if he's already killed Dragon or not. If he hasn't, he'll go kill Dragon. If he has, he will just head up to the surface and go to Torium. But we just saw Typo make a save. Sloters, can you remind everybody a little bit about, kind of how the relay works in terms of saving and stuff like that?
Yeah, so everyone is required to save at least 3 times. Probably we'll see more than 3 for some of the other little bit scarier categories. But just for the sake of not losing a ton of time and sort of keeping things on schedule, everyone will be saving at least 3 times. In this route, the save we just saw Typo do is a good one to take right before Fantoon. This is one of the scarier sections of the run, is fighting Fantoon, especially if you don't get that gray tank. Some other saves we're probably going to see is before Dragon. Dragon always has the risk of getting chain damage from using Shine Sparks against her. And the third save could possibly be before Ridley or before the Mother Brain fight.
Yeah, Mother Brain is always a pretty good one to do, depending on the category, especially if you have a soft lock chance. You might see some people not save before Mother Brain, especially if it's like, an argument could be made that if you have 4 tanks in 80%, that maybe it's not the single most important save there is. Not that something bad can't happen, but it's just way less likely. But in particular, you'll see people take that in something like either low percent ice, or also if there's a stand-up possibility, just in case people soft log. So I bet the majority of people will take their final save, or at least a save, before Mother Brain.
Yeah, Ridley and Mother Brain aren't too scary in this category, just because with Old Route, they're going to be picking up Plasma Beam eventually, and we'll have Plasma for those fights, so it's only 20 charge shots on those bosses, although, mistakes happen sometimes, so we'll see what they do when they get there. I think most of them will feel pretty confident in those fights.
Okay, so Keku now in Meridia, getting ready to head over to fight Batwin.
And Typo, unfortunately, taking a death to Fantoon. It looked like he just had one X Factor left to take him out, but unfortunately, Fantoon kind of charged at him, and luckily he did take that save that we just mentioned right before Fantoon, so not too big of a time loss, and he'll be able to get another attempt in.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Meanwhile, I don't. I think Mako was under the assumption. I don't think Mako's done very many randos. I don't think he had to wait for the cutscene there. Like the elevator to Torian was already open, but I think he was kind of on autopilot there for most of the speed runs. And so I think he just realized that he could go in. So, but that was cool because we got to see the really neat effect of the gems in the background sort of exploding in the darkness. So that was neat. But Typo, yeah, this is why we take those saves in a one-run scenario. You know, a lot of times people forget, like, you know, you'll hear a lot of people in these sort of relays talk about, oh, I don't want to make any saves, and, you know, I'm not going to die. But they kind of forget that they actually die or reset pretty frequently when they're doing normal speed runs. And when you can't reset, you know, it's a whole different ball game. So I'm glad everybody's protecting against a massive loss, because if he had made no save whatsoever, that would have been a loss of like, what, 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, it would not have been good for his team. But it just goes to show having the 3 save policy really helping us out here.
Absolutely. Yeah, he didn't end up actually losing that much time. And in the grand scheme of things, man, you just never know what's going to happen in these relays. You know, it's not completely unlikely for people to die at different points or get soft locked. So sometimes a save, even if you end up dying, can actually be not as detrimental as you would think over the span of like 11 hours.
Yeah, and to be honest, half of these categories here, they're very volatile, either in terms of how fast you can complete them, like item randomizer just being kind of random, and some of the other categories being more prone to soft locks or just deaths and resets. So in the end, it all usually kind of balances out, and we'll probably see most of the teams finish pretty close together, relatively speaking.
Okay, so right now we've got Keku starting the Dragon fight. Unfortunately, missed on the opening Shine Spark storage there. Getting that first short charge is pretty tough. This is, unless I'm mistaken, I think Dragon is the only boss in Super Metroid that takes Shine Spark damage. Can you correct me if I'm wrong on that, Sloters?
That's right, and not only does Dragon take Shine Spark damage, but actually only takes half damage from Shine Sparks, and it's really interesting that Dragon has those properties, and yet technically, you know, there's not enough room to Shine Spark in this room, but by utilizing the short charge, we can do it. As Keku just showed us, if you finish Dragon with the Shine Spark, you are rewarded with what's called a blue suit. Essentially, you are in a state where you have Speed Booster activated all the time, so long as you don't hold the dash button. And what this allows us to do is to carry a Shine Spark back up into the Coliseum, and as we'll see Keku use in a second, he'll use it to cross back over Coliseum and Spark, making that room quite a bit faster than just using Space Jump to get across.
Yeah, we also need to point out Keku with the extremely rare Dragon butt kill. I don't even know if I've ever seen anybody do that before, but apparently part of Dragon's hitbox is actually susceptible at the bottom there, and he kills Dragon, and Dragon is basically gave the blue suit, so that was very cool to see. Mako trying to do a Zep skip here. Unfortunately, as we've mentioned before, I don't think Mako's done too many randos. You can actually freeze that Rinka by standing underneath. There we go. He has to aim up to do that, but that's kind of tech that is most people aren't aware of because it's really only utilized either in rando or low percent ice. Otherwise, though, he does have enough ammo here where he should be able to kill these Zeps. The only kind of bad thing here is that he didn't have any power bombs earlier when he found plasma to be able to get there, and so with only charge and ice beam and not that many ammo, not much ammo. This is going to make this fight a lot safer, or a lot tougher and a lot longer. But he gets through. Excellent job. And Keku now on his way to pick up that plasma beam, while we have Indo Rush getting ready for the Botwoon fight, and Typo getting ready to pick up his gravity suit. Okay, so in no rush, dispatching of everyone's favorite sea snake. Typo now picking up the gravity suit, which will not only add the ability to move in liquid, and also, if I'm not mistaken, also not take damage from lava, which lava and acid are actually two different things in this game. But for example, the lava before the lower Norfair entrance, he will not take damage from that anymore because of the gravity suit. But it also adds an extra 50% damage reduction on top of the 50% that he already has from various suits. So that brings the grand total of damage reduction to 75%, which is great. And Keku is about to head out of Meridia here.
Yep, Keku picking up that plasma beam. By far the most powerful beam in the game. It has the highest damage output and also pierces enemies, which means it can go through them without the beam like disappearing. And on some enemies, it can actually hit multiple times if the beam is inside their hitbox long enough. He's also going to grab the ice beam right before going into lower Norfair, which doesn't add too much in terms of damage, but giving him the power to freeze enemies will be very helpful, especially coming up to Torian with the Metroids later on.
Absolutely. Ooh, unfortunately, Mako just took I think a double shot from the K. Ooh, I think he just took another one. Let's see if he has enough energy in the energy tank. Oh, very good. He's got 400 in the reserves here, which he should be able to fill up past the point of the rainbow beam, hopefully. And he can continue his fight here. Looks like Indo Rush fighting Dragon as well. And Typo on his way to Meridia. He's going to break the tube here shortly. Slutters, do you want to explain why Old Route waits to break the tube, whereas most of the other categories breaks the tube earlier?
Well, really, Old Route isn't able to break the tube until now, because when you come down Red Tower the first time and do Kraid and do the Norfair item collection, you actually don't pick up any power bomb packs. The first one you get is right before it wrecks ship. So by the time you come back here with the gravity suit, you finally have power bombs, and then you can break open the tube, as we just saw.
Excellent point. And Mako finishing up that Mother Brain fight. Awesome job. Very nicely done. So he will await the cutscene here, and then he'll do the final escape sequence. Keku, on the other hand, heading down to Lower Norfair, and this Lower Norfair trip is actually a lot easier to sort of enter Lower Norfair and Old Route, the new route, because of the space jump. He'll be able to basically go into the lava room and just space jump his way up to enter. And then there's also a bunch of really cool tech that Space Jump brings to the table in Old Route and Plasma as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they utilize these extra items here. It's going to be fun.
Indo Rush also having a nice Dragon fight, getting out of there with a blue suit, and just like we saw Keku do, he'll be able to use that in order to cross over the Coliseum. Typo didn't see the start of his Bottoon fight, but looks like it's going pretty well. It should just need, I think, one more super to finish him off. Ooh, unfortunately, he used up all his super, so he'll go with some beam shots now. I think he's one away, maybe two. There we go.
Yeah, Botwoon is just one of those areas where you can just lose a bunch of time pretty much in any category. He, especially if he gives you like a really unfortunate pattern. Just about every pattern you can one round in most traditional situations, but there are cases, for example, like if you're in a category where you don't have gravity suit, that it could be, some patterns can be more difficult. And low percent, there's one pattern in particular that's essentially impossible to one round RTA. So yeah, he can be quite the troll and eat up a lot of time. Looks like Keku unfortunately missed the fast pillars attempt. That means he's going to have to drop power bombs. Now, everybody, pay attention here, because traditionally what happens is a lot of times people have strats that they want to use in future rooms with some of the power bombs to make them faster. But if you have to use 2 power bombs in the pillars room, then a lot of, you're not really able to use those anymore without having to pick up extra power bombs, like you're going to run out. But sometimes muscle memory is so strong that people forget that they have used those 2 extra power bombs and they run their normal strat. So let's see what ends up happening with Keku as he goes into, the Red Key Hunter staircase and Wasteland here.
One thing I don't think we really touched on for Old Route is while having Plasma here in Lower Norfair, something we don't get to take advantage of in New Route is that Plasma allows us to clip through a lot of the enemies here. You can do what Keku's doing now and just destroy a lot of them very quickly with the Plasma Beam, but a lot of the Key Hunters and Pirates you can actually run through and just shoot as you're running by, and you'll be abusing the iframes of those enemies in order to not take any damage. And that's a big reason why you can go so quickly in Old Route Lower Norfair without being too worried, is that the enemies are more or less not much of an issue with Plasma.
Yep, so Keku here about to use some charged plasma shots to kill these metal pirates. Looks like Typo finished up his Dragon fight, but unfortunately does not have the blue. However, that is not that big of a time loss in Old Route. By picking up the space jump here, he'll be able to get through Coliseum fairly quickly in comparison to if he did not have space jump and had to deboost across the spikes. But he'll go from there. Looks like in a rush picking up his ice beam and getting ready to head to Lower Norfair. And GG to Metroid for finishing that item randomizer. Excellent job. Really excited for him. And once again, huge shout out to Mako for being willing to step in when we lost a player on Team Alcoon Dragoons. So really appreciate his efforts and excited to see him do more stuff in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mako, and good game. We'll have his credits roll here, and once we see the item percentage pop up, a real cutie will be starting any percent for the Alcoon Dragoons.
Yeah, Cutie has the lowest any percent PB of the 4 runners doing any percent. So you guys get ready for a show. He's going to put on a good one. He's got a lot of sweet tech, and I know it's something that he really enjoys running. So I'm confident Alcoon Dragoons will make up some time here. And in the meantime, we technically have 3 teams that are somewhat fairly close, only an hour and 40 minutes in. But these relays can get pretty crazy, man. You just never know which team's going to make up time where. So it should be fun to see how close people are as the hours continue to tick by.
And Kaku again making really good use of that full beam combo. He's able to take out a lot of those Tuskigas just with a couple shots. And with this much energy and having plasma, he shouldn't have much of an issue escaping Lower Norfair. If worse comes to worse, he can just kind of stay hidden and use his beam combo to take out all the enemies before proceeding. And he's also going to take one of his saves here post Ridley fight. I'm not sure how many he's done so far, but that's not a bad one to take either.
No, definitely not. The only thing that makes that particular save tricky, especially in different categories, is that once you go into that room, like after you've killed Ridley, not before, but after you've killed Ridley, it resets that Key Hunter to be back above you, so you then have to get by 3 instead of 2, like in the normal sense when you go up that room. So that's actually a save that I traditionally avoid when doing these relays in low percent, just because I don't want to have to deal with that guy again. But here it's a lot safer. You know, you've got plasma beam and a lot more health and stuff like that. So not a big deal at all. In the meantime, into Rush, now in Amphitheater, using that space jump to get up to the top here. This is unless I'm mistaken, it's got to be one of the biggest rooms in the game. I'm not super familiar with every single room, but I would assume this is one of the bigger ones. Probably not the single biggest, but there's a lot of room in there, both vertically and horizontally.
May have the most acid of any room.
Especially if you hang out in there for a while, right? Okay, so up on the top left here, Alcoon Dragoons, Mako finishing with 51% items with a run of 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 9 seconds. Remember that time does include the final credits. So, you know, for example, when you guys see, you know, some of the future runners, for example, that might have a PB of, you know, who knows, like let's say somebody has a PB of 50 minutes and any percent, and then they do a good run and it's close to their PB, that time at the end is still going to show significantly more minutes because they have to wait for the credits and stuff to roll. So great run by Mako there. And now we got Cutie getting started on any percent, starting in Ceres Station. And in the meantime, in No Rush getting ready to fight Ridley. Can you tell us a little bit, Sloters, about, you know, in any percent old route, you know, given the fact that you have the full beam combination when you get to Ridley, kind of how this fight's a little bit different than in other categories, because Ridley is drastically different across different categories.
Yeah, so typically Ridley kind of has different phases. In his first phase, he will primarily do pogo attacks, but because this beam combo is so strong, you actually get out of this phase really fast, and as you can see, No Rush is already getting the swoops. Once you get Ridley past 50% health, he'll turn a darker shade of red, and you can probably see a little bit on No Rush's screen right now. And as you get him to this phase, he'll actually be enraged and start moving a bit more quickly. And really, you go through these phases pretty fast. As you can see, Ridley's already dead. So with this beam combo, this fight is a lot easier than most of the other categories. But yeah, just utilizing the beam shots and getting as many as you can on Ridley without waiting too long ensures you get a pretty quick fight.
Yeah, excellent point. You know, it's certainly possible to still get pogos in the old route fight. It's just, as Sloters pointed out, you know, the point where Ridley is forced to pogo ends so quickly that sometimes you don't even, you know, you can have a fight that doesn't pogo at all. However, later on in the relay, I'll give a little shout out to my category, my favorite run, low percent ice. You know, it takes quite a while to get out of that phase. So the first portion of the fight, you know, maybe the first, I don't even remember, maybe 45 seconds to a minute of it or so, you kind of get forced into those pogos, whereas that's not the case when you enter with that beam combination. So 20 shots, sometimes it can go by quickly, but sometimes really control you with his tail and whatnot. So I would say the Ridley fight is probably one of the most crucial points of almost any run, just because it's such a complex fight.
Yeah, he has a pretty erratic AI in general. You can most of the time sort of predict what he's going to do, but sometimes he has a mind of his own, and his tail quite literally also has a mind of its own, sometimes doing some weird spinning things.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with all the AI stuff, I'm sure, as other people in the community, but doesn't Ridley's tail literally have a separate AI, like it's totally separate from his his normal behavior?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. So Keku now entering Torian. He's got 172 health and 20 missiles and 8 supers, which is pretty comfy spot to be in. One of the sort of advantages of running with 20 regular missiles is you can deal with bad drop luck a lot better. Unfortunately, I think I just commentator cursed Keku there. He fired 4 supers in that room and didn't get a single one back. No super drops there, but now he should be fine. So one kind of small thing is if you're on a PB attempt and you have 20 regular missiles, you can actually move forward and not have to use the refill station even if you only have 9 supers. Whereas if you run 15-10 and you end that 4th Metroid room with only 9, then you're kind of stuck. So luckily here, assuming that he does not dip under 9, he will not be forced to use the missile refill.
Yeah, and so since he is full at 20 and 10, he's going to have 5 missiles to spare for the Mother Brain 1 fight, or 1 super and 2 missiles. It can be kind of tricky sometimes. The turrets can be pretty trolly and try to snipe a lot of your shots. So, like we've been saying, having 20 missiles in a run like this is usually a pretty safe call to ensure that nothing catastrophic happens during that fight.
Yeah, I could be wrong here. I didn't see. It's kind of hard to keep track of 4 different streams at the same time. But Typo basically exited Ridley with almost full health. Did Typo only run 3 tank up to here and then grab the Ridley tank to refill?
I'm pretty sure he grabbed Kraid tank earlier on.
Okay, so maybe he just had a super clean Ridley fight. Most of the time, you don't see people leave Ridley with that much health, so he must have had a really, really clean fight. I didn't see the entire thing, but we've got In No Rush here heading out of Meridia to go back to the surface for the last time on his way to G4. And meanwhile, Cutie picking up the Terminator tank, getting ready to head down to start the Brinstar sort of item collection portion of the run before he heads down to Kraid.
All right, Keku moving into Mother Brain 2 at 416 energy right now. That is 115 more than he needs. You need to have at least 301 energy in order to survive Mother Brain's Rainbow Beam attack, assuming you have the various suit on. Again, 20 charge shots. He's already pretty close to the end of the fight. So long as he avoids these attacks, he should be pretty safe.
Yeah, another area where, ooh, I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay, he's okay now, but yeah, that catch-up beam does, at minimum, 100 damage with the suits on. It can potentially double or even triple hit, although it's a little rare. It kind of depends on how you get hit, but fortunately, only takes a tank's worth of damage and gets through okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, that made me a little nervous. But the good news is if you get hit like that in this category, with your beam combination, you still only need 1 or 2 shots, so it's really not even that dangerous. Any kind of category where you have plasma, wave, and ice and charge beam, obviously, the Mother Brain fight, bad things can happen, but on average, it's way less likely simply because, there are many cases where you only get like 1 catch-up or maybe 2, and you don't really have to dodge that many things traditionally. One area that you can kind of get into kind of big trouble is RBO, because you don't have any suits still at that point, so everything's doing just a ton of damage. But the less the fight goes, the easier it is to manage typically. So Keku's going to finish up here with a nice run. In No Rush, Intorian, I think he's in Metroid Room 1 here, and looks like Typo is going to be heading that direction as well. So Sloters, you're on commentary for any percent. Unfortunately for the audience, they're going to have to put up with me for one more category. I'm actually going to help out with the Mini Boss RTA category, which is coming up next. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're running today in the relay and sort of what you're hoping to see and excited about here?
Yeah, I'm going to be doing RBO, which is short for Reverse Boss Order. Probably one of the more dangerous categories. You have to fight Ridley first, which means no suits available. That's probably going to be the scariest part. I'm really hoping I don't have any deaths in that area, as it's a little bit costly dying to Ridley, but I will be saving quite a bit, so a bit nervous, but we'll see what happens. It should be pretty exciting either way. We have a really good lineup of RBO runners. We have Ponk, Zenny, and also Asdar, all of them very experienced in RBO, so it should be pretty cool to watch.
So wait, you're saying dying to Ridley can lose a lot of time and maybe even be sort of a tough thing because you might be a little nervous with hundreds of people watching. I don't know. I've never had any experience dying to Ridley in RBO in front of a bunch of people before. So is that something you're really worried about?
Yeah, I've the first relay I ever did, I did RBO. You actually, we both did it, and we were both kind of like new at it too, and it was kind of crazy getting thrown into RBO without really having much experience. But at this point, I've done it in other marathons and stuff, so I'm feeling confident. But I think I need to go practice a bit in between the run.
I'm just trying to change the narrative. If I say that I've never had that happen to me, then maybe people will believe it and they'll just forget about me dying multiple times in my race against Ponk in the tournament. But yeah, so RBO is one of those areas where a lot of time can be lost or made up between teams in the relay. Not saying that other categories can't have bad things happen, but usually low percent ice and RBO are sort of the most, I guess, dangerous of the categories where you can lose a ton of time. So we'll see. Hopefully everybody will avoid catastrophes as in general. But looks like GG to Keku. He just finished his any percent run here for Car Ramrod, so they are in the lead by presumably, I don't know, maybe 4 minutes or so. I can't remember exactly how long it takes to finish this Mother Brain 1 to exit area but ahead of Alpha Gamers. But next up for them will be Mini Boss RTA, so that should be fun. And Sloters, do you mind hanging on the line here with me for just a few more minutes before we get to the item percentage?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Very cool. And so I'm trying to remember, what team are you on today?
I am on the Alpha Gamers team.
Oh, okay, very good. So we got a lot of good runners here and running multiple categories. Should be fun. Looks like Cutie going to pick up the high jump boots. Before you go, Sloters, I have to ask. I think you need to shout out your favorite cat or your favorite item. Because you haven't had a chance to talk about it with any percent old route. But my favorite item is being picked up right now by Cutie here, high jump boots. What is your favorite item and why do you love it so much?
My favorite item and the objectively best item in the game, high jump boots a close second, of course, but it would be Spring Ball. And we saw a little bit of Spring Ball earlier in the item randomizer, but we'll see it a bit more in the max percent GT code. And 100% of course in GT Classic. But it's a great item for conserving your momentum. It has some very useful kind of minor glitch applications in item randomizer. And overall, it's just an extremely swag item. You can do some cool strategies with it.
I agree. It's very cool. Looks like In No Rush finishing up his run here against Mother Brain 2, so that's great to see. Or I guess his run will continue for just a little bit longer. In the meantime, Typo just barely missed out on the baby skip there. So he's going to refill his health to full with the energy refill station. And now he's going to head down to fight Mother Brain as well. Let's see if he decides to take a save. It's hard to keep up with how many saves everyone has taken, but since there are 3 mandatory for each runner, I assume he's probably at least taken 2 before now. All right, and Typo getting the Zeb skip there. That is, for anybody out there who's considering doing some Super Metroid speedrunning, that is one of the sort of 2, what I would call, like really crucial tricks to learn, right at the beginning of your education in the game. It allows you to basically forego picking up tons and tons of ammo to kill a lot of those barriers in that Mother Brain 1 room, the Zebatites. unless you do a speed zeb skip, which I would say traditionally for like a brand new player would be much more difficult than learning the ice skip there. So very cool. That and a learning how to mock ball to get early supers. Those are kind of the two core big things you need to get a run going. So anybody out there who's considering getting into the game, I would recommend checking those out. Looks like Keku is about to get his item percentage.
Yeah, and with that, I just want to say thank you, Kip, for hopping on and doing the commentary with me. It was a good time as usual. I will step out now, and I will allow our next commentator to come in. I'm sorry, I forgot who it was already. But everyone, please stick around. We have 8+ hours of Super Metroid left, a lot of categories, and a lot of runners coming up. So, yeah, just enjoy the show. Thank you again.
Thank you, Sloters. It is always a pleasure doing commentary with you. Definitely one of my favorite people to do commentary with. So we'll see Sloters again later. Again, as he pointed out, he'll be running RBO for his team, the Alpha Gamers. And just so everybody out there knows, if you don't know about Sloters, I feel like Sloters is one of the sort of most underrated runners in the community. He's an exceptional talent at all kinds of different categories. So you guys go check him out, follow him. And I think right now he's working on getting a 42 any percent new route, as well as he's dropped his RBO time recently. And I expect him to do that as well in other categories. So now I am joined by Zelnus.
Yes, that's correct, Zelnus.
Hey, how are you today, man?
Quite the opposite of Sloters. Not good at any category, and also has a broken computer and can't play even Super Metroid on emulator right now. Or at least can't stream it.
That's a bummer, man. Yeah, Zelnus was originally on Alcoon Dragoons, but unfortunately had some tech issues and couldn't run the item randomizer portion for us, but luckily still able to do some commentary. So, man, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm excited for Mini Boss RTA because it's a cute little category. I like these like shorter, weird categories that don't start on they don't end on the end. It also might start on the ship. I don't remember.
Yeah, so basically, real quick, In No Rush just finished his any percent run, so GG to him. Excellent job. His team will now wait for the item percentage to come up at the end of the credits before their Mini Boss RTA runner will start. But basically, Mini Boss RTA is on our extension board. If you look at like speedrun.com, there's sort of a main Super Metroid board, and then there's also some extension categories. Many of these extension categories are what we call partial categories, where you don't have to necessarily complete the full game. And since that's not the case, you don't have to start in Series Station. So the run starts already on the planet of Zebus. And pretty much the only requirement for Mini Boss RTA is what it sounds like. You have to kill every mini boss in the game. That includes Bomb Terizo, Spore Spawn, GT, Golden Terizo, Batwoon, and Crocomire.
Yep, that is correct, and it is. I thought I was doing this commentary myself originally. I was gonna go for a 7-minute-ish joke about how there's only 4 mini bosses, but that's cool.
Which one were you going to exclude?
Spore Spawn. I was gonna pretend I was shocked when Spore Spawn appeared.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Well, I'm sorry I ruined it for you, but I didn't want anybody to be confused about what's happening here. So, yeah, Mini Boss RTA is really interesting because there are actually quite a variety of routes and item collection that people can go through to complete it. I had the quote-unquote world record. I kind of hesitate to call it that just because, you know, it's not exactly one of the most competitive categories out there. But I had the world record in this category for several months back at the beginning of 2018. And then my boy Galamaz studied it for like, I don't know, maybe 2 hours and then beat it. But basically, you can do 2 different sort of methods. There's the gravity method where you try to go to gravity suit first. So you have to go fight Phantoon, you know, with no suits or anything like that, and then use that to get through Meridia with your gravity suit, so you don't have to do suitless Meridia. Or the more traditional way is to get various suit first and kill Batwoon last, which forces you into a scenario where you have to do some suitless. But we'll see what each runner selects to do. Most people do Varia. But GG quickly to Typo. He finished his any percent run for Team Rambo up there. Great job by him. And so now we'll await those credits and see who runs mini boss for them.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because you either get a really kind of a low percent RBO feel a little bit of parts of this run. You get like a little bit of suitless, you get a little bit of a lava dive, which is again something you don't see much in other categories. It actually feels a little bit like randomizer. Just because you're doing such a weird route through the game, it almost feels like a randomizer.
Yeah, it's definitely got some interesting qualities. Looks like Cutie had an excellent Fantoon fight there, 2-round cleaning it up very nicely. So just one thing to kind of keep your eye out on here, since Car, Ramrod, Alpha Gamers, and Rambo will all be doing mini boss for the next 20 minutes or so. Kind of pay attention to what they do at Red Tower. Right now, everybody, like you'll see right now, you can see Derp heading up to kill Spore Spawn, which luckily is not that difficult considering the fact that you already have some super missiles. Most of the time you can 2-round Spore Spawn, or at minimum 3-round, fairly easily. But the real trick to this run is going to be when they get to Red Tower, if they go up or down. I think most people usually will get Varia, but even with that, there's some variation. My route included Speed Booster. The current world record by Galamaz does not include Speed Booster and instead uses different various ways. I think maybe bomb jumping to get out of the GT room. So there's really a lot of variety here.
Yeah, there's a lot of bomb jumping. It makes it really hard. Like even in his world record, you can hear him say, "I'm surprised I haven't done this yet," and then he gets it. So it was kind of interesting. Even he hadn't actually done the bomb jump quick enough for a run to continue past it at that time.
Right. Perfect Spore Spawn fight by Derp there. Excellent job. Now Sweet Nom getting ready to get his run started. Looks like Derp went for the really tricky Moonfall there. That's one of the best Moonfalls technically in the game, down the Spore Spawn shaft. It might actually be the longest one.
It also breaks the graphics a little bit when you do it.
Correct.
So it is much longer than the others because it does mess up the graphics at the bottom. It's very cool to see. I was hoping to see it, but we might see it. We might still see it. It's just not just yet.
Yeah, I can't actually remember if that particular fall is longer than the regular fall at the beginning of the game. But either way, it's still a long one. So Sweet Nom's going to run Mini Boss RTA for his team. Derp now going to pick up the Charge Beam, which is very helpful in this category, especially for Crocomire. Kind of helps you avoid having to pick up a bunch of extra ammo and stuff like that. So, so now we got up on Team Rambo. We got Stump about to get started. Typo's done, so GG. And so now we have 3 of the teams on Mini Boss RTA, while Cutie just picked up the Gravity Suit. So very nice.
And we're going to be seeing exactly what she says. That shortly we will probably see a diversion. Right here is where you'll see the most diversion, but we are going down first. So Varia first, very good. And then from there on, even then, there's a lot of diversion. It works that there's these bosses are in such disparate areas that it's interesting to watch where they go.
Yeah, I love doing the Varia route myself, mainly just because I think it's cool and fun. You get to do a lava dive to go fight GT. Then you have to exit Lower Norfair through the sort of like the way you would normally go in other categories, which is way different. I can't think of any other category where that happens. And then you also get to do some Suitless Meridia. So there's some really neat tech in this run. It's a lot of fun to do. I wish more people would pick it up. I see a lot of people in chat giving me a hard time about Moonfall. They're wondering why I'm praising Moonfall when I've been very sort of staunchly against Moonfall in terms of Super Metroid. But guys, you got to remember, this is a meme category, so it's not as important.
And into Kraid we go. The only one of it's they'll either fight Kraid or they'll grab Gravity. So we'll see which one these runners do. So in these routes you do have to still kill at least one of the mini bosses. It is just faster to get a suit than it is to collect the etains needed to be able to fight GT.
Yeah, and we got a very nice Kraid quick kill here by Derp. Derp's having really great boss fights so far. Oh, I almost forgot. Yeah, you can't. Technically, the Fantoon route, I did mention that you can go that way, but it's kind of looked down on because if you didn't kill Kraid, did you really kill all the mini bosses? Sorry, I couldn't resist. All right, so
I almost made that joke too. Don't worry. I was like, oh, and now we're killing the mini Golden 4.
So yeah, up on the top left, we still got Cutie doing some any percent up here. He's going to get ready for his Batoon fight. We've talked extensively about how trolly Batoon can be. This fight will be very interesting for the runners of Mini Boss RTA, especially if they do the Varia route, simply because trying to fight Batoon without Gravity Suit, having to use the water physics can be quite kind of strange and difficult. So, and on top of that, when you only have Varia, one thing people forget is depending on how many safety E-tanks you pick up for the run, he can hit for a lot more damage than you expect. I have personally lost runs to death to Batoon in Mini Boss RTA, so hopefully that won't happen to anybody.
Yeah, you also don't have that many super missiles in Mini Boss RTA, so yeah, then you usually only have about 15 or 20, if that.
Yeah, something like that. Looks like Cutie just got the full halfie. Excellent job. He'll be fighting Dragon here shortly. And technically Stump now, fighting the first mini boss of the game, Bomb Teresa.
Yeah, it's you kind of need to do this if you're not... you need those bombs no matter what, essentially. And that was a full missile drop. That was pretty cool. This is what happens when you're at 99 health, so...
Yeah, bombs is kind of one of those things. It's always interesting to look at the game slightly differently after doing randomizers, because bombs is probably like, in some ways, the least sexy item that you can collect, but it's so handy. I mean, if you really think about all the different ways you can utilize it, and it's not just for breaking blocks. You can do cool stuff with infinite bomb jumps and get across the moat using a method other than CWJ and stuff like that. So bombs is really cool and gets utilized a lot, but a lot of times people don't realize how great they are until they don't have them in a rando scenario.
Yeah, unfortunately there, Sweet Num did miss the 2 cycle. It is actually pretty hard to get. So just have to wait one more cycle through that boss.
Yeah, and Cutie cleaning up Dragon, no problem. And
here's the moonfall.
Yeah. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, the graphics don't load properly when you're moonfall down this shaft, so
Sweet Num's run. Yeah, Sweet Num's run brought to you by the letter H. In the meantime, Stump picking up, or about to pick up, his Super Missile Pack, which again will be very helpful for the Spore Spawn fight. It is actually possible to 2-round Spore Spawn with only missiles, but it's incredibly complex, very difficult to do. If anybody wants to kind of check out how that works, you can go look at, I know in particular Behemoth's run on the Spore Spawn RTA does it, and I believe Shred Daily 101's run does as well, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a really cool thing to check out, and can definitely save some time in the Spore Spawn RTA category, but here it wouldn't really save any time because you need to pick up those super missiles anyway.
And here we're going to see them go through sort of the intended way to get to Crocomire, instead of the way that I'm used to going to Crocomire. Obviously, they're going to break through a wave gate, but it's kind of the actual way you're supposed to do this. So.
Yeah, it looks like Cutie just barely missed the Plasma Spark there, one of the most swag tricks in the entire game. I'll be completely honest with you, I don't even think I've ever pulled it off in practice. I might have tried for maybe like 2 or 3 minutes, like last year at some point, and then just gave up and decided not to try. But definitely very difficult trick. He almost had it there. Definitely would have been cool to see, but that's all good. Didn't really lose any time by missing it very much. So he'll be on his way now to exiting Meridia and heading down to Norfair to go fight Ridley.
Yeah, Stump has actually shown us one problem with this mini boss RTA. You can actually be very low on like if you don't get the drops, he's had to farm. He had to farm some missiles there just to really get through that room at proper speed. He had to charge beam down something, so it's just not generally what you want. But we're seeing it.
One of the dangerous things about mini boss RTA, real quick, is the super missiles. All right, let me try to explain here. If you look at Stump screen, for example, you'll see that he's fighting Spore Spawn, and we have all of these little spores falling. Unfortunately, those spores do not have super missiles on their loot table, which means I think Stump has accidentally missed on 2 of the super missiles, and it's kind of tough to hit those supers because a lot of times you're trying to shoot them while Spore Spawn is closing his mouth, and the hitbox is not very big. So if you accidentally miss any of those supers, you cannot get them back, and so that's 300 damage that you've potentially missed out on, which can lead to a lot more Spore Spawn cycles, and there's nothing you can do to get him to open his mouth earlier. So if you lose some of those supers, that fight can really take a lot of time. Ooh, Cutie. Whoa, that was a very nice strat by Cutie there. Looks like Sweet Nom, unfortunately, missed the Kraid quick kill, but then locked Kraid's hand in a really unfortunate position. There we go. When you charge shot Kraid, it will lock his hand position, and if you're not careful, it can get stuck in that top position there. But he's good now. He's going to collect his various suit. And in the meantime, Derp is going to be collecting the grapple beam to use for Suitless Meridian. Do you want to explain any of that, Zelnas? I think you're pretty familiar with randos, right?
Yeah. So essentially, Suitless Meridia, you have to use a combination of grapple beam, ice, high jump, and freezing enemies. And it's obviously somewhat intended to be able to do all of these things, but you're not really supposed to be able to do what we do with it. Like it's interesting. Like it's one of those things where you gotta go like they must have planned this. Like RBO must have been intended, because there's like some of these things just work just enough and just feasibly. So we'll see it in a moment, but we're gonna have to see it. The most interesting part I think is at the very top of Main Street. He's gonna freeze an enemy right next to a wall, and while he's doing that, he's going to basically wall jump between the two to gain just enough height to get through that screen. It's probably the hardest part. Like the first screen, like Main Street is the hardest screen, I think, in Suitless. The rest you've got it's an interesting Shine Spark. I know what he was trying to do. It's just unfortunate that the door didn't open.
Got to shout out Derp real quick. He did hit the sweetest or coolest mock ball or best mock ball in the game coming out of grapple earlier. But right there, he just barely was a couple frames too early on trying to get a Shine Spark across the room before the Nutella refill, which is pretty cool way to save a little bit of time. It actually doesn't save quite as much as you might would think because of the crash animation. A lot of times people see, especially when they're kind of newer to the game, they'll see somebody sparking across a room and it looks super swag and awesome. But in reality, it might save some time, but it might not save as much as they think, simply because the crash animation eats up, I think, just short of 2 full seconds. So sometimes people can make it up. Yeah. Great lava dive by Derp as well. So he's having a great run so far.
It's not the first. Well, this is not. Oh, sorry. Was this the first time? I actually missed most of Item Randomizer. This might have been the first time, but it's definitely not the last time we will see that trick.
Yeah, I think J-Ro, unless I'm mistaken, it's hard to keep track of every single person, but I think J-Ro did a lava dive earlier for Team Ramrod. I hope I didn't mix up the teams, but yeah, we will definitely see more lava dives, not only in terms of mini boss RTA, but very specifically we'll see some in RBO and also GT Classic, I guess, as well as GT Space Time. So you will see a lot of lava dives today, ladies and gentlemen.
I think it may also be used in max percent.
Yeah, I think since that's a GT category, you might be right. I'll be honest, I am not as familiar with max percent GT, but I assume since it's a GT code category that it would include a lava.
Yeah, if you've never seen Math Percent GT code, it is probably one of the coolest glitch categories because of the very tricks. It's some people like to say, if you like the spring ball item, this is the category for you.
Oh yeah, and we got a lot of spring ball lovers out there. Cutie making his way through Lower Norfair, attempting the Plower House strat, just barely missed it, but not a big deal. Didn't really lose any time there. He's going to do a 20-shot Ridley fight. In the meantime, you can see Derp here fighting against Golden Terizo, and the way you traditionally do this fight in this category is, since you don't really have any powerful beams, he's going to sit here in this very, specific position underneath GT and try to shoot all these little eggs that come out, collect all the supers, and then fire those at GT. The interesting thing about GT is GT can actually collect, or I guess catch would be a better way to put it. He can catch the super missiles that you fire. So that first one there, as you see, he catches it and then he's vulnerable. So you actually have to be really careful about how you farm, because for example, if you only farm let's say 3 supers, then the cycle that you're going to get is only actually going to hit 2. So the easiest way to do it is to do it in groups of 5. That way 4 of your super missiles can actually land.
Yeah, the boss is interesting in that it's one of the only bosses that's just straight up like no missiles for you. Like it catches supers and then throws them back at you actually. Very nice shine spark. So on top of that, it also what's the word I'm looking for? As you saw there, like you wouldn't have seen it there, but he'll actually just dodge regular missiles. He does like this cool little like spin and like just kind of dodges them. So it can't be damaged by regular missiles unless he has a super missile in hand.
Yeah. To your point, I'm not a GT expert, but I think it is technically possible to land a missile on him, but like it has to be very specific circumstances, and even then, I mean, it does very little damage. But as we see now, Derp exiting, this is going to be really cool. He's exiting Lower Norfair through the way that he came in, which, basically most of the categories exit the normal way. So he's actually going to do essentially kind of a reverse lava dive here, which is kind of interesting. So remember, he only has various suit on, so he will take damage. You have to be really careful to have enough health to complete this. But fortunately for Derp, he's got plenty of health right now. And so GT being down, the only mini boss left for Derp to kill is Batwoon. So what Derp is going to do is go and collect the Ice Beam so that he can do his Suitless Meridia. And then after that, he will head up and try to kill Batwoon, and that will be the end of the category.
If you like Grapple Beam, this is going to be fun for you. Because we're going to be using a lot of grapple in a moment.
All right, and then... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, meanwhile, it looks like we have Ridley down. Is Cutie killed Ridley? Is he headed to Turian?
Yeah, so we've got Cutie has already defeated Ridley. He's heading to he's going to be heading, back up to Criteria eventually to head to Torian. And looks like, I think Stump grabbed an extra safety of the Spacer Beam, which is certainly not a bad thing. That safety is very specifically for Batwoon, although it can come in handy a little bit against GT. Unfortunately, when you kind of fight GT, you don't have, wave beam traditionally or stuff like that unless he plans to go get it. So we'll just kind of wait and see. There's a lot of different ways to put different safeties in this run. But yeah, it is definitely useful against Batwoon in case he doesn't hit all the supers. Meanwhile, Sweet Nom grabbed his grapple beam and will be heading up basically to get ready for his lava dive as well, while the ice beam is about to be collected by Derp here.
There's the ice beam for TG Derp. The last part of the last item that any randomizer player will go, well, I guess I have high jump, ice, and grapple beam, but no suits, so I hate my life. But in this category, it's exactly what we want. So
yeah, you know what? I just realized something. Recently, unless I'm mistaken, I don't want to say the wrong names or anything, but I think Snick one of our tassers in the community found some kind of skip that can be done at Frog Speedway without Speed Booster. And one of the reasons that you'll see a lot of people pick up Speed Booster in this category is to avoid having to go up the long way like you would in low percent ice, for example. I don't actually remember what items are required to, like, you have to have a certain kind of beam combination or something to be able to make it through Frog Speedway without the Speed Booster. I wonder if that trick is going to change the way this category could potentially be run. I haven't looked into it yet, but
plasma, which seems like a stretch.
Is it? I thought you could do it without plasma.
I'm pretty sure it's wave. Oh no, maybe it's Spazer. Oh, maybe it's Spazer or plasma.
Okay, that's so true. I still think it would be slower in this category than just picking up Speed Booster itself. But I would like to point out again that the world record holder Galamaz does not pick up Speed Booster. Speed Booster helps with that Frog Speedway portion, but in addition to that, it also helps you exit after Golden Chorizo. So you kill Golden Chorizo, you get a short charge, and then you kind of shine spark through the vertical screw attack room. But you can actually bomb jump out of there by skipping Speed Booster, which is what Galamaz does. Here we've got Derp doing his Suitless Meridian, having a fantastic run so far.
If you're wondering why he looks down at the edge of each cliff, that's essentially how you can get up. Oh, also this is a pretty common reset point in Mini Boss RTA is not being able to get the requirement for Green Gate glitch. So unfortunately, Sweetnam has to reset and do that again. But that is why saves are required in the relay.
Yeah, especially in these categories that include kind of what we refer to as sort of more challenge elements. Not that, for example, any percent or 100% or whatever aren't challenging. It's just that there are some runs that sort of force you into doing some of the like bigger tricks or things where you could just run out of ammo or something like that. Like, for example, RBO requires Green Gate glitching, whereas any percent or hundo doesn't necessarily require those things to be able to complete the run. And sometimes you just, if you're just a little off or a little unfortunate and a trick is really tight, then that can be what happens. So that's why we have all these saves in place.
Thankfully, you can farm. You could end up with 0, and you can just farm off these guys. Very nice of them. Yeah, doing that little lip there does allow him to get a little bit extra height when he's jumping up corners, so it's fairly important. I thought he was trying to Metroid into the ceiling. I was very confused. Oh, okay. I almost stared there, and for some reason thought he'd go one more up, but he's fine.
Yeah, Derp fighting Botwoon here. Hopefully he'll be able to dispatch the snake without too much issue. Unfortunately, couldn't get the one round, which is very difficult to do without gravity. And Botwoon didn't do him any favors in terms of sticking his head out. He just went ahead and did a cycle. But Derp is done as soon as the items, or as soon as the drops come through for the last mini-boss. That is the end of the category. So he is done. That keeps Car Ramrod in the lead. And next up will be Max Percent GT Code. And looks like Sweet Num is fighting GT. And we got Cutie on the Mother Brain 1 and 2 fights here.
Yeah, and I will be sticking around for Max Percent. I believe Azdeja is going to be joining us.
Yeah, I'm going to step away. Zelnus, thank you for allowing me to commentate Mini Boss RTA with you.
Of course.
Good luck with the future commentary. And thank you to everybody out there. Hope you guys enjoy the relay. And I'll see y'all in a couple hours for low percent I.
And we'll see you then. But here we go. This is max percent GT code. This is a This is a GT category, which is the Golden Chorizo. We'll go into a little bit more detail on the exact specifications, but it is a category that allows all manner of glitches, tricks, and the idea is that you need to do low percent to Golden Chorizo, and then you have to collect every item after that. So the max percent will be 125%. That is what we'll see on the screen at the end of the game. And same as the other category, we are starting on criteria. And we'll be doing this. This run is going to look pretty easy. Well, every run of this category will look the same for the first little bit, or every run of this marathon. We're always going to go get our morph ball, get our bombs, and then start doing the run. The only possible exception to that is probably any percent glitched, and maybe GT Classic. I don't know those categories as well. Yeah, we have Andrew for the Car Ramrod team, although he's stuck on an elevator. Andrew's actually running the marathon, or one of the people running this relay, like from the background, as well as obviously physically in the. Welcome, Asdeja. I cannot hear your mic. I can hear wind.
Hello?
Hey.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Looks like we're not going to see much max percent GT code, but we do still have some of our other runners moving along. In the other category here, and we actually have a real cutie finishing up Super Metroid in just a moment for any percents.
All right. Did you introduce the category?
Yeah, I essentially went over the basics that it's a category where we will be allowed to use the GT code, but the gimmick is that it is essentially low percent to get the GT code, and then we collect everything else. And we collect 125 items because of the GT code.
Yeah, it's 135%.
Whoops! I thought it was 25. I'm not sure I got that number.
And so it's a similar idea to low percent, but because of the way that the game calculates the end percentage, it actually does math to determine how many energy tanks and missiles and ammo you have. So it divides your energy by it divides your total energy by 100, and it divides each of your ammo counts by 5 and adds that to the percentage. But for the major items, it just checks whether you have them or not. So picking up majors multiple times does not increase your percentage, but picking up extra copies of ammo does. So that's why, specifically, we don't care what majors we pick up before getting to GT code, but we have to have 0 E-tanks and 5 of each ammo only. So with those restrictions in place, it does create some interesting routing. And then once we do manage to get GT code done, you have all the items to work with, but you still have to go to every location in the game. So, we'll see a lot of unique strategies that you won't see in other categories to get some of those items, places where you normally wouldn't have space jump or screw attack. I really like this that wall jump, bracing the fish against the wall that Sweetnum is doing. If you're pinned to the wall like that, and you're close enough to trigger the wall jump check pose, even when you're wall jumping away from the wall, like if you don't have room for it to push you away for where the game wouldn't put you in the wall jump check pose, you can just mash the jump button and you'll go up.
Yeah, that was actually what I mentioned earlier. I was a little disappointed that somebody else used a different strategy. So I was like, oh no, that's not what I was expecting, but it's okay. We still have to see it. Also, this room looks really cool in with water physics.
He actually did like a horizontal grapple jump there almost.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, he gained a little bit of height there using that little trick. I don't know how that works, but I know it's a thing that exists.
It's the grapple jump. If you do a grapple swing and you morph and unmorph before you stop ascending, the game actually will treat you for a short moment as if you're standing on solid ground, so you're able to get another jump.
That's why I can't do it. I didn't realize it involved jumping. Now I understand the trick. Cool.
Yeah,
and here we're going to see that. Oh, that's annoying.
I was going to say, grapple jump involves jumping. Who knew?
I assumed it was a term. That stupid snail got in its way so much. There we go.
Alright, so yeah, I don't know if we went over this, but we do have Andrew replacing Beef Robber last minute for this category.
Oh, that was a last minute thing. Okay, I was wondering, I'm like, he's running this marathon. That is by the way, I believe that this is being streamed from his house, which may explain some of the frame drops on his stream.
It's from Total's like virtual machine setup, I believe, remotely. So
that makes it a little bit better.
But a few people in the community have access to use his server for purposes such as these.
Also, we've got the final boss here for Sweetnum. Again, this fight is actually very strange in water physics. We did go over this earlier. Thankfully, you can't soft lock because we did.
He's got to be careful. I think those whatchamacallits, particles do 64 to him.
Oh yeah. Oh, I did not realize his health was so low. Thankfully. I don't know where the last save was.
That's rough. Okay, so he saved right before, and he's fine.
Right. Yes, and again, we will stress that they are required. They do not lose time to save him because every run is required to save 3 times. Even mini boss RTA with only 3, with only 5 bosses in 30 minutes.
If I'm behind the stream, let me refresh a second.
Sure. We're coming up to trade now. Again, we can pick up any major because the game doesn't care about our major count when it comes to this max percent category. So we will pick up as many majors as we can because I believe that we only have 5 missiles, 5 supers, and 5 power bombs for this.
Yep. So, because you have 0 E-tanks, you're not going to be able to survive lava dive as you normally would. So you actually have to get gravity suit for it.
Yeah, which makes for very interesting routing.
And to avoid the moat missile, the most reasonable way to avoid that is to get speed booster, which you need to get Varia to get speed booster if you have 0 E-tanks. So.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Like I didn't even think of that item. Like all these little items that get in the way throughout the run. Huh. Very interesting.
Oh yeah, here's another issue: is bowling, getting across bowling, surviving the spikes. You need either Varia or speed or grapple to do that, unless you feel like horizontal bomb jumping across the whole thing, which is an option. That is something you can do, but
it sounds awful. It's hard enough to horizontal bomb jump for like the moat.
Yeah, so we might see one of these runners actually go for that route, though. Who knows? It would save quite a bit of time to be able to go Fantune first in this category, but it'd be pretty tough.
So you'd have to horizontal bomb jump from the far left to the far right, or do you pick up that missile? Oh, because you need alpha missiles.
You can't. Yeah, you can't pick up that missiles. You'd have
Oh,
to. You could either horizontal bomb jump across the moat or ceiling bomb jump.
interesting.
So
yeah.
we'll see if anyone decides to do that route. Maybe the world record holder. I don't know. I'm not naming names.
No, trying to. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, this is kind of the hardest room in Suitless, or in this portion of Suitless, with these items, because it is very difficult to get up this last little lip.
Oh, the fish here. Yeah.
This is the hardest part of Suitless.
You have to freeze it at like its lowest point for this to work, or let it swim a few cycles, because it goes a bit lower and lower every time it swims.
And once you're past this, it's not as bad as with grapple. Also, Hero 82 started at Sarah Station, but Andrew did not. Unless we lost a lot of like Andrew's stream there on a transition. He may have actually done Sarah's in like the minute or two that we like after. Because it is a little weird. I don't think everyone kind of was basing it on, oh, when we see the item collection. But in Mini Boss RTA, there's no item collection screen, so I don't think anyone was ready for the transition just yet.
But yeah, so again, Andrew's replacing Beef Robber last minute. Beef Robber not feeling very good suddenly today, so it's unfortunate. Max percent GT code is a pretty similar length to 100%, actually.
I guess because like the GT code does give you some nice benefits. So
You have to waste all this time, basically. Yeah, you have to waste all this time doing this kind of inefficient routing where you go get speed and then you go all the way up to get gravity. But then you make up so much time from having every item in the game once you're done all of that.
and you only need to collect all of the miners, right? Like you don't have to go get, you don't have to actually pick up screw or anything like that you don't pick up. Because GT gives you all majors, if I remember correctly.
It gives you every major except screw, but screw attack is right there anyways. But yeah, You're correct. You don't have to pick up spring ball, which is probably the biggest time save out of those.
Yeah, Watcher is mostly self-explanatory, but do you want to explain it for people who maybe don't understand what happens here and why this works?
Sorry, what am I explaining?
Metroid.
Oh, okay. So, you basically you crouch and then freeze the Metroid while you're crouching. Crouching makes it be at the exact correct height for you to be able to jump on top of it and stand on it. And standing on it will put you at the right height to clip through the ceiling.
Okay, so unfortunately, it doesn't. Trambo T. The Team Trambo T doesn't have much in the way of ammo, so we're seeing them having to just use charge beam here on Botch Wound. But they did pick up Spazer, or Wave? No, this is definitely Spazer, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't see the wave effect on that.
Yeah, so he did pick up Spazer, which is nice. I mean, it is a nice backup, actually. Nobody else picked it up yet. So not a bad like safety, because then you don't have to worry about that. And Stump completed mini boss RT in 37:16, and next up will be with Suzurumi with Matt's percent GT code. And if you want to see some crazy movement, he is the one to watch. They are the one to watch. So
Yeah. So Andrew picked up high jump while he was in Norfair, and because GT code gives you high jump, you actually have the option to just not pick it up there. I think it ends up saving about 6 seconds, but you have to do the short charge into the energy refill room to spark up Red Tower to be able to get up. So it's a small time save, but it does make it a little bit harder.
yeah, it's sometimes in these runs, you know, even if maybe you normally would do the harder route, you'd kind of sometimes just go for it. So here's where we have to hit. If we touch that missile, he has to restart. So. We're going to see some very strange glitches and tricks once we get the GT code. Which I guess this is actually the first GT code category, so if you want to actually explain what GT code is, then probably a good idea.
Yeah, okay, so GT code, Golden Teresa code, is a debug code that was left in the game. It was discovered to still exist around 2010. So if you go into Gold Teresa's room while he's alive, and on a certain frame in the door transition, if you're holding A, B, X, and Y, the game will set your inventory to 700 energy, 100 missiles, 20 supers, 20 power bombs, and every major item except for X-ray. Oh, and 300 in reserves as well. So it was, we think it's probably a quick thing that they put in to be able to playtest the GT fight. But it was left in, and it is actually part of Golden Teresa's AI, so it requires him to be alive as the room is loading to work.
Wait, like as in, it works because it's programmed into his AI pattern?
Yes.
I did not know that part. That is very interesting.
Yeah. Andrew supering Fantoon prematurely, getting the enrage phase. Fantoon is actually really difficult to do properly in this category because you only have 5 missiles, and it's really hard to get a good Doppler when you start off the round by using 2 missiles and then 2 missiles and then doing the Doppler, because then unless you got drops, you only have 1 missile left and you can't really Doppler much with that.
I was also going to say, like, also the fact that you're at 99 health, but I guess for some people that doesn't factor into it as much.
I would say 99 really isn't that bad since you have various suit. Having a suit at Fantoon is really it's a lot better to have a suit than it is to have 1 energy tank, for instance, because the damage is halved, but the drops will still give you the same amount, so you're safer than if you had double the health with no suit. Alright, Andrew going for the temp blue suit attic. It's technically a little bit slower in terms of the room time to do that over a shrine sparking, but in any percent old route, and especially with your limited resources in this, you really need to do it to save their resource usage.
And again, we are just getting gravity suit from here.
So he's not doing bowling spark because I think ideally that requires like a little bit more than 100 energy, and there's a good chance that your spark gets cut short at 29 energy. It just stops in midair, and if that happens over a spike, you fall on the spike. Spike does 30 and you die. So it looks like Hero got the mouth position for Kraid quick kill, but ran out of ammo during it. So Kraid probably just has one charged spacer shot worth of health left. Oh, okay. Probably has a super missile worth left, actually.
Oh, unfortunately, Hero 82 is running out of missiles now, so we're gonna have to, SG has to wait a little bit. Or charge beam.
He's got charge, he's fine.
You kind of forgot charge works on it. I don't know how much damage it does.
Charge spacer does 120. Okay, maybe he didn't get quite as good of a shot in the Kraid quick kill as I thought he did. Alright, so let's see. Recap on where we are. So Andrew's got gravity, and he's now going back to Lower Norfair to do GT code, since he has now everything he needs to survive lava dive. Well, gravity jump, really. Hero is just done with Kraid coming out. He's got his various suit, and he's going to use that to go get speed booster and most likely high jump. And Sistream has just gotten his supers and charge beam, and he's heading to Red Tower for the first time. And Toasty with the swag spike suit in the Crocomire fight. I don't think this is used for anything in this category. Yeah, no, okay, he just uses it right away. It's cool to get, though. Okay, so Stram's going to Kraid, gonna get his Varia suit. He's almost certainly going to skip high jump. That's what he does in his runs. Andrew's setting up the chronic boost that very specifically plays damage boost off of that Viola to get through all the lava quickly. Does the gravity jump, and having high jump for it actually is quite a bit safer than not having high jump, because you jump higher, so you have to spend less time with the suit off. If you haven't seen gravity jumps before, basically, physics in air or in water with gravity suit, your jumps are a lot more forceful, but you also decelerate and fall back to the ground a lot more quickly. So when you unequip gravity suit at the start of your jump, it switches those physics out. So you start with the force that you would have doing a jump in regular physics, but you have the much slower deceleration of the liquid physics. All right, he's going. Andrew's going to be the first one into the GT room, holding A, B, X, and Y, and suddenly he's got all these items, and he's going to de-equip Spazer because the game just equips everything for you here. And if he had both Spazer and Plasma equipped, and he fired a shot, it would likely crash the game. Spazer Plasma combined together, you're not supposed to have both of them on together, so it can create some glitchy effects if you fire them both at the same time. Most of them will just crash the game outright. There are a few specific beam combinations that are used for effect on purpose, and the main thing you'll be seeing that is during the GT space-time route of any percent glitched segment later.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting run. Also, this bomb jump is very
goodness. Okay, yeah. So this is the horizontal, infinite horizontal bomb jump that I was talking about earlier. That would be used to. Just barely missed it at the end. I did not think he was going to go for this. So actually, he's skipping speed booster. Right. Okay. So. I guess I was wrong earlier in that the route he was planning on doing was not Phantoon first necessarily, but it was skipping speed.
So it's very difficult.
People who can do this say it's not that hard, but it's really unintuitive to learn how to do bomb jumps this way. I don't understand how to do it myself.
Every time I see this guy do the Statadori, he does it with flair.
Yeah, for sure.
He did a marathon run of this for SNES Superstars not too long ago.
Yeah, he was part of a 4 or 5-way race. I think it ended up being a 4-way race. But he pretty much dominated that. I think he's developed most of the strats for this category, has spent the most time on it, so kind of further ahead of, significantly far ahead of everyone else. He is losing, I'd say, a fair bit of maybe that potential advantage with how much time he's spending on this, but I don't actually know how much time it saves to skip out on speed booster here, so he might be breaking even on this. Might still be saving time. I really don't know.
I thought Toasty Muffins was losing his mind by not using Plasma on this fight, but I remember he's still on Mini Boss RTA.
Yeah. Got a different thing going on that screen. But yeah, so so Stream does have to do that HPJ across the moat as well. He could alternatively go for a ceiling bomb jump, which is a very different technique that is really difficult to it's really difficult to set up and keep the rhythm for. You need a very specific rhythm, but basically you can like crawl along the ceiling using bomb jumps if you lay them at the correct tempo. As we see Hero first to the moat. Not first to the moat, sorry. Andrew's way ahead of that. We see him sparking across the moat pretty effortlessly. Much easier than what Cicerion's going to have to do. Also, Hero getting rid of that Ripper in the ocean to make sure that it doesn't knock him down. So Andrew's got all his items now, and is just gonna fly through the rest of the game, and having to make sure that he's grabbing all of the minor items that will count towards percentage. But yeah, so we got Cicerone doing that bomb jump right now, and I'm not very sure about like the mechanics of how this works, but you do have to be careful to not steadily increase your height. You have to sink a little bit for some of these, because otherwise you'll gain too much height and you'll just hit the ceiling. And he gets across. That was that was really well done. The end is scary because like you have to unmorph at a good time. When you unmorph, the game resets your falling speed. So ideally, when you're doing something like that, or even when you're just doing the very simple HPJ across from the pedestal, you want to unmorph at a really good timing to be able to fall onto the ledge at the other side.
Now, I actually can't remember this tagger, but does it allow major glitches, or is it essentially an MG rule set, but you can use?
It's basically an MG with
GT.
GT code.
Okay, that's what I was fairly.
That's also what GT Classic is. GT code is kind of it's classified as a cheat code or a debug code, more than a glitch. So it's like its definition is kind of separate. So you can have like NMG plus GT code, or major glitch plus GT code, or major glitch that bans GT code. And the community is kind of not all of the categories like really fit cleanly with major glitch NMG specific rules. Anyways, we don't really have like large category splits between them the way that I was gonna say Link to the Past does. So that's pretty rough for Cicerone. He's gonna have to do the bomb jump across the moat again. Fantine is just really, really annoying to do properly in this. Good news is that we get to see that bomb jump again. Oh, and actually a good point being raised is that I'm pretty sure he's foregone Charge Beam, just because that's one of the items doing GT code is going to give you later anyways. It's a decent safety, I would say, if you're like really not quite familiar with doing a lot of this stuff without Charge Beam, if you're just starting out with the category. But optimally, there's no need for it.
Also, we have Sprint Ball, so these little puzzles are much easier.
For Andrew, yeah. So Andrew's actually, he's just about done with Lower Norfair. He's going to pop out at Upper Norfair, and unlike a 100% route, he won't have gotten all the stuff here. So he's actually going to go and clean up like the wave missile and the speed booster missile and all this stuff now.
But yeah, even though he never picked up wave or I can't remember. My brain is it's all over the place.
He did pick up wave and speed booster.
Okay, but he had to dodge the actual missile itself originally.
Yes. But even if he hadn't, even if he had skipped them like Sisram did, he wouldn't have to get them because they're major items and he already has them, so that is good enough for the percentage.
Yeah, which is what I was gonna get to, but then I forgot if he had gotten them. Yeah, the major items, only one is Spur that he had to get, but of course, it's right there. It's not too hard to get to.
Toasty actually doing the snail climb for his mini boss RTA run to finish that out instead of doing the grapple jump, which I haven't watched a lot of mini boss RTA. I haven't really watched him do it, but kind of wasn't expecting to see that strat. Maybe he just doesn't like doing the grapple jump. But you can manipulate that snail. Basically, that snail is only going to continue its climb up the wall when you're facing away from it. So you just keep turning around to either face away or towards it, depending on whether you want it to move or not. Oh, okay. It's one of the unique things for this category. Because you get Speed Missile, but you don't have to go into the room. Getting back with all these crumble bridges out is kind of weird. I think the strat that you're supposed to do is charge a Shine Spark and then spark back. But a lot of that time, because the ceiling slopes, the ground slopes are not super well placed in that room, a lot of the times your Shine Spark will bonk on the ground anyways. Alright, so Sram's take 2 in this 19 fight, and he's in a much better position. You notice he's like killing the flames, and he's leaving the drops there to try and strategically be able to pick up those drops in the middle of the round after he's done the initial 2 and 2 on Fantoon. Also, GG's to Toasty finishing mini boss RTA segment for his team. And John, Black Elite John, is going to start his 135%.
And I know he's been practicing it lately, so it should be pretty good. He talks about this category a lot, at least.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of relay practice lately instead of playing nature. Which is good. I wouldn't want anyone on my team who's spending a lot of time playing nature instead of practicing their category.
Yeah, who would do that? Nature's really good, though. We have Fantoon down now for Suzurime, but with only 49 health, still kind of worrisome, but it's going to get some extra health from the drop.
49 is kind of... 49's a lot, I would say, for this circumstance. He's not going to have to bomb jump across bowling because he has Varia, and he'll be able to survive 2 hits. If he didn't have Varia, then he would have to do it.
Very good gravity jump.
So I think, like really optimally, you would not get Varia, I think. And you would do the bomb jump across bowling, but that's in the relay setting, that's probably really risky.
Yeah, those bomb jumps are like really stressful looking. So it looks very strange how it works.
It's very it's from what I've heard from people who can do it. It's unintuitive, but not really that hard, and very possible to be consistent at. But it's just so weird. I'm not forgetting bowling. I'm literally talking about it right now. It was literally the focus of my statement.
Yeah, we're discussing horizontal bomb jumps in relation to bowling.
But yeah, so doesn't have to do it because he's got variant, but that's the only thing.
Also, we now have every beam. Again, have to de-equip Spazer because otherwise the game will most likely crash. But even if it didn't, all of the good applications of it are major glitches. So.
If you have every beam equipped, unless you're firing a charge shot to the left, the game will crash 100% of the time.
And it crashes spectacularly, if I remember correctly.
Oh, not really. In this case, it would just black screen
Oh,
instantly, pretty much.
I thought one of them caused the game to just like freak out, but I guess I was wrong. That's unfortunate.
Space-time beam causes the game to freak out, and not necessarily crash, depending on how you do it, but it does cause the game to freak out. So we'll be seeing some of that freak out later in the relay.
Unfortunately, I think there's only the one major glitch category, which is 80% glitch GT in this marathon.
Oh yeah, so it looks like Fuzda got grapple, and that wasn't necessary since it's a major, but it is literally his first time running the category. Just filled in for it, and he knows how to do the tricks that are required for it, being an experienced SM player that he is, and knows the rules of it. So it's basically just take that and run with it.
You said Fuzda.
Yes, I probably did.
Who did you mean?
Andrew.
Okay. I was confused, but now I am not. Very good. Wait, he just picked it up for this? I knew he was a show thing, but I assumed he knew the category. That's nuts. Andrew is a true goat. Is there a reason that he would skip the E-Tank on the way up, but gets it on the way back? I don't know, little optimizations.
Sorry, which E-Tank?
He got the E-Tank in high jump. Like, when he went down, he jumped over it very deliberately, go into the mist. I'm just wondering if there's an actual reason for that, or just, he prefers to do it that way.
I know what you're talking about, but I'm just kind of blanking right now.
No worries.
It's not a big deal, I don't think.
I didn't think so. I was just curious if it was. It's always interesting to see like little things that people do that are different. Like in each room, there's just like a lot of options with the movement in Super Metroid. So. As you can see, this category gets pretty fast once you have every item in the game at your disposal. So it works out pretty nicely.
The best thing about this category is being able to do spring ball strats without having to go all the way to spring ball.
Yeah, I mentioned that in the when we were ending the last category. I was like, seriously, like there are some really sick strats. If you look at Matt's percent and your eyes glaze over because it sounds long, there's some really, really cool strategies in this. And spring ball is actually just a really unique item, and the things you can do with it are quite interesting. Unfortunately, it requires like a 2-minute time commitment to get. So nobody gets, so it's not drawn in any category except for 100%, and in 100% it's drawn so late it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it's got an in-map completion too.
That's true.
I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Is it actually picked up, or is it just
I
like
actually,
the
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember
I
either.
really, I should know this. I should know this, but I
I
don't.
was watching a bunch before before AGDQ, and then I haven't seen anybody run it since. So that was SGDQ, not AGDQ. AGDQ has the 100% recommend go watch Shiny as Any RBO run. That was a very good run for people who maybe missed out on that.
Alright, so Stray getting to his GT code input. Having done a high jumpless gravity dive, which is just a bit more time spent in the lava. That's all.
And as we said, you did high jump. You don't have to pick it up later. It doesn't count for anything. Oh, missing that Shine Spark. I hate that Shine Spark. I know how you're supposed to do it, and I just don't understand why the developers put this item here. Yeah, it was really cool Shine Spark on the turtle.
I think there's if you have space jump already, there's another strat for that room. That he doesn't actually run the category, so he probably wouldn't know to think of it, but space jumping, like getting as much speed as you can and space jumping through the room towards the missile is faster, and then grabbing the E-tank after. I think there might even be a shot you can do that reveals the missile, like a diagonal shot with speed.
That's really cool. Yeah, another thing that gets utilized a lot in this is Shine Spark. Shine Spark is just an overall very useful ability throughout Super Metroid.
I'd say in this category, space jump is probably the main thing you get to see used in places where you wouldn't see it in other categories.
True. Yeah, I guess you again, it's another item you get very late comparatively to where it could be used. It's why randomizers are so interesting, because you do get these very neat movement options sometimes, and makes for like you get to do things that you never get to do in any other category. And Match GT is sort of like that. You get all these items and you get to use them in places you never get to use them in anywhere else.
Yeah, I got interested in this category fairly recently. Thought it was a cool idea, decided to try it, and from what I can say, it's basically I've been calling it the definitive randomizer category because it has the most. it has the most unique strats that would benefit a player in a randomizer context, I think.
Yeah, and honestly, other than unlocking all the items, it's not like GT Code does anything like gimmicky to the game. So
No, not really. But yeah, having space jump in places that you wouldn't normally have it in 100% sort of run, like when you come out of Lower Norfair and you go get the wave missile, the way that you are able to jump through the door with space jump, you're able to do that in a very particular way to fix the door and still have speed to like get through the room properly because you don't have to worry about landing on the platforms. It is just thinking about movement in a very different way than you're used to. So Sram actually didn't set up the double shot correctly for the Metal Pirates, choosing to reset the room.
oh, that's actually really funny.
I don't know if he just wanted to execute the strat to show it off, or I mean, it's a common strat. It's in any percent old route and 100%. But I wonder if he just wanted to do it more than save the time.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I seem to have fallen behind a little bit more than I expected.
Alright, so Andrew at Dragon does actually have X-Ray, even though it's not showing in the HUD. GT Code gives you... It does give you Grapple and X-Ray, but it isn't appearing on the HUD. Well, Grapple's appearing because Andrew actually picked up the Grapple item. But the only two ways to get the only two ways that the game actually draws the icon are it runs a routine to draw it when you pick up the actual item pickup, or it'll do it when you load a save.
Oh. So if one of these guys die after getting it, which is very unlucky, because as far as I know, their health is actually like off screen. Like
Yes.
yeah, like Andrew's health is currently off screen.
Not his current health, but his max health probably is. I'm not sure actually. It might be exactly like it might be exactly 1400.
Right. Either way, it's very interesting. You doesn't actually do anything weird to the UI, I think.
Not in game. It does look funny on the file select screen though. You actually see the third row of E-tanks, and they don't really line up correctly. You can even see like a fourth row, and it looks kind of staggered.
I think that the most interesting part about this category is that this code wasn't found until like 15 years after the game's release.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It was actually found by a Super Metroid ROM hacker by the name of Jam, who I think was just looking through GT's AI and just found this whole like set of routines that set your items, and is like, what is up with this? I think that's what happened.
I was half expecting for you to say a like Let's Player in like some random forum discovered like, why do I have all the items going into this room? Because they were just holding their face buttons. That's more interest. That's better. I think the ROM hacker just going, this doesn't make any sense.
It kind of went more like, this makes perfect sense, but why is it here? But I think like if a Let's Player had kind of found it in that context, it might have been like hard for other people to believe them.
That's a good point.
And it would have been harder to get the information to reproduce it. So Andrew, not having run this category before, is not going for a strat here that I think I expect everyone else to go for. Will be coming up in the wrecked ship revisit, but when you see Sisraim get to and Hero get to the Botuni tank, normally in a 100% context, it's faster to get the Botuni tank on the way back, so that you can just speed through the wall right away on your first trip, and only get it back when you're dropping down the sand pit. But assuming Hero also does this route, you're going to see both of them pick up the E-tank before the Dragon fight. And then they're going to pop their reserves instantly and actually try and take a bunch of damage during the Dragon fight. That's going to set up a Crystal Flash for a lot later. Oh, and Sisraim is doing the Spark on the way back. As FPS mentioned in chat way earlier, if you touch the door, I didn't know this myself, but if you touch the door, it actually sets up the sparks so that it doesn't bonk on the slope on the way back. But yeah, so I'll try to stop sidetracking my own commentary. They're going to be setting up Crystal Flash a lot later in the run, and they're actually going to use that Crystal Flash in a very interesting way in the wrecked ship revisit. It doesn't save a huge amount of time, but it's a really neat possibility in this category.
Yeah, for those just joining us recently, we are doing the Metroid Relay. We're doing as the categories that you can see in the middle of the screen there, in that order. Currently in the lead is Car Ramrod, as they had an early lead. They've led in every category. Currently, Alton Dre Dunes is in last place, partially due to essentially that being the even if I was still able to run it, the runner was dropped in on short notice because I broke my PC, can't actually stream, and so they are behind partially due to that, but also because the rest of their runners are on a significantly higher level. So the teams are pretty much balanced. You'll see, like in the end, this should probably be within 10-20 minutes, I think, by the end of the relay. But we will be going through these categories in that order, and currently everyone is doing match percent GT Toad, and the only one to not have the Toad itself is Black Elite John. And I believe that Car Ramrod is still in the lead here. Astor can...
Yeah, he's definitely still in the lead by a pretty good margin.
Also, we get to see this. Very good, Suzerain.
Oh, yeah, this is a thing.
I don't know what this thing is, but we did it. Where did Samus end up?
It's not important.
Okay, sure. So you didn't need to do any of that then? That didn't speed it up at all?
Just swag.
Oh, okay.
Actually, there's like one tiny use for this, sort of. I'll explain in a second. If you spring ball over Croc's head like that, you can, I think, I'm not sure on details of this, but I think you can get the camera unlocked earlier and that gives you more time to do spike suit attempts before Croc's ghost makes it to the left side of the room. But that's more a thing for 100%.
That might have been one of the more entertaining things I've ever seen. I've never seen that before.
Oh, Andrew is showing off another very unique thing in this category. You have to get this missile
powered
while the
missiles.
ship's powered.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, you're right.
I completely forgot about it.
I did this by accident once in a randomizer and died because that room is actually really annoying when you only have 99 health and you turned on the ship for some reason. I completely blanked and forgot about that item and then beat Fantoon.
I've forgotten that item in 100% before.
That's all. Oh no. Oh, is it being confirmed if there's like if somebody like forgets an item and finishes, do we have a ruling on what happens?
I think the penalty is 10 seconds for every item that was deemed unintentionally missed, and if an item is deemed intentionally missed based on how it was missed, I think that's going to be up to like admin discretion.
Ah.
But if it's just like clearly an accident, it's a minute penalty. Sorry, my bad. 10 seconds is the penalty for missing a map tile in map completion. I think that's where I got confused.
Oh, okay. Are they using the? I assume then that they are using the map completion ROM hack.
Yes.
Is it a ROM hack?
It is a ROM hack.
Okay. It's such a minor thing. It's hard to even say. Like, it feels like a thing that should have been in the game in a menu somewhere almost.
Well,
I guess if it was in a menu, then it would become part of 100%'s definition.
well, you'd still have like you'd separate the completion categories, like how Prime has separate items and scans. But what's the penalty for 15% and low percents?
What, you're telling me they're not doing iceless chargeless?
I don't want to talk about chargeless. What's the penalty for grade first RVO? Okay. So Andrew is revisiting the wrecked ship, doing all this stuff again. And he's going to go through bowling after this. Oh wow, Sustraium getting a really slow short charge, a really slow and difficult short charge to get a speedball through that tunnel coming out of Kraid's area.
That was really cool.
That's really hard to do without high jump and speed. It's way, way harder to do with. Okay, I don't think Hero is going for the Crystal Flash setup strat either. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he got the Batuni tank yet. He's not damaging himself, so yeah, he's not going to be going for that strat. I know John will go for it. I'm like pretty sure he will, and Sustraium definitely will go for it. So keep an eye out for what they do when they get to Dragon.
There's something I know John likes to do that is weird spiked suits. I guess it's not spiked suit. I'm very bad at terminology. I know things, and then I use the wrong words.
Oh, he does like spike suits, but that's not related to this. Anyone who follows the stream knows what category he typically runs. I'm glad you asked, Wife of Zenny. Because this is the category that he is most known for running, and by most I mean only.
You're not wrong. It's a very cool category, though. Like, it's...
He literally doesn't have any runs submitted for anything on the main leaderboard. Just this extension category. And he has world record for it, so...
Does he have any other extension categories?
I don't think so.
Very good. I admire a man with dedication. When John's about to get his space-time code. Sorry, GT code. Don't actually do space-time, John.
Oh, it's space-time you have to do on purpose. You have to unequip Wave for that.
He's not gonna... I mean, you could miss menu in theory. It's unlikely.
I think I've done that before. Oh, Susraim's done dashless 100%. I didn't know that. I know that that's a thing that John really likes doing too.
Dashless 100... Is that... You can never press B?
Yep.
Sure.
So that is actually... that's done with the ROM hack that... it's like the info HUD, but everything is normal except it has input display. So it's like verifying you're not pressing the dash button, I guess.
Okay, sure.
Or it might be unbound, I'm not sure.
That's,
okay, Firebat's done space-time by accident because he actually runs the category in probably a muscle memory thing. Okay, so Susraim is going to get this energy tank right now. And he's going to pop his reserves right now, I think. He doesn't have much in them, but...
It's like one of my favorite tricks. And just...
Oh, you're allowed to press B, but you can't. Okay, you're only allowed to use it for X-ray? Do you need X-ray for that run? Like, using it? I know you have to collect it. He's going to take one of his mandated saves here, which, given the strat he's going to be doing, he's going to be damaging himself on Dragon. I think he's going to turn off suits and grapple the turret to bring down his health. Which, puts him at risk for dying, so this is actually a pretty good spot to take one of his 3 required saves for the relay.
I just realized you could lose a significant amount of time by not doing that fault. These 2 Gauntlet missiles properly. So, well, I have to do Gauntlet again. Sure, why not?
Okay, he's not taking off his suits for this, so I guess he's... I thought you took off suits for this, but I guess that's slower. I can't remember, honestly.
I don't even know what he's doing.
He's setting up for Crystal Flash. That is going to be used... it's not going to be used here. It's going to be used quite a bit later, so he doesn't need the health to be low now, but he needs to start getting his health down, because he has a lot of health.
So he's basically using the time where he can't do anything to
yeah,
lower
pretty
his health.
much.
Yeah. What is happening? What did he just do to himself?
He just got chain damage on purpose. So basically he damaged, he X-ray buffered Dragon, to the point where Dragon had low health but wasn't dead, so that he could set up to get a bunch of chain damage on purpose.
Oh, it's
And
really
blue
cool to
suit.
look at. It was very cool to look at. Oh, and he has blue suit? Oh, I guess that's what he just used to get the shine spark.
Yeah. Well, chain damage happens because you get blue suit while you're in Dragon set box, and blue suit constantly resets your iframes.
And that shine spark missile. Again, still not sure why it is. Also, that jump there, I really like that.
Nice.
That's a really cool one.
You got the aqueduct bomber. I don't know if this has another name.
I thought it was just called the blue bomber. Like the technique was the blue bomber. I didn't realize it was associated with that room.
No, I'm saying it's blue bomber used here is I guess what I mean. I don't know. I could've
Aqua
just said
bomber.
blue bomber. Whatever. Yeah, that's a decent name, I guess. It's the trick you can soft lock doing if you mess it up.
Oh yeah, yes. If you don't go high enough, all right, you'd be stuck in between the two.
It's not if you don't go high enough. Only the top speed blocks in each respawn. So it's not if you go high enough, but it's if you fall in the gap and you lose blue and you don't fall all the way through, and the speed blocks above you reform above you. That's when you get soft locked.
Oh, yeah, that sounds bad. Okay.
So Andrew is doing Brinstar cleanup right now, and I think this is going to lead into like a typical 100% route finish when he gets to Blue Brinstar from here. In 100%, you're normally getting to the Blue Brinstar segment and going into terrain from there. From going up Red Tower from LN and hitting up X-Ray anyway. So like 100% is finish LN, Red Tower, X-Ray, go backwards through New Bridge and go to Blue Brinstar from there. Here it's do Gauntlet and then do Pink Bryn cleanup and then Blue Brinstar from there, and then it follows the normal Hundo route, I think.
Also, I hope none of you were hoping to see Spore spawn again. We won't see him for another few hours. I kind of wish that you could quick turn, like with space jump. It would make space jump a lot like easier to use.
Wait, what do you mean
If
quick
you could
turn
keep
this?
If you could keep your momentum and change directions,
Oh, that would
that would
be
be nice.
I think
Too
that'd
good?
be a pretty gross violation of physics.
Fair enough. I didn't think of that. Good point.
I also think there's probably a ROM hack that can do it. I'm not sure.
Sweet.
I like how this Green Gate glitch on the way back to Meridian Main Street is in the route, even though it saves so little time. Okay, this is chat's getting a bit out of control here. I think we need some more mods in here.
I have not actually kept chat open at all, so maybe I or shouldn't.
Okay, I actually just realized I have no idea which direction Andrew entered Jungle Burnstar from. I don't remember the route of this. It's been a while since I run it. I think he came in from the bottom, actually. Yeah, I think you... do you do Wreck Ship and then... I think you do Wreck Ship and then down Red Tower and then Pink Burnstar? I don't know. He came from Gauntlet. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. I don't remember the route. Frame has managed to get himself to very low health, though. So we're gonna see what this Crystal Flash is for pretty soon. Oh, never mind. Andrew probably doesn't actually know the route. Never mind. I forgot about that. It's okay. Everything's fine. Alright, so Frame is actually doing the spark to get his energy down. And now he's gonna use the grapple beam.
I love this trick!
Gonna use the grapple beam to get stuck in this wall. And do a Crystal Flash. This Crystal Flash is going to cause him to force stand. And now that he's stand, he's gonna be able to use the X-ray that it also looks like he doesn't have to X-ray climb into this door. This gray door, even though it never opens, actually does have the transition behind it. And so he's able to skip bowling and get this missile in this reserve tank without having to sit through the 40-second bowling again.
I assume done first time definitely saves time?
It saves like 10-15 seconds, I think.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, no, this bowling animation's super long.
He still does have to go like back through the front of Wreck Ship and out and into the courtyard to get all those missiles and such. But once he gets the courtyard missiles, he can just drop through the crumble blocks there and not have to sit through this stuff. John is probably going to go for this too. I think John just likes his strategy as well, so he will go for it. Really good damage boost to get back through the back through that room. Also, the powered on spiky area with the left missile. He actually did a really... I've never noticed that strat. I'm sure I've seen it, but I haven't noticed what Sisram just did before. He just tried to get a damage boost across the room by grappling the spark. Grappling the spark lets you take damage off it as if you touched it.
I really enjoyed Black Elite John's little dance there. You get grapple beam. Yes, he had picked it up actually physically.
Yeah, he picked it up mostly because of this being his first run ever of the category, and muscle memory and all that. I caught myself going to spring ball and plasma when running this once, even though you don't need to.
Andrew actually is headed into the final stretch, which, other than having an absolutely absurd amount of health, and missiles, is not too much different from any other category. Oh, never mind. It stops here, and apparently you're next. See ya. What?
I think somebody clicked the wrong button.
Okay. I was like, wait, does it end here for some reason?
No. He has to finish the game. He skipped series by accident. I guess he either wasn't sure of the rules or he didn't have a file ready or something like that. But
I know he stepped series.
Yeah, there was some confusion about that in chat earlier. That some of the other runners were doing series when he wasn't. So that was a mistake.
Oh, so he's just chilling here for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I do actually have to be up.
Yes.
To run after this.
Your stream ready. Peace.
So, before that, I will say, when they do stand-up glitch, pay attention to how that goes with this amount of max health, because you have to hit max health before the baby Metroid will detach from you during stand-up. And alright, so I'm out of here. Later, guys.
Peace out. Also, this is the coolest trick ever! Susan Ray's Blue Bomber Sprint Ball. Oh, I didn't go all the way through. That's such a cool trick! Even only getting like 3/4 of it is insane. That fast fall was really fast. I'm gonna use my pedestal here to say that what I had said in chat, we need to raise money for this man. Get him to GDQ. This is the greatest run ever. This run looks so neat. Yes, these runs are all timed to the end of the credits. So, if you're seeing times for a runner and you're like, that seems really high for that runner, just remember that the credits is counted as well. And once Andrew is finished up, I will be be leaving you guys, and we'll have some different commentators for RBO. Don't forget to follow any of the runners, commentators that you see here. The majority of them run Metroid pretty often. This community is very tight. If you want to learn how to learn any of these categories, the Super Metroid community is super helpful. Probably one of the more helpful communities out there. Pretty much anyone will hop into your stream to tell you what's up and how to do things. Andrew's damaging himself. We'll probably be doing stand-up. Hero and Suzerain are in the final cleanup of Brine Star. And we'll be seeing the application templates right here. So we get to shoot Mother Brain for a while. It doesn't save that much time, but it is nice. Match GT code is 135%. They get 1 missile, 1 power bomb, 1 super missile before collecting the GT code, and then they can pick up any majors at any point. Once they get the GT code, they get all the majors and a bunch of minor. And because of those extra items, and some E-taints and some reserve taints. Once you get those extra items, they all count towards your percent. So you then go and finish up all of the minor items. You get to see some really neat tricks that you wouldn't see in other categories, primarily sprint ball and space jump movements that you would normally see maybe in randomizer as well as other things. But yes, here you go with the estate. No moonfall, so Andrew smiles during it. I am really far behind. I apologize. My computer is in very bad condition right now, so I lose a lot of time very quickly. So I apologize, my commentary is being behind. But Andrew will be finishing up shortly, and I will be handing it over to Stump and Guy Average for RBO. And so thank you very much for Andrew and Leo for having me here. Again, sorry for having to drop out of the actual relay itself. But thank you for having me for commentary. I believe that this is my last shift, so enjoy the rest of it. With Reverse Boss Order next.
Hey everybody, I'm here for the RBO race that's coming up. I do have someone that should be with me shortly, but yeah. I'm Mr. Guy Average. My restream's lagging a little bit. Hold on, guys. There's nothing average about me. I'm just so cool, and my skill level is so high that I want everyone to feel not, I don't want them to feel bad about themselves. So that's why I just call myself average. That was a joke, by the way. Anyways. So all these max GT code runners are just cleaning up. It looks like, yeah, Susraim's, he's gonna go for a spike suit, in the Criteria Supers room, so he can do baby skip. So be hyped for that. Let's see if he gets it. He does like some kind of X mode kind of thing. And RBO reverse boss order. Yeah. No major glitches category. You fight the Golden 4 bosses in reverse order. So it's Ridley, then Dragon, then Fantoon, then Kraid. So that's why, I mean, you might just want to call it reverse Golden 4 instead of reverse boss order, because you don't start with Mother Brain. That's a different category.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Oh.
Zeusram trying to go for the spike suit. I think he might want to, yeah, he's going to go.
What type of suit was that before?
What do you mean, what type of suit?
From running along the spikes.
That's X mode.
Oh,
So,
nice.
yeah, so he does like an frame perfect kind of like unmorph, and then he turns on X-ray for like one frame, or maybe like a couple frames. I'm not sure how the X-ray part of it works, but while he's in X-ray, he can run on the spikes because he doesn't take damage from it, and that's how he charges the shine spark.
Great. Well, now Ramrod has gotten to the 135, so
Yeah,
Azure is starting RBO.
we got the first RBO runner here.
And meanwhile, we've got
Black League
Hero
John, yeah.
Baby Skip.
Let's see if he gets it. I know he's been practicing it a lot.
All right, that was a good skip.
Lag strats.
Blackly John on that green gate glitch.
Yeah.
And as they're on the series escape.
So for right now, we only have Azur doing RBO, and I know he does double Norfair route. So he visits Norfair twice to get more, like safeties, like energy tanks, missiles, super missiles, and stuff like that. But we do have other Shiny Zenny. Shiny Zenny is gonna be doing a single Norfair visit, so that's a lot more risky. And we have Ponk, who does double Norfair as well. And I don't remember the other runner, so I'm not sure if he's going to be doing single Norfair visit or a double Norfair visit. So yeah.
Astor has reached the planet now and is going to head down to Morph Ball. Until Norfair, this isn't going to be too different.
Yeah, not too different for people who do double Norfair visit, but I know Shiny Zenny for sure. He's gonna do single Norfair. So, and he's also gonna get the task tank as well. So it's gonna be a slightly different route with Moonfall as well. So it's a lot of extra things.
Yep,
Oh, that's right. Slaughter's is the other guy. Okay. Yeah. So,
I'm really hoping to see that E-Tank happen on the
Yeah.
first try.
first try. Let's go for it. Come on, guys. You gotta give Zenny your luck. So yeah, Azur will be doing double Norfair visit, and then he's gonna be picking up the most supers. I mean, supers and energy tanks. He's gonna get a lot of safeties, doing early Meridian stuff, and Ponk and Slaughter's is gonna be doing like a little more optimized double Norfair visit.
We just missed a Spark baby skip.
Oh, did Susram get it?
Yes.
Nice, dude. I know he'd been practicing that. Yeah, so that's what the X mode thing is for. Back when he was doing like some kind of crazy X mode stuff in the Criteria Supers room.
Oh, that was to store the Spark for that?
Yeah, it was to store the spark for baby skip. You know, just extra swag. Oh. On John's side, okay. So when John was doing the bowling skip, doing the crystal flash into there, the position of his screen looked a little wonky. And there's something that could happen if he does mess up the crystal flash a little bit. A graphical glitch could happen, and you might have to reset because of that. But yeah, it looked like it was fine. So a lot of people have different like setups for it. But yeah, that was a good X climb.
All right, Blacklead John's gonna head over to the reserve tank. Hero starts the escape. And as they're in the boundaries of fight.
The broken graphics are like really bad, and it gets progressively worse. So it's better just to reset because it's really hard to run with that. So yeah, it looks like Susram is doing the stand-up glitch. Hero's gonna escape. It looks like a pretty close race between the top right team and the bottom right.
Yep, they are not that far apart.
Yeah, Susream definitely he made up a lot of lost time with a lot of his nice late game strats.
Those were great tricks to see. You rarely see a lot of them.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give Max GT Code a quick shout out here, guys. You all better at least look into it. You know, watch a couple of runs because it's a great category, and I made a tutorial on it too. So if you guys are interested in running it, you can go watch that.
Yeah. I definitely plan to try that category now. That's been quite interesting to watch.
Yeah.
Alright, as they're in Brinstar and headed towards the early supers. Appearing a buffered damage boost off of them.
Cool. That's a nice strat. There's two ways you can go about getting that missile in John's side. You could go from top down, getting the wreck ship E-tank, and then going back down, and you can actually get a spark to spark across that missile room to get it. And then all the spike drops, they're in like a good position where you can just like run and space jump through the whole thing without having to bunk on any of them. So it's a pretty cool strat. So, double Norfair visit, you're gonna be getting a lot of these Brinstar items much later once you have speed and wave and ice and power bomb and stuff like that. So that's why Azir isn't really picking up much, but he will be coming back here later to get a lot more safeties and stuff. Right now he's just getting the bare minimum to go to Norfair.
Yep. Right, and well, now that's another max percent GT done.
Yeah. GG to Susream.
Plus the animals.
Oh, you saved the animals too. Yeah. He did that in his 118 world record. I think every record he's got saved the animals.
Yep. TRB, MBO, and Alpha Gamers differing by pretty much the length of the credits.
Yeah. It's pretty insane.
Yep. And Asder at Spazer.
Yeah, so the way this works is that you can't get plasma pretty much in RBO, so you really can't like fight Ridley that well. So that's why we try to get all the beams we can, so it's Spazer, Wave, and Ice, kind of like any percent when you do new route. And in double Norfair visit, you're going to be getting a lot more supers as well to help with that fight. And I think Azir will be getting 30 supers, so he doesn't even have to get all the beams if he didn't want to, but it definitely helps.
And Hero reaches the 135% readout, and off goes Sloters.
134 is definitely not a bad time at all.
Asder with high jump. I think we might be about to see some heated rooms.
So yeah, he does I think it's ice first, right? You go ice, heated room, and then you do a couple of hell rooms into Bubble Mountain, and then you pick up speed and wave, and then you go down to Croc and get grapple beam before coming back up.
Well, in the order in which this happens, it is time for RBO to become RBO.
Yeah.
A good save before that.
This is like
And
kind of
it begins.
Oh. It's kind of like the like sort of building suspense to what's to come. Yeah, double Norfair is a lot of just most of the run is just picking up items just so you can survive the like the entirety of Lower Norfair and Meridia.
Asdir uses reserve to get through the lava ballroom and gets to Bubble Mountain with 66 health left. Nice little safe haven there.
Yeah, it's like almost as if DHR knew.
It really is.
And perfect farming spot, right before speed booster.
Oh, are we?
Oh. Wait.
That seemed like we might be see. I was wondering if we would see Quasi Abuse back into
Yeah.
back into Bubble Mountain. But there's 135% for TRBMVOT, and time for Shiny Zenny to begin. From Zenny, we'll be seeing a somewhat different route from the others.
Shiny Zenny really has a very unique route compared to all the other RBO runners. I think so far he's really the only one that does this. I think.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone else do that same route. We all got to see that route at GDQ.
Yeah, it was a great run.
It really was. So the series escape begins. Asdir headed through the little morph tunnel in Bubble Mountain.
Yeah, he's gonna be going to Croc from here. Wait, did he get wave? No, right? No, he didn't.
No.
So, okay. I mean...
And it appears that he has remembered that.
Oh, okay. Alright then. I was a little confused. I was thinking he was going to do like a different route then.
Oh, no speed either.
Oh, he was just farming. Okay.
Oh, this is going to be tight. Oh, that pause abuse. Saved.
Okay. Alright, yeah. That was a tight one.
Zenny lands on Thebes and is ready to begin item collection.
Yeah. So the main difference you're gonna see here, Zenny is gonna be doing he's gonna be doing like a task tank kind of CWJ wall jump, and I'm gonna try to explain this as best I can, but it's a little complex. So yeah, once he gets into the room, I'll talk about it. But pretty much, I think this saves close to, because you're gonna be coming back through this area anyways, to get the power bombs. That's to the left of this E-tank. But if you do the task tank like first try, then you don't have to come back to grab it. so it does save a little bit of time.
Yep. So he's picking up the first missiles, and well, after this is where the route divergence will happen. And we'll see how many tries this takes.
So, pretty much how this works is that it's a frame perfect wall jump into a frame perfect, like, all I know is that there's 3 frame perfect, like, movement things that you have to do. I'm not entirely sure.
Don't forget
And
the
then-
positioning, too.
Yeah, positioning is also super important. And then on top of that, even if he gets every trick right, it's a 50% like collision kind of oscillator thing. So it's sort of like a coin flip to getting that E-tank. I think... Oh, it's also a frame perfect like L tap, whatever, to kind of expand his hitbox in order to like grab it. And he also needs to do it in a very specific place.
It's called Test Tank for a reason.
Yeah. He gets it, like, honestly, like, fairly often for kind of how crazy all the tricks is. Yeah, see there, that's why it's like so hard, because
There we
doing-
go.
you're doing the CWJ and then he can like morph and stuff. So that's why he has to like, it's a lot of button pressing all at once. But yeah, he gets it.
Yep. Now Zenny can continue. And we've got
First try.
first try every time.
First try every time.
We got Astor having just beaten Crack Phase 1, grabbing the E-Tank. Slaughter's one room away from Red Tower. And Zenny headed up the climb.
So, Slaughter's, he's also going to be doing double Norfair visit. So he's going to be doing like most of the cleanup that Azure does, but he's not going to be doing early Meridia or Gauntlet E-Tank, I think. He might grab that, I'm not sure.
Luckily, John's speed wall Blue Brinstar.
Yeah, it's a nice trick. It's really tight too.
Yep, and that extra missile pack that Zenny got from Blue Brinstar made the Bontrizo fight a little
Even
bit
more
more
free than it
free.
already is. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, Azure just got his grapple beam, so from here on out, he's gonna be going into Brinstar and then doing kind of a full circle around, grabbing as many items as he can. And he's also gonna be going into Meridia as well, on his way back after doing a lot of Brinstar cleanup.
And now we've got Slaughter's on the way back from high jump. So the hell running is about to begin there. Zenny headed to early supers. And as they're headed out, crack escape. A couple more rooms, and well, we'll see another
Yeah, the last
thing that Zenny does differently.
Hell run for Azure before he goes into Burnstar again. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Zenny's gonna be doing kind of like I would say the hallmark of this single Norfair visit RBO route.
Yep.
Is Moonfall. You could do it without Moonfall. Moonfall only saves like a minute because it does take a while to set it up. Or is he not doing it?
I guess not.
Oh, okay. Are they all doing double Norfair visit then? Or is he gonna do single but no Moonfall? No, if he was gonna do single Norfair visit, he would do Moonfall, so I guess they're all gonna be doing double Norfair visit then.
I was looking forward to seeing Moondance.
Yeah, I want to see Moondance too. It's a nice trick. I'm not sure what is he gonna do. I mean, yeah.
And we've got Slutters doing some farming before heading to Speed Booster.
Yeah, looking a lot more healthy than Azure did.
Yep. And Zenny headed up Red Tower.
Oh yeah, so he is going to be doing single Norfair visit. So I guess I'll mention there's sort of two variants for the single Norfair visit. You could do Moonfall, which really only saves like a minute. It doesn't save too much time, but otherwise you could just go over here, up Red Tower to grab power bombs. Then he's gonna come back through Brinstar and do a bunch of cleanup. And yeah, so he will be doing single Norfair visit then. Just no Moonfall.
And he's now headed over back down Red Tower now that he's got power bombs.
Yeah.
And Slutters is going to go get the wave beam. This is one of the tighter parts of the first Norfair visit.
Or do you do this in single Norfair visit? If you're not doing Moondance? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm just gonna like stop saying stuff. I don't even know what he's doing.
Zenny back from Spazer.
Yeah, he's probably just trolling, guys. He's just trolling. He would never do this.
That's there with the spark through Old Mother Brain room. About to go get the climb supers.
That spark, you also saw that in Max GT code. It's a sort of tight spark. It's not necessarily easy to get.
Interesting way to charge the spark.
Alright then, I guess Zenny is doing double Norfair visit. But I assume he's not going to be getting like every safety there is. So he most likely will skip plenty of safeties. because he does lava dive into low Norfair with only 6 E-tanks, I think. 5 or 6. So most likely he'll probably grab like the same amount really, or maybe just 1 extra E-tank.
And Sloters has crack phase 1 down.
Did Slaughter skip Spacer? I think he did, right?
I have to see.
Because that's sort of what I was alluding to. That you could get all of the beam combos, but like if you want to do an optimal double Norfair visit, you would skip them because you have enough supers to kill Ridley, and you don't need the bombs. I mean, you don't need the beams. Unless he grabs him on his way back when he's gonna fight Ridley.
Well, we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah.
So we've got Raster at Akun power bombs.
Yeah, so if Zenny did do Moon Dance, this is the reason why he does it, just to get these power bombs early, which saves a little bit of time.
Yeah, the result of that moon dance is quite a sight to see. And we've got Sloters at grapple after bouncing into the room. As they're cleaning up the items requiring power bombs in Big Pink. And Zenny at speed booster. And Blackly John on standout glitch. So before too long, we'll have RBO on all 4 screens.
Yep. And the person doing RBO for Alkun Dragoons, Punk, has the world record currently for the double Norfair visit. So let's see if he can make up all that lost time, since all these people will be doing double Norfair.
I've never seen the Metroid die that far left on as it just did on Black Elite John's screen.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how the stand-up glitch works. He was probably far out that way, because once he had full health, the Metroid detaches from you if you did stand-up glitch. So the Metroid probably detached when he was like kind of to the left.
Yeah, we got Sloters reaching Red Tower to backtrack for some more items. And Zenny headed down to Croc after doing a little bit of farming.
Very average, Rasu. I'm very average.
Aster with the waterway E-tank. And Black Elite John with a reverse Behemoth Spark to finish off that climb. Zenny in the croc fight now.
And it looks like Azir is done with the Brinstar cleanup part of the double Norfair route. So he's going to be going to Meridia early and picking up a couple safeties there. Plenty of supers, and I think only one E-tank unless he goes all the way to bot tomb.
It looks like a wraparound shot for Zenny. And GG to Black Elite John.
GG. What was his final time?
I didn't see. Zenny on Croc Phase 2. As they're headed into Meridia. Breaking the tube. And keeping upward speed into the first room to get directly onto the fish.
So yeah, we're gonna be seeing pretty cool Meridia climbing stuff that you usually don't see until like 40 minutes into the run, or 30 minutes.
Almost there for getting up onto the higher fish.
So yeah, Azir will definitely
almost there.
Yeah,
we
he's
got
gonna have to do this again when he comes out of Lower Norfair too.
Still not quite there with getting onto the top fish.
I find doing the left side is kind of easier.
I do too.
Yeah.
And Zenny grabbing grapple and getting the best mock ball in the game on the way back.
Best mock ball in the game. I think Slaughter's did that too.
Ooh, that crab was close for Azir.
Almost had that wall jump before.
Slaughter's headed down to visit the Edicoons and grab the items that are down there.
So yeah, so far Slaughter's has had a similar route to Azir, but if I'm not mistaken, I think he will skip the Gauntlet E-Tank. So after cleaning up Brinstar, he's just gonna go straight to Lower Norfair. Yes, Azir is doing early Norfair.
Gear Force for Black Elite John. As they're heading up to the Missile and Super in the beach section of Meridia. And 135% for Black Elite John. GG.
GG, yeah. And Zenny is also starting his cleanup now.
A little bit of a speed keep into reverse Green Hill Zone.
He clearly practices a couple times, so I guess he was planning on trolling us.
And Mission Impossible strats from Sloters.
Very nice.
And Sloters headed to the Wavegate E-Tank. And Ponk dealing with Sirius Ridley. As they're grabbing crab supers.
Did he go to Baltoon? I don't think so, right?
No.
Okay, yeah. So he won't be going that far into Meridia. But he does have 25 supers maximum right now. So he's gonna go into Lower Norfair, and when he fights GT, he's gonna get the last super missile pack to make 30, which is all he needs to defeat Ridley. This type of run is reverse boss order. So you're gonna fight the 4 main bosses in the reverse order. So it's Ridley first, and then Dragon, and then Phantoon, and then Great. That was a pretty close spark for Sloders. He almost bonked on that top part.
That was close. As you're coming back from having grabbed a turtle tank. And Zenny now cleaning up the Edokun area. And as they're headed out of Meridia,
Oh, and Zenny's going up, so it looks like he might grab the Gauntlet E-Tank. So it looks like Zenny's actually going to be getting the most safeties. Well, I mean, he probably won't go into Meridia, so I don't know. So at this point, Sloders, it looks like he made up a lot of lost time, and is like he's pretty close to Hazard now, since he skipped the all of early Meridia, and it looks like it's a pretty close race now.
and Zenny went down the climb to get the supers.
Oh, it looks like Azure already has 30 supers, so he might not fight GT, but we'll see how it goes.
As they're doing a little farming for with that amount of ammo, probably for Lower Norfair.
Yeah, all that for Lower Norfair. It's pretty crazy. And I'm fairly certain Sloders will do GT fight, because he is short on super missiles.
Well, looks like we've got both Aster and Sloders
Yeah, it looks like
headed
they
in
caught
the
up.
direction of Lower Norfair at around the same time.
Lead change.
The sync,
Both, yeah.
overlapping door transitions.
Uh-huh. Dang. So yeah, that kind of gives you a picture of like how much time you lose doing early Meridia. It does waste quite a bit of time. Aw, damn.
As their lost spin during Lava Dive.
That's a big rip. My restream
Yeah.
is pretty late. I just realized that.
And we got Sloters first into Lower Norfair.
First Crystal Flash of the run. You'll be seeing plenty of those.
You definitely will. And it looks like Zenny is headed into Norfair also. And Asder is going to have to redo the pre-lava dive farming.
Yeah. Hopefully he gets better RNG this time. Plenty of big. Yeah.
And Slotter's farming up some supers.
Yeah, he's farming for super, so he's definitely gonna fight GG.
Down to screw attack. Zenny grabbing Ice Beam.
Oh, he's already back to or he's gonna be doing the lava dive soon, so yeah, so it does look like he's gonna be doing the lava dive with his normal loadout for the most part. I think he has more missiles and supers than he usually does. But this lava dive with only 60 tanks is pretty tight. And he's going to be using every last bit of health to try and complete that.
Ooh, that was a fireball. And that is... well...
That sucks.
Yeah. Well, hopefully Astor will get it this time. And we got Sloters in the GT fight now.
Yeah, this is where grapple beam really helps.
Yep, letting you stay in the safe spot while still farming the eggs that GT fires at you.
Ooh. Sloters might not make it out. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's really tight. He had to use his reserves, which is not good. You want to have, I think, full reserves coming out of the GT fight.
Yep, and then that was specific movement out of that refill room to allow getting up through the top of the room. And then Sloters is going to farm some of the supers back because those are going to be rather important for the Ridley fight.
Lower Norfair is very, very technical. There's a lot of like specific places where you should be doing crystal flashes and farming, and you always want to have a certain number of ammo going into like a certain room.
Right, here is Lava Dive. Oh! Ah.
There you go.
Asder unfortunately does not make it up to the Lower Norfair entrance. But now Zenny is in there.
GG to him. It's a pretty tough lava dive with the amount of heat tanks he has. Very, very tight. I think he wanted to do double Norfair visit just to make it a little bit more fair, because everyone else was doing double Norfair visit, now that I think about it.
Sloters reaches the conveniently located unheated room to get the E-tank from it.
What an E-tank placement. And these fireflies only drop power bombs, so pretty suspicious. I mean, unless you're beeping, you're below 29 health, then they would drop small health drops.
There's screw attack for Zenny.
Master's doing the spark this time around. It's definitely faster because you do conserve a lot more health, actually, compared to just grappling around.
And here is lava dive.
Let's see if he gets it.
Oh, that's
Dang.
so close.
Sucks.
And we got Zenny in the GT fight now, taking advantage of grapple to.
Alright, I predicted. This
Farm
is
back.
the one. This is the one, Asder. If you're listening to me right now, this is the one. Alright? It's this time you're gonna make it through lava dive.
I believe in this attempt.
It's this attempt. Calling it now.
Slaughter's most of the way to Ridley.
Yeah, but
There's some
due to those unfortunate deaths, it looks like Slaughter's is definitely taking a big lead. But Zenny does look like he's catching up fairly quickly.
now Zenny is on the only one cycle of grabbing supers is enough. Here comes the fast pillars.
Zenny has like a nice strat of farming those blue orbs and doing the spark all at the same time. It's pretty neat.
Now we've got Slaughter's on pre-Ridley farming.
Ah. Azur almost made it.
Refilling and trying again.
Yeah.
Zenny about at the E-tank in the Firefly room.
I believe Slaughter's does have full ammo count, so he can do the Crystal Flash now. So I'm not sure if he's waiting for something.
There's the Crystal Flash, and now Slaughter's is going to farm back those super missiles.
Not getting very good RNG right now. All just big health. Oh, there are a few supers now.
Alright. I believe in this attempt at the jump.
This is it. This
And
is
he made it.
it. Yeah, GG. There you go. See, I knew it. I knew it from the bottom of my heart. He's gonna make it.
And we got Slaughter's beginning the Ridley fight with an X Factor. And putting in some missiles also.
Yeah, the Ridley fight is definitely the hardest part about RBO. And see, one slight mess up and it's over. So yeah, it's very, very tight. It's pretty much has to be like no mistakes. And you have to like know his patterns inside and out and be able to manipulate him very, very efficiently. It's such a tough fight.
Actually, with that death, looks like we are seeing Zenny overtake.
Hopefully, unless something unfortunate does happen.
Slaughter's dealing with the metal pirates again. And as they're setting up the specific jump to escape from that room. And Zenny entering the fight. Starting off with an X Factor, bunch of missiles, and another, almost another X Factor. And a whole bunch of supers. And charge shots for the rest. Ooh, that... Oh, that's... Yeah, that hit and then...
Oh, that's... yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if things start to go wrong in that Ridley fight, yeah, it can...
Yeah, just...
It can
slide us.
become untenable rather quickly. But that is what saves are for.
So, I mean, it's a pretty big gamble, but if Azure does do Ridley first try, he can make a lot of lost time.
Let's see how this fight goes for Sloters. We saw an initial X Factor. Bunch of missiles. There go the supers. Well, if Ridley had kept
Ridley's not-
going, that would have
yeah.
been nice.
That would have been it. Yeah, it's... Yeah, Ridley can be a big pain sometimes.
So this is gonna put Zenny a little bit ahead again.
Kind of just trading places here.
Yep.
And Azure getting that E-Tank, so he'll also be going into his Ridley fight soon. So you could see, like, in the other races, like the item randomizer, the any percent, the mini boss, and the max GT code, there was a very, very clear like disparity between the runners. And now in this RBO race, like, they're all just kind of neck and neck now, which is pretty crazy. You know how RBO can just change bases like that, you know?
Yep. We got 3 runners on the pre-Ridley section now.
Yeah, so I mean, if Elm knocks out Ridley first try, this he can save a lot of lost time.
Any of them could be the first to beat Ridley and survive the way back.
Yeah.
Simultaneous farming from the same spot.
And Elm will be there shortly, so we'll have 3 simultaneous farming, hopefully. You can see that.
Oh, Zenny is ready for the next attempt at the fight. So is Sloters.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
The same X Factor missiles opener and a second one. Each of those X Factors is doing the same amount of damage to Ridley. Ooh, that little dip in the acid.
Oh no. Dang. Does he still have enough?
Did that super just go between Ridley and his tail?
It missed him.
I've never seen a super do that before. And there goes Zenny's reserves.
Yeah, that's sucks. Big rip.
Oh, Sloters is beating Ridley.
GG to Sloters.
Reserves. Let's see about drops. Oh, so close. So Sloters will grab that E-tank.
Yeah. Right.
And we got Asder in the fight now.
Yeah, Asder.
Starting off with supers. Trying to get the turnarounds. Ridley doesn't want to cooperate.
He's not being a very good boy today. And I think a super miss there too.
Yeah. Oh, Asder dying
That
to a
sucks.
double hit due to the time that the reserves took to go. And Sloters on the Ridley return farm.
Andrew, when is Ridley ever not that, you know? Let's be real here. Is Ridley never an ass?
So we've got Zenny on the pre-farm. Asder and Sloters high-fiving on those spike platforms.
Little waistline room.
Asder through the metal pirates. Oop.
Not so good RNG on Zenny's side. Oh, there you go. Supers.
Sloters ending up having to Crystal Flash.
Oh, what happened? Did he get hit by the Giga?
I didn't see what exactly happened, but barely enough missiles and power bombs to be able to do it.
Usually you have to do that right there, where Sloters is now.
Yeah, and the Crystal Flash went off with Sloters' health in the 40s, so that was really close to being too early.
Alright, let's see if
Alright.
he does it this time.
Zenny through Ridley. Gotta get those health drops. Oh! There they are.
So close to just barely every time.
There's that E-tank. And Asder on the farming.
Yeah. And I just realized we're neglecting Ponk here. Look at him doing all of it is great for him to start cleanup. Doing optimized strats. Most likely he's gonna be doing 6 or 7 E-tank lava dive. was about to say he's gonna have the same loadout as Zenny does, but he'll probably have slightly more energy. But I think his ammo will be the same. As Punk does do close to the most optimized double morpher visit you can do.
Yeah. Ooh. Master defeats Ridley.
Oh, dang. Okay. That was
That's
like,
that E-Tank.
that was probably the closest I've seen to being dead. But yeah, GG. I think he actually beat Ridley on the second try, so that's better than any of the other guys that did it. So he made up some time there.
Slaughter's back from Ice Beam. Master form. Is any crystal flashing after saving on the way back?
Let's see if he goes for the spike suit. Or does he have enough health to do it? Yeah, he does.
And we've got Punk headed down into Norfair now. And Slaughter is beginning Meridia.
Yeah, let's see if he gets it.
Climb up Main Street.
First try spike suit. So he'll be using that in Batoon's room. Or post Batoon's room right before. Or right after Batoon. Yeah, so it looks like Punk's gonna be doing this lava dive now. Doing the pre-farm beforehand. Slaughter's is already in Meridia. About to do his Batoon fight.
Yep, and
He's looking pretty low on health, so one hit from Batoon I think is game over. Maybe two.
looks one or two.
Yeah,
Now, there are reserves, but now there's going to be enough in them to for a double hit.
So yeah, what Slaughter's just did there is a grapple jump to get up here. You can also use the snails, but I do think the snails is a little bit slower.
Yeah, the grapple jumps come from a slightly odd state that you end up in coming off of a grapple.
Yeah,
Where
so
when you morph and unmorph it, there's a... You sort of trick the game into thinking you're still on the ground for a little bit.
you're in a crouched position, so the game thinks you're standing on ground for like, I don't know, a couple of frames, so you can jump during that.
Well, Slaughter's in the Batoon fight. Getting those supers in. Zenny will be there too in a little bit.
Yeah, very clean fight from Slaughters. Oh, did
Zenny
Punk die in
falling
his,
but recovering from by grappling and doing a grapple jump.
Yeah. Nice save.
And here is Punk's lava dive.
Okay. I thought he was already did a lot of the dive, but I don't know.
And he's up.
Very, very clean. Look at that.
Zenny setting up the grapple jumps.
As long as he gets first try Ridley, he can make up a lot of time.
Alright, Slaughter is in the pre-happy room, climbing up frozen Metroids. With a little help from the wall of grapple blocks. And Zenny in the Batoon fight. Taking a good number of hits, but getting Batoon dead fairly quickly.
That was pretty quick. Faster than when I can do it in any percent. And that's when you use the spike suit right there.
Yep. That certainly beats dealing with that little morph ball tunnel. Especially with the item fanfare in it, too.
And it also helps you to set up for the crystal flash during the fight.
Yep. You don't have that much extra health from the E-tank to have to get rid of. So now, Slaughters, we have in the Dragon fight. And Zenny entering. And the key here is going to be to get grabbed from a crystal flash to create a Shine Spark suit.
Yeah, you have to activate the Shine Spark. And oh wait, no, I was thinking of the blue suit method. So yeah, it looks like Slaughter's gonna be doing a little bit differently. So he's gonna get Dragon damaged all the way to like pretty much near death. Then he's gonna lower his health so he can set up for Crystal Flash. And then he's gonna Crystal Flash and then try and get grabbed by Dragon with the goo.
That's what Zenny just did.
Yeah, which is what just Zenny did. And he has a Shine Spark suit now.
Alright, so what Zenny did there was activate the Spark suit right before getting grabbed, thus getting grabbed out of the Shine Spark wind-up animation. And that gave Zenny a blue suit.
Yeah.
That blue suit's going to be necessary to get out of the room that is to the right of Dragon. The Precious Room.
Yeah, the Precious Room. And Slaughters did similar method, except he did a spark into Dragon instead of activating it and then getting it interrupted.
Oh, first try grapple jumps for Zenny.
Makes it look fair every time.
There's Slaughters right behind. And then using the blue suit after very carefully making sure you are positioned in the right spot to get up to the top of Precious Room. And we saw Zenny do a sort of the equivalent of a gravity jump up through the right side of the Happy Room.
Yeah. Kind of what happens is you're like doing your turnaround animation, so the game like doesn't care if you're touching any kind of object or anything like that. It just says, yeah, go ahead, turn around, you know, and so you're going up through the block during your turnaround animation.
So we've got Zenny through Kakatak Alley and almost at Plasma, only a few rooms away. Sloters is only a couple rooms behind.
Yeah. So looks
They
like
are in the same room now.
I think it looks like he's, I'm gonna say 15 seconds behind, so not that huge of a gap.
We got Punk getting Green Gate Glitch headed towards GT and Screw Attack. And Zenny in the Plasma room using Screw Attack to pre-clear some of it.
Yeah, and let's not forget about Aster. Is almost pretty close behind as well. So.
Aster took a few hits from that Metroid to set up low health for the necessary Crystal Flash to take a blue suit out of here.
The first time you're going to see Forgotten Highway in this relay race, you're also going to see that in map completion as well. But yeah, those are really the only two categories that go that route anyways.
We've got Forgotten Highway. And while they're traversing it, we've got Aster in the Dragon fight.
So you got the first part, now you just gotta get the blue suit.
And we got Punk in the GT fight, farming up some supers to use against GT.
And you can see those supers in the back just baiting him to go over, but he can't grab those.
Zenny reaches the wreck jump.
Yeah, unfortunately did not.
Setting up a short charge.
Oh!
Accidentally wasted charge though. That spark charge was going to be used to get through this room. But now Zenny reaches the main part of the ship. And we could see this come down to Phantom RNG.
Yeah.
So he begins the fight. Oh, also in the rooms that Sloters went through, you may have seen Sloters land on the spikes briefly. For some reason, they need power to hurt you.
Yeah, mechanical, electric spikes. You know. And Azure also successfully gets his blue suit. So
now we've got round 2 of Phantom for Zenny. And Phantom is dead.
What pattern was that for Zenny? It was something mid, right?
I'm not sure what the first one was, but the second one was mid.
Yeah, and Slaughter's also got a fast mid.
As they're through Cacti Alley now. And Ponk with the pre-Ridley save.
Now they've got the hardest boss in the game to go. Great.
Yep. As well as Kraid's little brother from 2 rooms before.
Mini grade. Even the name strikes fear.
With what happened coming back through Ocean, Sliders and Zenny are much closer.
Although Slaughter's didn't open the door, so
Right, the lack of pre-opening will cost Sliders a little bit. And the moonfall down Red Tower, always a interesting thing to see. That'll widen the gap a little bit. And Ponk on the Ridley pre-farming. And as they're entering Forgotten Highway, and Sliders and Zenny have pulled closer. Now for mini Kraid room. Nice keep of speed through that exit door for both of them. And then they wait for Kraid to do his thing. Very well executed quick kills for both of them.
yeah. I'd still would just do the charge quick kill because I can't do the missile one.
Now both on their way back from Kraid, and we've got Ponk in the Ridley fight. Let's see how that goes.
I'm rooting for him first try.
And we got Asder headed to Fantoon over the spikes that do not damage you. There goes Ridley for
Very
Ponk.
nice fight. That was
Good
a
fight. Didn't even need reserves.
Yeah. That was the only first try Ridley we saw, I think, right? Yeah.
Yep, so there's the Ridley E-Tank for Ponk.
That world record. That world record is really helping him out right now.
And Zenny way out of Prince Star. Completely finished with the planet interior other than Torian.
So yeah, this really could just come down into the Metroid games, probably. Just see it's demise. The baby's
Right. Yeah, that's anything could happen.
Anything could happen. Mother Brain is definitely not a pushover.
And the fight, the health management is slightly unusual in this category due to the lack of suits.
Yeah.
So we have Zenny in the statue room first.
Ooh,
Timer
Punk
said.
is having kind of a tight. Got hit a couple times in the escape.
Yeah. Now Sloters is in there too, about 8.5 seconds behind. And Punk crystal flashing on the way back from Ridley. And as they're heading down to Crate, and both Zenny and Sloters keeping up a space jump. And down into Torian they go. Here go the Metroid drones. Good first one from Zenny. Here goes the next one. And Slotter's grouping them. And Punk reaches Bubble Mountain. Yep. Zenny and Sloters are one Metroid room apart.
This could come down to baby skip then.
It could.
Let's see who gets it.
Zenny easily getting past the dreaded Dos Torizo.
Esther's pretty low on health.
Oh! Well, no skip for Zenny, unfortunately. But we'll have to see what happens for Sloters. Almost there. Oh, that Metroid got a little close. And
There we go.
Sloters got the skip.
Alright.
Sloters
Look at
pulls
that.
ahead.
Okay. This is definitely a race.
Yep, and meanwhile, Asder has defeated Kraid and is on the way back from that.
I don't think Sloters has enough health for the stand-up glitch though.
Oh, right. That is a good point.
So he's probably
Even with
gonna,
that reserve.
yeah. I don't know how much reserve he has. So Zenny still might, yeah.
Yeah, stand up could let Zenny pull ahead.
We'll see how it goes.
Oh, but Sloters can Crystal Flash, and in fact has to.
Right, yeah. Alright. That's what he was planning all along, guys. Yeah. So
Otherwise, Rainbow Beam would have made Sloters very sad.
yeah, because he needed 6 anyways. 60 tanks. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, simultaneous Mother Brain Phase 2. And Sloters first to be rainbow beamed. But close enough that the rainbow beams overlap by just a tiny little bit. the sync.
But looks like you got the Santa glitch, so.
Yep, both of them do. But will both of them get all of the time savings they can from it?
Now that is the question.
So while both of them get their charge shots in during the cutscene, we got Aster now in the statue room and Punk most of the way to Dragon. Although there is Batoon to deal with first.
Yeah. And he's not taking a save, so this is looking a little more risky.
2 dead Metroids.
Get those baby thumps in the chat.
Yep. Only seconds separate Sloters and Zenny.
Unless someone unfortunately gets the Zenny's work.
Yep, both through Escape Room 1. They're separated by only the length of Escape Room 2.
So see, my money's on Bomb
3.
2. I think he can pull ahead and win this.
Ooh, the Moonfall in Escape Room 4 for Zenny. We have overlapping door transitions into the climb. 2 Behemoth Sparks.
Alright. Yeah. GG the Sloters. And GG to Zenny as well.
GG. How close this got.
Yeah. They were, if I remember correctly, they were like 2-3 minutes behind. Or Zenny was 2-3 minutes behind Sloter, so it was a nice lead change there for a couple times.
Yep. Yeah, GG's all around. I'll have to see what the remaining categories do for Alpha Gamers and for TRBMBOT.
90% glitched space-time, so really the only thing that can go wrong would be the wrong warps. So,
Yep.
yeah, hopefully no one messes that up.
Well, let's see what goes on. And that's here with the speed skip.
Skip, okay. Nice.
Those slightly offset credits. Alright, Master goes into Other Brain 2. Seeing those credits remind me of a time.
Oh, right, sorry. Sorry, that's right. Lava Dive and Green Gate Glitch. Green Gate Glitch being definitely like very finicky at times.
Reminded of one of the GDQ races where 2 runners finished times such that the credits, they were above and below each other, directly went into one another. I forget which one that was though.
GDQ race?
One of the GDQ races that happened.
That's pretty sick.
So we got Punk in the Dragon fight. And as they're having a setup stand-up glitch. And there is Punk's blue suit. Getting grabbed in the Shine Spark wind-up animation.
This was a very, very great RBO race.
It really was.
In the beginning, like Senny throwing us around. I swear I thought he was going to do the single Norfair visit.
I thought so too. I was thinking I would see the same route as GDQ.
Yeah.
Alright, there's item completion percentage for them, so time for any percent glitch GT to happen, so who are we gonna be yielding to?
Yeah. Is there someone ready?
I am ready.
Alright.
Well, we hope you all enjoyed our commentary, so enjoy the rest of the relay.
See you guys.
So, that was an exciting RBO race. It equaled out things pretty well. Team TR, EM, RBO, dash TM after the game. So we'll see what happens. This is 80% glitched or 80% GT code, one's choice really. 80% glitched is potentially a faster category, since you do not have to go down and then to the GT code. But it is slightly easier depending on what safeties you get. So it'll be interesting to see what the runners choose to do here. There's definitely a lot of things that can go wrong and be tricky in both of the categories. 80% GT code, which used to be the fastest way to beat the game until it was found that X-ray, especially using X-ray out of bounds, can do similar effects with memory corruption and in turn overriding the escape event flag and letting you escape the ship without actually killing anything. So in the beginning here, it's the same as any other Super Metroid category, pretty much. Just get the basic items and head straight to Red Tower to get the power bottle. And from there we'll see if a runner chooses to go into X-ray room, then that's gonna be a good sign that they're doing 80% glitched instead of 80% GT code. Otherwise, we still have Punk here clearing up the Forgotten Highway on his RBO run. So yeah, any percent glitch has and any percent GT code has an interesting history. There's been a lot of different versions of, especially any percent GT code, where in the beginning, the first versions of it was pretty much just using GT code to do space-time once, and that would be to break into Torium and then just go kill Mother Brain and finish the game as usual. Later on, it was found out that you could actually use space-time again to skip the whole Mother Brain fight by using it in Mother Brain's room, and then triggering a transition to the room behind Mother Brain. And even later, it was found that okay, well, you can do the space-time thing, but do it in the climb room. So you can break into the escape backwards, and then you go the reverse way, all the way to the first escape room of the Mother Brain, and that entering that room will trigger the escape. So that was being done for a while until finally there was a way that was found to do that would trigger the escape flag just by doing space-time glitches, by using charging up a space-time beam and then switching to only charge beam and releasing it in the correct location. That would just specifically target the escape flag, among other things that breaks as well, of course. And by doing that, you could just use it right next to the ship and then leave the game without having to kill Mother Brain or even visit Torian. And then as well, during that was people were finding all kinds of uses for space-time to skip rooms and warp around in the game. And one of the biggest and latest warps found was the one from Screw Attack Room right to the ship, pretty much, which saves a lot of time since you don't have to go all the way back from GT all the way up to the ship. So we'll see here what happens. We got insane firebat now for Team Car Ramrod also starting the run here. Otherwise it looks like they're pretty even. Leodox being slightly ahead. The Punk going for Kraid, I think. And not doing Kraid first, which is it's a bad strategy in RPL. Oh, yeah, so item collection in any of these categories is pretty much the minimal amount of items you need to be able to do the lava dive and get into Lone Norfair and reach the Golden Teresa room if you're doing the space-time version. Otherwise, it's pretty much just what they have now, Leodox and Diddy, and there's and then you just use that to get to X-ray. You need power bombs for either category as well, so that's the next item. We're seeing Leodox going back now, and we'll see if he wants to go for 100% glitched or GT. I think he's going for GT here. I think most runners will be actually, but I'm not sure. So it'll be interesting to see. Yep, and Leodox skipping that X-ray and heading straight down to Norfair. So he'll be killing Kraid on the way, of course, to get Varia suits. Because even though, as you just saw in RBO, it's possible to do the lava dive without X-ray, without Varia suit, it would take a lot more energy tanks, and collecting those energy tanks and is a lot slower than. And all the ammo you'd need to Crystal Flash as well, is much slower than just getting Varia suit. Let's see if the runners can get some nice quick kills here. There's one. Nice and easy. So there's, when going for GT as well, there's a few options you can choose to do in Norfair, and that's either getting high jump or not. Where getting a high jump costs time, but it makes the lava dive much easier. And you can also opt to skip it, save some time, but have a much trickier time getting through the lava dive. Because you need to do a very tricky damage boost. Or rather, you need to take damage in a way that you can wall jump up the spikes in the room. So I don't think anyone would go for that, but we'll see. It seems like a risky relay strategy. And we have Punk entering Torian to finish up this RBO run. Oh yeah, it's very even now. This is a category, though, even if it's very short, there are definitely risky things that could even this out by a few minutes even. Because doing the space-time glitches that you're gonna see after them going to GT to get all the items, to enable another glitch called space-time beam, which I'll talk to you about, but that's done pretty much by equipping Plasma and Spacer at the same time, which you're not supposed to do, but you get it equipped at the same time when you do the GT code. And you can also do it manually by tricking the game inside the menu. But having those and also Charge and Ice equipped at the same time will create a beam that's undefined by the game and causes a lot of weird side effects. One of them is that it massively overwrites memory, and it ends up overwriting the memory of the room you're in. So collision just turns into random memory. And by doing that in a way that's controlled and in correct positions, you can create room transitions and all kinds of interesting things. So you're gonna see players warp around and just end up inside walls and suddenly transition to new rooms, and that's by using that glitched beam. It also has a chance to crash the game though, so it is a bit risky. But done right, normally it's gonna be no major issues, hopefully. Got Leodox all farmed up, heading for the lava dive. So this is the first part that's really tricky of this route. With 3 E-tanks, there's a decent amount of leeway. I think you can afford dropping a wall jump or two, and he makes it out without issues. Takes a save here, which is definitely a good idea because of the possibilities of crashing, and also because doing the green gate glitch to get into Golden Teresa the reverse way is tricky, and with 5 supers, it's a decent chance that you'll do it and miss it and run out of supers. And if you have that save, you can just quickly reload to try again. We have another lava dive going, and this with 1 E-tank less. And no problem. Great job. So now we have Leodox here coming up and actually doing the GT code here. Choosing to enter the room morphed, because then you can't accidentally fire a glitch beam that crashes the game. So it seems like he opts to not do the space-time glitch where you can actually escape the GT room without having to fight Golden Teresa. It is somewhat tricky though, so that's understandable. And if you do it and miss it, you can either get a transition where you end up in the top left of this room and can try again, or you just completely get stuck and crash the game. Well, yeah, it looks like Leodox is actually opting not to do the major warp here, just going the normal route back. If he's playing on a normal console, that's understandable, because the big warp has a pretty high chance of crashing if you play on a SNES console, while if you play on Virtual Console or SNES Mini or anything, that's is a bit more stable. And you just saw that happen now. And Team TRB MBOT is in the lead due to this slightly more efficient route, I guess. But it looks like he actually got stuck in an incorrect transition. Okay, good. So you can, if you enter the wrong door there, you can get out, but you end up behind the bombable blocks. But the slopes are glitching out a bit, so you gotta do a weird kind of jump diagonal shot thing. So there's definitely some risk to taking the more advanced warps, because you can end up out of bounds and just not know what to do. So Punk finishing up his RBO now, nice, great job. Well, yeah, it looks like Diatan, he somehow ended up in the completely wrong transitions and ended up in some interesting space. So that's one of the risks that you take doing this category, especially if you go for the really fast strategies. And while that's going on, we have Leorox slowly making his way back up top to the planet, the regular way. So, and coming up to the warp, like where you trigger the escape here, it's gonna be in the room just above the elevator here, taking a save. Seems good as well because it has a small chance of like going wrong, which you'll see. So we have Firebutt just heading to the lava dive here. Hopefully this goes well as well. Also there you see what can happen if you do the GT escape and it goes wrong. Then you end up in the room to the left of GT, and you can just try it again. Okay, so we have Leorox preparing to activate space-time and doing the final space-time glitch here to set the escape flag activated. And then Firebot makes it to Norfair as well without issues. And GG for Leorox. Great job. He's finishing first here in the 100% glitch GT category. Sometimes taking the safe route is the best route. And then we have some issues here for Diatan trying to escape GT. At this point, it probably would have been faster to just kill GT. With Firebats getting the GT escape and the ship warp, and also the correct warp into from there into this room where same as Leodox, he'll activate space-time and trigger the ending if all goes well. And it looks correct, and there we go. GG Firebats. Making up quite a bit of time, I think. That was a great run. Oh wow, I think Titan is got some really weird pattern here of random blocks. Might have to reset, I think. Yeah. That's unfortunate. But yeah, as I said earlier, this is a pretty volatile category where if you try to go for some really of the really fast strats, there are definitely potential that things can go wrong, and it's pretty tricky. definitely not necessarily easy to do these things. It's a lot of, especially the out-of-bound things. You gotta navigate rooms and like trash blocks and things out of bounds without seeing. You pretty much only have sound cues to go on. So coming up now will be map completion, and I'll leave the commentary to the next set of commenters, which will be Cross Product and TG Derp.
Hey, how's it going, Total?
Hey, it's going great. It's been a great relay so far. It's always amazing how close these can be after so many hours.
Yeah. I'm glad Leodox is keeping it together for Team Alpha Gamers.
Yeah.
Making me a nice buffer for my low percent.
Yeah, it's going to be
Personally,
exciting to see the rest of this, that's for sure. Anything can still happen, definitely.
Alright, looks like we do have Hundo Maps started down here for Canadian Al and Team Alpha Gamers. And Team Trambot will be right behind him. Oh, I'm sorry, actually, Team Car Ramrod? Okay. It's on the credits already. But anyway, so the idea of Hundo Map is to visit every possible map tile in the game. See, they're using a special hack here. He's got 11 map tiles so far, so Series Station counts. And he's going to want that number to be 1,244 by the end of his run. Now, kind of funny thing, there is one tile in the game that doesn't turn pink, but you still must pick it up as per the rules of this category. And do you folks at home want to guess what room that's in? TG Derp, do you know?
I know, yeah. That's one of the one of the few things I remember about this category, though. So you're gonna have to do most of the heavy lifting here, I guess.
That's alright, I have the wiki page open. 100% map completion, aka Mappo, is a category with the purpose of turning all this. Anyway, it's in the Firefly room in Green Brinstar on the way to the missile recharge station. The bottom center square in that room has to be picked up. There's a very small space where you can do it, despite the fact that it doesn't actually turn pink on the map. It still counts. Alright, and White Mage Becky has started with her run. Bottom left in the red team there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit biased being on the red team, but I'm really happy with Firebat making up so much time there, and so hopefully we can reclaim our lead. But I digress. That's enough about us. You will also notice there's a little number. Did you mention that? I wasn't really paying attention, but the little number on the right next to the map.
It's worth mentioning again.
Well, it's the map tile counter. So there are 1,244 map tiles that are accessible, I believe, and you need to pick up all of them. And that little number is showing how many map tiles you've, I guess not really collected, but lit up so far.
You could say collected. Why not? And
Yeah.
Runners that know what route they're taking, they know exactly what that number should be every time they exit a room. Probably have it up on their split if they have live split running. And the really cool thing about this category is it's really the only Super Metroid category where you get to see the entire game. Even Hundo item, you're not going to see the Decora. You're not going to see. You're going to just see the snails that lick you in Meridia. Not going to see those guys, but you'll see them in this category. The Ooms, I think they're called. Ooh.
Yep, the only place that enemy is in the game, and nobody goes there because it's just a missile reserve or missile recharge. But we have to in Mappo, so yeah, you'll get to see that soon enough.
They're also going to pick up a couple more E-tanks and some other equipment that basically it makes the run nicer. You wouldn't pick them up in any percent because they're too far out of the way. It's not really worth all the door transitions. But if you have to enter the room, even picking up a couple E-tanks for item fanfares, worth a stand-up glitch.
Yeah, I imagine at the very least we're gonna see enough E-tanks to do stand-up glitch. Probably that's it, but the runners do have the option to take everything they find if they so choose.
Yeah, I envy them. I'm running low percent. I don't have that luxury.
I mean, that's okay. I didn't even finish the game, technically, so... My run is permanently in limbo.
You still have the timer running, right? Make it official.
Maybe.
Alright, well, Team Trambot just finished up the low percent, and they're about to transition over to Moo Diddy, who will be running their Hundo map run.
Yep, nice clean 30 minutes flat. Assuming that's correct, which, you know, maybe not. It's almost correct at least, so we'll say it is.
Man, and you can see all that crazy arm pump mashing on Moo Moo's screen as well. Got his little input capture. Arm pumping indoors doesn't really help you, but it's good to keep the muscles warm.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I guess. Let me get Twitch chat up real quick. That's the real important part of the run.
Alright, Canadian Al just finished up with Bomb Teresa. Pretty much every run starts with getting morph ball and bombs.
Yep, this is no exception.
Controlled by the turtle. Clean Alcatraz, very nice. So one of the areas that's going to differ from an any percent run is as soon as they enter Green Brinstar, they want to go ahead and go to the map station, save station, head into the reserve tank room, not necessarily pick it up if they don't want it. Do you know if they're going to be doing Moondance strats to get to the Edikun area?
No. They have to loop around back through this area anyways, or...
Oh, they need speed, because they need speed
Brinstar
booster to get to the Zakora.
Yeah. So
they might actually hit those areas later when they have speed booster. I think you could actually get a nice speed ball and break through to get to the map station. So at the very least, you'll see them enter the reserve station and roll into the pipe and just quick turnaround back out.
You will see them go back through to the Brinstar Reserve. I don't think you pick up any of these items. You just roll in and roll back out.
Yeah, a lot of rooms are like that. You just roll in and roll out. Boop, there we go.
Yep, just like that.
Oh, almost had a good mock ball escape there for Canadian Al, but actually landed on the Crumble Black, which is no good. And it looks like King of the Hill is about to head over to Kraid, get Varia Suit to go down to GT. Not too familiar with the any percent glitched category, though. It looks interesting, and I've been working on my early X-ray damage boost, so maybe I'll try to get into those glitched categories someday.
I'm gonna avoid talking about the any percent glitch list any percent glitched because I know very little about how that works.
They're gonna use space time, go out of bounds. A bunch of crazy numbers are gonna pop up. You won't know
it's an experience, I guess. So Canadian Al, of course, like we mentioned, there's plenty of map tiles that he didn't pick up. I'm just gonna say pick up map tiles for the commentary, but there's plenty of map tiles he didn't pick up.
Even
That's
couple
because
here.
He'll be returning late.
A couple here in the Slinky room. He's gonna have to come back through here too.
Yeah, like I said, I don't 100% remember the route, but there are some really unique routing strats that you will see that I remember. So it also has one of my favorite strats in the game, the picking up all the map tiles in Colosseum, which is really hard. I don't expect anyone to get it, but it's so cool. I think
Yeah, it's a tricky
Wild
one.
Anaconda developed that one. Shoutouts to him, one of the best Mappo runners. Him and Oats and Goats.
Yeah, they were trading world records for a little bit, I remember. And I think actually they did a race for Harvey Relief on Quick, I believe.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember who won, but it happened.
Alright, Canadian now is on the way to Crate. One of the fortunate things about Mappo is that you don't actually need to pick up this missile pack. It's locked behind power bombs, and that's one of the nightmare items in 100% item. Like, did I remember to grab that missile pack in Crate? Did I go back for it? But no, you don't have to worry about that here. There's also a refill station that you're gonna have to pick up before going to Crate, or after, whichever suits his need. Maybe after, because that's kind of... I think the reason they go after is because of the super missile count. Oh, but that, whoops. Speaking of super missile counts, but if depends which style of Crate Quick Gilly wants to go for.
Yeah, it looks like he's setting up for the 2 missile 3 super quick kill. You can tell because of how close he is to the ledge. And gets it. So
Becky picks up Spazer, so that's something that Canadian now decided to pass up.
yeah, it helps in a few spots, and you have to go into the room anyways. So
basically just
why
costing an item fanfare.
Yep, just 7 seconds there. Nothing too big.
Alright, Varia's suit for Canadian now. And Moo makes it through the Terminator E-Tank. Nice D-boost. Which actually saved him 20 health. Because he got to use his iframes to get through an extra one of those green pirates. And on top left for Team Alcoon Dragoons, like we're getting ready to do a lava dive to get into lower Norfair. He did King of the Hill to pick up the high jump boots, so should be no big deal.
Yeah, just talking about like the relay as a whole, Alcoon Dragoons has been kind of steadily making up time since kind of being at an early deficit. So that's kind of be pretty fun to watch. You see like down 40 minutes at the item randomizer, now down to just 20.
Mm-hmm.
So really impressive stuff for sure.
Yeah, I'm curious that it's not worth picking up maybe the 230 missiles on your way up through Criteria to save you a little bit of backtracking in the early super room. But it's not I mean, the early supers room backtracking isn't really that much anyway.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Well, you know, because they have to use their missiles to open the first red door. And then they have to grab the super missile pack first, so they have to kind of double back just so that they have the super missile to open the pink door. Becky gets a nice quick kill as well. See if she picks up Varia's suit. She does. Wise decision.
Probably a good idea, I would say.
And my favorite item goes to Canadian now. Moo Diddy picks up the forfeit missiles. I have to make sure not to grab those in my low percent run. That's probably one of the hardest parts about low percent is not picking up that missile pack.
Oh, the charge missile? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice item, and it's right there too. So yeah, I don't blame you.
Picks up all the tiles here in the pre-cathedral room. Take a big jump there. Sometimes that's all it takes, an extra jump in a room to get all the tiles.
Yeah,
Or a couple
these rooms
dips.
in particular, this it's not a hell run because they have Varia, but the heck run, as some call it, you have to do a couple strats to pick up all the block. But Owl does it pretty nicely.
King of the Hill already passed the lava dive. About to go activate the GT code, get X-ray scope and space time and what. Or I don't actually know if they use X-ray.
We'll see if he decides to warp up to Criteria or just walk up manually like Leodox did. And it looks like he's going to do this.
He turned off wave. Oh, is that what you're supposed to do?
Oh, yeah, wait,
No,
that's what
never
you're
mind,
supposed to do. Never mind.
In that GT Classic run, you actually menu to turn off Spacer because you don't want the glitch beams, but he's doing a space-time beam, which is ice, plasma, and...
Well, he's in Criteria. I'm not sure if that's where you want to... Or if this is the screen you want to be on, but... Okay, he got the warp. I know this at least. You want to end up here.
Alright, Canadian Al gets speed booster. Gonna help him go a little faster.
And
Oh,
this
it gets
looks
pretty good farm
here.
luck.
This looks good here from King of the Hill. And there it is, GG. Really good GT glitch. Or GT space time, I guess it's called. And so once again, Team Green up in the top left, gaining a little bit of time.
Alright, so shout outs to King of the Hill 47. Make sure you give him a follow. Had a really good run today in our relay.
And so after that is going to be Freyas doing the Mapo run for the Alcoon Dragon.
Canadian Al. I know you really want the D boost. Okay, Moo is about to hit up Kraid here. Or actually, I'm sorry, just left Kraid. So again, the reason you fight Kraid first is because this little mini Kraid character will always drop super missiles for you, and you needed a super missile to open that green door, and hopefully back up.
You also notice for Owl, he went kind of the new route way down to Lower Norfair. Went kind of through that area. That's because going through that at any other time is slower, which means you are going to have to take a good amount of damage from lava on the way, since you don't have grab.
Yeah, I guess he'll just take the... He has to hit up the tiles in the Acid Snakes room anyway.
But yeah, so you'll see plenty of... You'll either be asking yourself, like, why didn't he pick up this tile now?
Oh no, he left one in Bubble Mountain.
Either why didn't he or why did he not pick up those tiles? And both times, it's because it's faster. They know what they're doing. Don't worry.
So I guess he'll pick up Ice Beam and do all that stuff, and then cross back through the room he's currently in later on when he's ready to go fight Ridley. But for now, I'm gonna do Crocomire. Do they actually pick up Grapple Beam?
I think so.
I guess it's more consistent than Ice Clip, because they have to get the Shack Tool as well.
What I don't know is if they do the reverse grapple escape, or just do, or get to grapple and then do normal grapple escape. I'm not sure how that's gonna. I assume it's the first where they do reverse grapple escape, but I don't actually know.
Yeah, it might make sense because they're gonna have to pick up all the extra tiles in pantry, and they'll probably want grapple beam to do that. Or maybe they could just speed boost her. I don't know. Alright, item percentage is coming up for King of the Hill, so we will soon have Freya's Spirit up there in the top left corner for you.
Owl missing the spike suit there. Unfortunate. And also sparked into the wall.
No, he meant to do that.
Oh yeah, of course, just getting across the room.
He didn't want to, you know, if you went all the way to the left, he might have forgotten this save room tile.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't want that to happen. That's a 10-second penalty per map tile?
Per unintended map tile. So that's another good point. Bring up the rules of the relay race. Every unintentional map tile that you miss is a 10-second penalty.
And if you intentionally skip a map tile, then you get banned from the game for life.
Yeah, and it's a 2-hour penalty. Yeah. Well, I don't know about
to play the game.
It's up to Andrew how he wants to handle disciplinary actions. But as far as time penalties go, you kind of have to do it on a case-by-case basis.
Jack breaks into your house and steals your game.
Yeah, no longer allowed to play SNES. So they did go front way into pantry.
Yep, I mean, obviously, they know more than I do, so...
Oh, yeah, you're actually able to just jump up. And I think with high jump speed boost, you can actually just jump off of this platform here and get to the top, yeah.
Like I said, I'll assume they know what they're doing. Because, I mean, if the runners don't know what they're doing, how are we supposed to know, right?
Looks like Becky is only a little behind Canadian now, still. About to clear out the pantry. Although Canadian now did a really good job of clearing up all the tiles there. Kind of interesting that you actually have to power bomb those blocks away. Where normally, you know, you can just do a short charge and ignore them.
Yep.
Oh, just barely missing that tile. Becky has to go back down.
I think you might be a little bit behind on.
Yeah, I buffered a second. Yeah. Tried refreshing, but then it just buffered again.
I wasn't really looking, but we did have Freya start their run. Already made it down to Blueprint Star. So yeah, like I said, not too far behind. All the runners are like within 20 minutes of each other. 5 hours or 6.5 hours in, which is definitely really impressive.
After 6 different races, that's pretty good.
We've seen quite a show from all of our runners, and hopefully we will continue to see said show.
Gulp.
No pressure.
And you will also notice that the runners are waiting until the item percentage comes up. That's partly to just normalize them with certain runs like 100% and low percent, where you need to actually which item percentages you get. But Also, time to set up and switch to stream. So,
Nice alpha spark there from Canadian Owl.
A really nice behemoth climb from Freyas too. I usually just do the wall jumps, which isn't as safe. It's weird because like the behemoth climb, I guess, is technically safer because you can't fall quite as far generally, but it just looks better if it's done right. And Freya's Spirit really showing off how it's done.
If you want to be technical, the wall jump climb is like single-digit frames faster. So technically, if you're doing the behemoth climb, you lose however many frames. So you know how it is.
Save the frames, not the dames. Sorry, ladies.
What?
Oh no. You said it.
Did I say it? I don't think
Really
I did.
Really good drops from Bomb Teresa for Freyas as well.
Alright, we'll just
clumped
move
together a
past
little
that.
bit, but they got everything they needed. Alright, now one of the fortunate... Also, remember during this relay, it's mandatory to save 3 times. And a lot of times, a save costs you a couple door transitions. Not in this category. You have to go in there all the save rooms anyway.
So you will see here another one of the little time saves that look really awkward, but it's faster. They're gonna be going into the little tube. You see Owl going in there, kind of the way you would exit Meridia in most any percent categories.
Yeah, I always have to pick up the other tile. Pick up the other tile and say hi to Sephi Fish on their way to Dragon.
Yeah, they will just hop into that room and pick up all the tiles and then leave. If I remember correctly, that's because... Oh, that's because they have to take...
They have to go through Forgotten Highway.
Never mind. Yeah, they have to go, like, reverse Forgotten Highway. So... Since they're doing that, they want to pick up all the other tiles.
Of course, any underwater tiles will be faster to grab once they pick up Gravity Suit, so we'll come back.
Yep, they'll have to go back through Moat, of course.
And Becky's just a couple rooms
Forgotten
behind
Highway.
now. And this area, just like in 100%, it's easier to get through this before the spikes and the platforms are activated.
So yeah, after Wreck Ship, if I remember correctly, they're heading over to clean up Brinstar. That's why we don't see Forgotten Highway right after Wreck Ship. That's also why they aren't going to spend all their time making sure they have every map tile like in this area outside of Wreck Ship, because they'll be going back through it.
Mm-hmm. And after you grab the Gravity Suit, the door just poops you out right in the ocean anyway.
And we have almost synced Fantoon fights here from Owl and Becky.
Yeah, let's see if RNG decides the leader in this case.
That was a really nice X Factor from Owl. And pretty clean 2-round.
Looks like Becky's going for another nice 2-round with Doppler strats.
What is kind of interesting is Becky has 3 more tiles than Owl. I'm not sure how that happened, but that can't be good.
Maybe she picked up. Maybe she fell in the moat. I don't know. FP2.
Well, we'll find out eventually.
So the number they are going for is 1,244. They will be picking up the extra non-pink tile in the missile refill area. Yeah. Actually, I have you guys. I have a link to the wiki if you guys want to take a look, and you see that there are 5 tiles in there to be picked up, and the bottom middle one actually does turn pink for whatever reason.
If it's because the game was like, surely nobody will be dumb enough to jump into the spikes to get to this time. But, well, you know, nobody said any of us were that smart.
I was going for a spike suit, I swear. I just missed by a lot.
I also had no way of actually getting the charge in the first place, but... Well, maybe you could get one there.
Oh, I went back in to get the missile reef. Oh, little gooperino. There's some. Maybe Becky will catch up with a good attic here.
Almost got the speed keep there, but actually passed Owl, or synced up with Owl.
Yeah, I'll set up a shine spark to go backwards though. Oh, well, grip that. And Becky gets, well, they both get a nice clip to the worker robot there. Oh, Becky just barely beats him to the door. Becky, well, I was gonna say she looked better on health, but it's pretty. Well, she's got one more energy. Oh boy, well.
Yeah, Owl might need to
more
farm
now.
a bit of health.
Well, let's see. Spikes do 30 damage. They have grapple beam.
Oh yeah, he might just use grapple.
Yeah,
So they aren't actually going to pick up that reserve tank there. That's why they run all the way through the room. Also, this strat's incredible. That jump.
Yep.
Picks up like half the tiles in the room.
So we got one more tile up in the corner. Alright, and they will have to go back into the energy tank area after grabbing gravity suit. Alright, and looks like Team Trambot's gonna get first saving.
There's another sink door there on the bottom, but Becky was a room ahead, so kind of pseudo sink there, I guess.
Alright, so Becky used grapple strats, and looks like Canadian now is gonna jump through it, which is a little bit faster, I think. A little bit, but now he's only got 55 energy. And Freya's spirit is on their way out of Crate's area. Grabs the E-tank in the frog pocket, pieces out. Dodge the missile pack. Oh, that's interesting. Becky is grabbing the reserve tank.
Yeah, I said they weren't. And they don't have to. You can just jump up here like Owl did.
Yeah, and Al didn't really have enough energy to get up there, I don't think. So Al actually takes the lead off of that. And whoops, he got the missile pack after all.
Becky just picking up some intended safeties, of course.
Yeah, you don't want to soft lock on Mother Brain 1. That doesn't get you any tile.
Yeah, and also got the reserve tank for, you know, G mode.
Is that even allowed in this category?
I mean, technically. I don't know where you would want to use it, but you could.
door kind of trolled Becky there. I guess they pick up the rest of the wreck ship tiles on their way back from Forgotten Highway.
So we are going to see another Fantoon fight coming up pretty shortly in the top right from Mumu. Hopefully it's as clean as the other two.
Yeah, we've had two round fights for Fantoon so far. And Prey has started in a bit of a deficit, but definitely making up some time here. There are a lot of frogs on planet Zebs. Mumu also prefers doppelstrats. Ooh, got a good fast pattern there too. Oh, hit the wall. Gonna fall. Gonna lose just a little bit of time against Fantoon here.
Alright, sorry, I'm back.
See what kind of patterns Reyes gets. And White Mage Becky entering the room with the dental plan missiles.
Yeah, looks like she took the lead back from Owl by a little bit.
Yeah, I was watching the Fantoon fight, but you're right. She's also taking a slightly different route. She's going to the map room here. Canadian Owl might.
I don't think they really go past the map room. Owl would have to go back down.
Maybe on his way to Torian? He won't be able to get it on during the escape. So they can pretty much go fight Ridley at any time. Since they've got a lot of super missiles, I think.
Yeah, this is the part of the route I don't really know. So, you know.
And they seem to be doing it a little differently too. Oh, I thought. Alright. He did miss a couple tiles in that room to the left, but he'll pick them up during the planet escape. You can actually bomb that wall on the left and do all kinds of fun stuff, like set up a short charge.
So apparently, Canadian Owl already had the map, so never mind. He's also...
But he's ahead and has fewer tiles.
Yeah, he's got significantly less tiles than Becky does.
They're probably just doing different routes. Ooh, a really good mock ball for Mumu up there. Prez is about to fight Crocomire. We'll only have 3 super missiles, but as charge beam. So yeah, Becky at least. Did you say that Canadian L already picked up the criteria map area?
He said so in Twitch chat, so I assume.
Okay.
Which was kind of weird, because like I said, he was down tiles even at Fantoon, right? So I'm not not totally sure what's going on here, but there's some funny bits.
This is another category where they'll actually have to fight Spore Spawn, huh? Not
Right,
even.
so-
You can actually go into the Spore Spawn room and use a super missile to exit, but then you can't get the tiles above Spore Spawn without clipping through combo blocks. So yeah, we are in that Brinstar Fire Flea room, and if you're paying attention, like the little armpit there.
The armpit.
Yeah, there you go. Just pass
Yeah.
right through it, then turn pink.
I guess that's one way to put it.
And probably the healthiest runner to get into the bowling area, Moo Diddy, but just barely misses a short charge, but alright. Show off some D-boosts. Alright, now we'll see Becky get in the armpit.
First, gonna do a really nice D-boost through that room.
Yeah, that room is basically built for D-boosts. And guess what? We're gonna see the animals soon. For the first time ever, especially including Ponk's run.
Including Pong's run. I mean, this would be the first time chronologically, if you think about it.
Because space-time ruined the continuum? Man, look at all these frogs. Alright, and you actually have to go and poop, get that little tile. The little tunnel tile, I call it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to take a short leave real quick, so I'll be back in a few minutes so we can hold the fort down for a second.
One Mississippi. I did it.
Uh-oh. Well, you might have to do a couple more of those.
Couple Mississippi. So Canadian now is about to visit the Decora, which pretty much the only category where you see it. And there's a really cool strat called Boomerang, and oh, didn't manage to open the door, but Becky's coming up on it. We'll see if Becky gets it. Oops, she jumped over the floor. She was supposed to break through that. Hey, she made it. Aw, didn't free the Decora. I'm surprised that's not a Hundo map meme. Saving the Decora, getting him out of the pit there. And Becky made it into the door, but didn't have quite the momentum she needed to make it back around. Oh, is she gonna do it? She's gonna do it. No! Oh no, you have to break both the tiles. She just breaks one. Oh well, you tried, Becky. She had the right timing on the Shine Spoke. She just had to be a couple pixels to the left. And hey, it's the old DLC buddy. I haven't seen you since Mini Boss RTA. Freya's Spear making it out of Norfair. Imagine the next stop will be Red Ship. Moo grabbing a couple tiles in the ship room, and we have some Spore Spawn sync here for the bottom two runners. Oh. So I want to make a ROM hack. It's just like a sprite change, right? I change all the enemies into frogs from different video games. And I want Spore Spawn to be the uvula from the frog boss in Yoshi's Island. That's my idea. but I'm not good at stuff like that. Oop. Whoa. Fast Moonfall from Canadian Owl. Grabs the Spo Supers. I think that's 30 super missiles now, so bring it on, Ridley. Freya Spirit grabbed the power bomb packs there, and we'll probably be taking the red tower save here. Canadian Al already passing up on E-tanks. He might not even do stand-up glitch, who knows? Oh! That's one of my favorite D-boosts off of the frog in the frog hopper room there. And Becky showing off some randomizer tech, despite the fact she has wave beam. And I don't think they can go for Mission Impossible because there's an extra tile on the bottom right here. So even some of the Hundo strats don't really apply to Hundo map, unfortunately. But you get a whole new set of strats. It's all cool.
Yep, they are gonna have to pick that extra tile up. Plus this tile here, I think, with the door. I mean, I guess they could get it anyways, but would be very inconvenient. I'm back, by the way.
Prove it.
Well, you got me there. I can't prove it, sorry.
Wonder when TG Derp coming back.
Probably never. And so we're gonna see Becky and Owl head over to Meridia and clear that place out.
I guess it's just space jump is just too valuable in this category, believe it or not. Kind of the black sheep of the movement items in Super Metroid. Nobody running most categories really cares, but hey, when you got to pick up that extra tile in Amphitheater, you want space jump. Also, it's kind of required to go through the acid tummy.
Yep, maybe.
Yeah, to drain the acid out of the stomach in Lower Norfair, you need space jump.
That might be a little bit important.
One of the stranger interactions in this game. It's like the intended path obviously is to get space jump to get through lava dive. Let's hard code it and make sure they get space jump if they want screw attack. But then whoops, we found a way around that too. Sure to pick up all of the little pit tiles in the pre-X-ray room. And we have a Phantoon fight for Freya's Spirit on the green team. And we saw 2 Doppels. See if we get another X Factor. It does not have power bombs equipped, so. Oh, doing a hybrid strat there. Ah, what a jerk! He vanished instead of eating his Pepto-Bismol. And wouldn't you know it, you miss an X Factor, get a fast pattern. That almost never happened.
Yep, it's actually scientifically proven that Phantoon only gives you fast patterns after you miss an X.
I swear, this game is sentient. So Becky does seem to be a couple rooms behind, but does have a couple extra mysterious tiles there.
Yeah, well, actually, only one room behind, really.
Oh, those were the extra tiles. She went to grab Spazer early. That's where she got him.
Well, no. Owl.
There were some of the extra tiles, at least.
I mean, Owl should have at least gone to the room, I would imagine.
No, he just went to Spazer room now, I think. I think.
Alright, well, yeah. There was some of the tiles, I guess.
And actually, it makes sense that Becky would do Doppel Strats. That way she could keep Spazer on. Can't do X Factors unless you turn off Spazer. Are they actually picking up the crab soup, or can you not get that tile from the side?
Yeah, I think you have to go down here to get the tile. Plus, there's another tile. This one, right?
Yeah. Oh man, Becky even gained a little bit of time with that quick trap. Ooh, and cleaner wall jump. So Becky is now in the lead. I think one of the ideas of picking up energy tanks in this category is you grab them when you want the refills. Becky, short few hundred energy, decides to grab it right now.
Owl actually fell and then decided to pick up the E-Tank, so he actually lost a pretty nice chunk of time there. And that puts Becky, I wouldn't say in a convincing lead, but in a more significant lead than...
What will it take to convince you?
We won't go that far.
Oh, Becky's gonna go say hi to Sephi Fish. She already has super missiles equipped. Yeah. That was... Oh, okay, they don't actually have to go through the door.
Yeah, like I said, they picked up those tiles already.
So we have one for kill the fish, one for save the fish. We had one attempt to save the Decora. I hope Ponk isn't watching. Ponk is the fish's godfather.
This is kind of a cool room because there's a lot of tiles to the right that there's no reason to ever go to, but you're gonna have to, of course.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like they're gonna be routing back through this room at all, since probably finish up with Forgotten Highway. Oh yeah, there's this. Were you talking about the beach? Those tiles to the right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Still a little bit
No,
behind.
I wasn't talking about Forgotten Highway. Not yet. We'll see that soon enough.
Oh, because you were watching White Mage Becky and she's ahead. That's why I wasn't sure what room you were talking. I was watching Canadian now. All right. Did I miss it? Did Mumu save the Decora?
Yeah, you missed it.
Did he do it?
I missed it too. But yeah, you see this huge area that has no purpose in the original game. And really doesn't have a purpose in map completion other than...
Pretty sure I've soft locked over
tiles.
there in door rando. Like, oh, there's got to be something over here.
That's the secret. They knew people would eventually make a door rando, so they added an area to soft lock.
Okay.
Gear Force knew all along.
See, I have a fan IRL theory. If time travel becomes possible at some point, I bet someone's going to go back time and talk to Gear Force and have them put all this stuff in their game, like Mockball and all the good stuff.
All the goods.
And everything that makes RBO possible. Alright, gravity suit for Freyas.
I guess Becky missed one of the X Factor particles because that looked like a good one round, but the snake remained.
Okay. Oh. And does she make it? Oh, nice. Oh, she was a little too high. Oh no, that's a shot block. Okay. So say hi to the owls.
The O.
The owl.
You gotta put as much emphasis on the O.
I haven't seen them since the last time I did combo rando. Shoutouts to Total. He's still hanging around. Oh, this is one of the cool rooms. You were talking about the Coliseum. Obviously, they pick up the top tiles on the way out, but they would pick up as much as they can on the way in.
Yeah, you get to see a bunch of grapple jumps, and personally, I'm biased, of course, because I love doing suitless stuff, but I love grapple jumps. They're so...
Yeah. I like doing suitless Meridia too. It's one of the reasons I never go early wrecked ship in randomizers. I hope it's a suitless Meridia seed. Even if it's not, I'll do suitless Meridia anyway. I'll be like, alright, I got X-ray scope, I have enough ammo to crystal flash, let's go.
Yep. Unfortunately, we don't get to see too much suitless shenanigans in the relay.
Yeah, I guess the most was in RBO and already missed. So it looks like Canadian
did some too.
Canadian now took a save. I don't think Becky did. So he is a save ahead in the 3 required save. Whatever that's worth. What this time of a save, I guess, is what that's for.
We're gonna see oh. I was gonna say we're gonna see Owl. Oh wait, for some reason I thought Dragon was about to appear and he just beefed everything. But
Becky just missed the quick grapple there, so
I was really hoping Owl would do the toasty dance setup for Dragon.
he still has an X Factor particle floating around.
Yeah, it's just hanging out.
Alright, dental plan for Freya's spirit. And they've already grabbed the map station.
Owl needs to be careful here.
Yeah. What's the most you've ever taken from chain damage when Shine Sparking Dragon?
A lot. I don't know.
I almost never take more than about like 100, 150. But this one time, I took 500 damage. That was I didn't even know that was possible.
I mean, I think the most I've taken is like 300, but I also don't run Hundo, so I have just straight up died before, which kind of makes it hard to tell how much I would have taken.
I took 367 damage. How did you know? Well, that's how much I had left. But you also take some damage from the Shiny Sparker, I guess. I don't know. So, I take it they won't get Plasma until after Ridley? They're gonna clean up with Forgotten Highway? Is that how it works?
No idea. I guess we'll find out together.
Yeah, that Moonfall tells me that they're not going to Plasma. Unless they're going up the toilet, but...
Well, you do have to remember they will have to go back to this area to pick up
they have
those
to get the
sand
other
pits.
side of the sand pit, yeah. Well, both sand pits, but also both sides of that sand pit that drops down to the farm room.
So I think Owl... Oh no, he didn't already pick up those, or these tiles in Aqueduct. I thought he did, but I guess...
I guess he'll grab him next time he comes through and gets to the other sand pit. So I guess this is kind of like the Hundo route now. He's going to go over to Spring Ball and then up Plasma. Then it seems weird because they have so many super missiles that, well, I guess it takes time to farm super missiles. So picking up Plasma is still nice. Alright, Freya's spirit is heading back into Big Pink. And Moo Diddy actually grabs the energy refill at the bottom of Red Tower. Had to go in the room anyway. Oh, and we have a nice little AFK break for Canadian now, waiting for Shaq. But he's going to practice his horizontal bomb jumps instead.
As long as he doesn't pull an Oats and Goats and kill Shaq Tool before he finishes.
He's tempting to... So... Becky saved the fish. Canadian now killed the fish. Who's gonna save Shaq's Tool? Whoa, wow, already... I mean, why would you save Shack Tool?
I mean, he didn't really do anything wrong. He was just trying to protect you. Or not even protect you, he was just trying to help you get to Spring Ball, and you just kill him. That's not nice. You'd never get that item if he wasn't there. And what do? You just kill him.
Well, at least it was a good item this time. Sometimes it's a reserve tank. You play Randa.
Yeah, those are the situations where you kill him. It's like, I got a great item. Come follow me. It's just a reserve. And it's like, alright, you deserve it now.
I will not reserve Shack Tool's life.
And yep, it looks like we are gonna see Owl go up to Plasma.
I guess they just go up through Forgotten Highway on their way to Torian later.
Well, yeah, you go back into Meridia, go down the other sand pit, and then
I see.
Go back up to Plasma, and then through Forgotten. But first, they're gonna go finish up Norfair.
Things are going caca cuckoo on Moo Moo Diddy's or Canadian Now stream right now. Things are jumping all over the place.
Well put.
So Canadian Al does X Plasma move before Becky, but remember he still has to pick up some tiles in Aqueduct.
Yeah, that's actually, I think the extra tiles Owl's or Becky's taken puts her in the lead, if only by a little bit.
It gets the Mom Claw pit tiles, so. Alright.
They're gonna go this way.
Cack Attack Alley is another one of those interesting rooms where you just kind of see them jump up just high enough to grab tiles, and then.
And just do a little jump.
Of course, gonna pick up some super missiles. Why not?
Yeah, turns out when everything in the room drops super missiles, it makes it really easy to farm some.
Freyas did not even try to save Cora. So we got fake watering hole. That's what I'm gonna call where Moo Moo just was.
Becky taking the lead there, having a much cleaner entry to get the E-Tank. And maybe they are just gonna pick up this sand pit now. So I guess I lied. Sorry.
That pancake just juked the missile.
And you see there, Owl picking these up now. Puts him, or evens out that part of the map at least, and puts him a bit further behind than he was originally.
Alright, Freya's on the Shack Tool, and Moo Moo coming up on Bot Twoon. So, okay. I guess they grab the toilet. Yeah, that makes sense. They'll get the room down into the east of Main Street, and then grab the rest of the.
One thing to note. Sorry to cut you off a little bit there, but one thing to note, you'll notice Freyas was actually trying to use a charge shot on Spore Spawn. And the thing about Spore Spawn is charge shots actually do double damage to him. So, where a single charge wave shot normally does 150, I believe. With the double damage, it does 300, which is equal to a super. Unfortunately, Freyas missed the shot, so they had to just use a super.
Oh, that's interesting. So even with just charge beam, it does more damage than a missile.
Yeah, I mean, part of that is because you think if you're playing the game normally, there's a good chance you pick up charge beam before you fight it, so game's kind of teaching you how to use it. Or I guess teaching you to use it.
A couple more rooms we don't normally get to see in any category besides Hundo Map. Shoutouts to Ice tutorial area.
Also gonna go the southern route since they haven't yet.
Yep, here's where they'll pick up the Acid Snakes room on the way to Lower Norfair. And Mumu unfortunately missed the Shine Spark. Has to clip through these ooms. And Frey is passing up a power bomb pack.
Who needs power bombs anyways?
I love when you come out of that missile refill area and you see the out of bounds. A little X tile. What the heck? Come on, guys.
Yeah, there's only a couple spots where you can actually see those, but they're kind of goofy.
Okay, so it looks like Mumu Diddy is employing a slightly different strategy for Coliseum, and he'll grab those tiles on the way out of Dragon. I thought you could only see those blocks with X-ray scope.
Nope. There's a couple spots where you can just see the corner of a few for a brief second.
Well, then why do they call it X-ray scope?
You know, I think we have a lawsuit on our hands here. Here's another fun little thing. You go to pick up all the tiles in this room. Since you don't want to fall down it, you just pick the bottom ones up right away. And then you have to go back over to the
stomach. So this whole intro area to Lower Norfair is basically a diagram of Ridley's digestive system.
Is that true?
Yeah, Becky gets a nice Pepto-Bismol ball into the stomach and drains the acid out.
Is it true? Did Deer Force himself tell you?
Mr. Force did. Oh, no blue
That's
suit
Mr.
for me.
Force to you.
Mr. Force. He only lets his closest friends call him Deer. Dear Mr. Force.
Just call him Deer when he's not.
I got really scared because White Mage Becky didn't pick up the missile pack.
Yep. Well, 100% run is ruined. It's all downhill from here.
Yeah, maybe she'll just have to settle for map out %. It was kind of funny that she base jumped a little in there first.
I don't know if she has enough Shine Spark frames to get this spark.
She might not have.
Ooh, she might have, but unfortunately, bomb.
He's
Also,
the,
you need to pick this up
You
anyways.
need to get the thinger bobber. Oh, shows off the RBO energy refill escape there. But having space jump doesn't make too much. Oh man, she nailed that green switch. Just denied her.
Yeah, turns out hitboxes in this game are dumb.
Not as bad as Link to the Past. You know what? Actually, speaking of bad hitboxes, how about the guys in this room? Space Pirate. You ever try to freeze one and wall jump off of it?
Oh, I haven't done these, but I have done the ones in Meridia where their hitbox is like a mile above their head. It's not very good, but you know.
That's a worst example in this game. Oh, we have another interesting room coming up for red team, White Mage Becky, on the bottom left there. She has to grab all these tiles and outrun the acid.
Well, you don't have to outrun the acid. Becky might. I almost thought she was gonna reset the room, but nah, she's just gonna take a quick bath, clean off the suit. You know, erode all the nasty gunk from Meridia off.
See how Mumu or Canadian Al fares here. Mumu Diddy. We'll see if he kills Shaq Tool or not. And Freya's already well on their way into Meridia as well. So after this race, we'll see how much more time Team Green picked up. If any, but likely some.
Yeah, I haven't really been paying much attention to the top two screens. But part of that is because of how close Becky and Owl have been basically the whole race. Like, Becky started about a minute later and caught up pretty quickly, and since then it's been really back and forth. And yeah, that's really fun to watch.
Freya's spirit saves the fish.
Yeah, Freya's actually isn't too far behind Mumu. So, it is closer than it was previously.
I guess Freya's is going up to Watering Hole. But both have to, or rather, Freya's just has to fight Dragon still. Weirdly, not so bad in this category when you have extra E-tanks and all the firepower you could ask for.
Yeah, you kind of have the same loadout as you do in GT Classic. And GT Classic Ridley is the easiest part of the run, so...
What would you say is the hardest part?
Everything before Ridley.
Bootless Lava Dive.
Yeah, Bootless Lava Dive is it's a doozy. It's actually not as bad as people say, but I guess people say that about any trick. So, you be the judge.
That's how I feel about Crystal Flash Clip. Just learn them, whatever.
Just do it, forehead. Yeah, I do agree. It's a lot easier than it looks. At least the one, like the Crystal Flash clip into Botwoon is. I can't speak for any of the other ones. Anyways, Becky having a really clean
You just
Ridley.
got called out.
Hey, to be fair, I did need high jump for other parts of the run.
What you get high jump boots from GT Code?
Yeah, but I don't. It's not. Can't do GT code. That would be cheating. I'm not a cheater.
Oh, you didn't do GT Classic.
Of course, had I done GT Classic, I still would have done, or I still would have picked up high jump. So, you know.
Honestly, I probably would have too, just to save embarrassment for my team.
Yeah, we'll ignore that part. So Becky just gonna finish up the escape through Lower Norfair.
Oh, GT Classic is after that. Wow.
Yeah, if you guys want to see everybody pick up high jump, even though, you know, bootless lava dive is so free that it's just a time waste. And that'll be coming up right after this.
What category did you run, Dirk?
I ran mini boss RTA.
Uh,
The other suitless category.
Did you go gravity first, or?
I went Varia.
Oh, you did say you love using suitless Meridia.
Yeah, that's why I like the category so much. It's suitless Meridia, but you don't have to do suitless Norfair. That's like a win-win, right?
Yeah.
If you can't tell, there's not a ton to talk about at present. We've got a Dragon fight coming up from Freyas.
Yeah, Freyas looks like they're setting up an X Factor here. Gonna go with the old any percent strats.
That was a
Pretty clean
good
shine.
opening.
Yeah. Aw, really close. Got good RNG from Dragon too.
Yeah, this last spark should do it.
Did Becky get the reserve tank room?
No, she got wreck ship reserve. Oh, well, she got the room. Just
Yeah,
not
yeah.
the-
Did she
the
get
item.
yeah. That meant did she go into the Norfair reserve area? I guess she's just that far ahead. Wow. Well
Yeah,
done.
Becky really making up time. Lower Norfair especially, she really showed off her mechanical prowess, if you will.
Oh, nice blue suit for Freya's Spirit. Hopefully they grabbed all the bottom tiles in Coliseum already. Oh!
Well,
hitboxes,
now
man.
it's alright if they didn't. They get a second chance, but doesn't look like they needed it. And so Becky is heading over to Forgotten Highway. Gonna see some reverse shenanigans.
Alright, Becky goes up the toilet again, and we'll be going through Forgotten Highway. Already over 1,000 tiles for her, as well as Canadian now. Man, those green gates are giving every runner trouble today.
Yeah, Owl is falling even farther behind. Actually, he's still staying 10 tiles down, so never mind. He's okay.
Yeah, maybe there's just a couple tiles in the landing site that Becky picked up. You could have
Yeah,
missed
I
them.
guess so. Like I said, let's hope so.
Well, here's a couple. I think Becky had already picked up those. Yeah, because she went down the mom claw room. Oh no, and then went to. Never mind. I think Becky had picked up the below plasma tile tealies.
Of course, not only do you have to go through this maze, but you have to pick up every tile in the maze.
Yeah, fortunately, it doesn't mean actually going into the maze. You can still take the shortcut up and above it.
Yeah, luckily.
So this actually, when done right, looks really neat. I think you actually just kind of like dip just low enough to pick up the tiles and still have your base jump frames, but
Yeah, it's
pretty tight
pretty
window.
challenging. Definitely not the easiest trick in the game.
Yeah, I mean it's not that easy. It's no bootless lava dive.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, go back, Becky.
no.
Okay.
All right, we're fine. False alarm.
I think that took more than 10 seconds, which would have been the penalty had it been unintentional. But
Yeah, I
it
think
would be hard to.
you could call it unintentional.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I just missed it. I was thinking about the rest of the run.
She just KO'd the heck through that platform. Kind of. She did it on an angle. That was kind of weird. Canadian L actually grabbed the E-Tank. Freya Spirit heading up the toilet to get Plasma Beam. And Power Bomb a little misplaced in the acid stomach room for Moo Diddy, but he makes it into the statue's arms and drains the acid.
I'm definitely calling this the Pepto-Bismol room from now on.
No, the spring ball shred is called Pepto-Bisball. That's see, and there's like the little intestines there, right below the stomach,
So,
and then you get pooped out here.
is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. How could I have been so blind?
Well, even like, you go through a lava dive, that's Kraid's mouth, and then you go down the elevator, that's basically the esophagus.
I think we kind of see where Becky's tile lead is coming from, since she has basically all of this room lit up. She also doesn't quite have enough health to shine spark through.
No soft poops either. Man. But yeah, basically, if Canadian L can grab this wraparound shot and open the door, Shine Spark could be some time for him.
Yeah, this actually gives him a pretty nice, I guess not a lead.
Yeah, and I think he's not grabbing this energy tank either, so there it is.
Yeah, he's basically caught up. Of course, he is going to have to, in the escape, pick up a few more tiles in the landing site.
No worries about Strambulancing going down to the Gauntlet missiles, because you don't actually need to pick the items up.
And so you see there, theoretically, there are 5 more tiles, or 5 tiles in landing site that Owl never picked up.
Alright, Becky already unequipping some items to facilitate her Zebetite skip and her stand-up glitch. And Freya's on the way out of Meridia.
Moo has to be careful here. He kind of fell back into the ad. So would this be like throwing up then, or
maybe? Does Ridley have multiple stomachs?
I don't know. You're the one that said it. I'm asking you.
I mean, it's a completely different part of Lower Norfair. I drew a diagram one time. So, like I said, you have his mouth, and then the esophagus is the elevator. Or maybe the elevator is his throat. Is our throat and esophagus different things?
I mean, no.
I'm not a biologist. Don't look at me. And it's like, well, he's like an alien. Maybe he's got 2 throats.
I mean, you could argue you've got like your
xenomorphs have 2
esophagus
throats.
and your windpipe. Those are 2 different things.
Xenomorphs have 2 throats. They've got like a throat inside their throat, right? They got the little. Not that this game has any connection with those movies.
Oh yeah, this game was not based off Alien in the slide. Anyways,
okay,
back
so-
to the run at hand.
Yeah, Canadian actually has to watch his ammo here.
Yeah, speaking
Or, I
of
guess-
ammo, Becky actually got a ton of supers from this last room.
Yeah, she's looking good. Canadian actually trying to conserve some super missiles here.
Alright, he's fine.
But, yeah, he's got plenty. Yeah, 15 to 10 would be the minimum, so he basically has 2 extra super missiles worth of ammo. How many times did Becky save?
I assume twice. Like,
Yeah,
I
you think
thought
they
she
have to-
saved that dragon.
You know, the really funny thing is this is the only category where you actually have to enter the save room before Mother Brain, so it's the best category to save before Mother Brain, except low percent. But anyway, Becky misses the baby skip. We'll see how Canadian Al fares. Oh, just barely. Is he gonna do it? Meme it up. Oh. Alright, a couple extra energy tanks for Moo Moo, but probably, hopefully won't have to pick up any more for the rest of the run. So, Canadian now, okay, he's gonna refill his missiles here. That's a wise move. Because, you know, if the mustard beam eats more than a couple missiles from him, then he could be in trouble. Of course, there is a save right before. So, I did see Canadian Al save for fighting Dragon. Didn't quite catch White Mage Becky's second save. Obviously making the save at the top of Red Tower before Fantoon.
I assume she also saved a Dragon. That seems like the smartest place to save.
Yeah, I might have just missed. It is one of those things that just absolutely go wrong with chain damage and what. Alright, Freya's Spirit just entering Lower Norfair, while Moo Moo is on his way out. And 20 charge shots from White Mage Becky will finish phase 2 of Mother Brain. She has set herself up to do a stand-up glitch. Could be another little bit of a time save over Canadian Al if he decides to skip that strat. Man,
Yeah,
Mustard
both-
Beam ate a missile, but it's okay. Still had plenty to spare. Becky also has 5 tiles on him.
Yeah, so both runners have an extra E-tank just to be super safe on stand-up. Or I guess be super safe that they can do stand-up.
She didn't. Okay. Took her a second to stand up. I was trying to grapple Mother Brain.
You have to be careful here since you don't have X-ray. So if you accidentally, when the baby gets off of Mother Brain's head, it'll force you to the ground again. And if you're on the ground next to Mother Brain, the Metroid will get locked in a place where Mother Brain's onion rings can't hit it.
Yeah,
so
or
you'll
she
be
might
soft
just-
locked.
She might just kick you in the face.
That would be just as bad, I guess.
Hence the mandatory saves in the relay. But, okay, Canadian Al did set up a stand-up glitch there. Missed the point where he turned off Varia Suit. It is possible to do it without Varia, but if you don't bring your damage down fast enough, you could actually die to a Rainbow Beam. since the flag is set whether or not the baby will come on before the rainbow beam actually comes out. So you could damage yourself too late. Just die.
That shot was really sketchy from Becky, but it was...
Yeah, I love when Samus's spray gets all glurpy. Yeah, it's like for just a second. Fantastic stand-up glitch. That was a one-shotter, I think.
It was 2-shot, but still really good.
Better than I've ever done.
Yep, same. But yeah, that little graphic glitch is actually canon. That actually happens to Samus.
It's canon. Another 2-shotter for Canadian now. Really nice. I think they actually have to pick up some extra tiles in Escape, like that you wouldn't normally have.
They have to make sure they get every tile here. So you're gonna see Becky go this way to pick up these over here, even though
do you have to do you have to pull a Leodox to get all the tiles?
I believe so.
Wow.
No, I guess not.
Oh, no Leodox strats. Yeah, I guess you can get it.
So I assume Becky's picked up all of the tiles in landing site, meaning that it should say 1242, I believe.
Right,
coming out of this room.
Pick up 2 tiles in the climb room.
Yep.
And if we...
Okay, I guess just 1 tile, but that makes 1244 right here. You're gonna see it in just a second. And so...
There it is. So confirmed 100% map completion for White Mage Becky. She just has to save the animals and go to the ship. She just has to save the animals and go to the ship.
I think you're skipping a step here.
Alright, tiles outstanding for Canadian Owl. Are they all on the landing site?
Let's hope so.
Freya Spirit just started their Ridley fight. Going for the straight up charge shots. Maybe the animals room counts as some tiles, huh? Oh, shooting the animals from all the way up there. I can't even be bothered to walk up to their door to shoot them.
Wow.
Got a shine spark.
Oh yeah, I counted 5.
Okay.
He's okay. And that should be the last one.
Alright, well, the number I think updates as soon as he presses down or as the ship flies off. Shoutouts to Fuzda for making the map tile counter hack.
There it is.
Hey! Alright, Freya Spirit finished up with the Ridley fight. And already 2 teams having put the map completion in the books. It's like Stump and Susrami are coming in to commentate GT Classic, is that right?
Repeat that?
Some stuff's happening.
Oh yeah, we still got plenty of stuff going on.
Yeah, Stump and Susrami are in the waiting room, getting ready to pop in here. So make sure you give a follow to all the runners. Congratulations to White Mage Becky, coming in clutch for Team Car Ramrod, putting her team in the lead with her excellent Hundo map run. And a really good run from Canadian Owl as well. Only lost less than a minute to Red Team. And Freya Spirit doing some work to catch up as well. And Moo Diddy also doing a fantastic job grabbing all those tiles. So give all 4 runners a follow. And shout outs also to Andrew for putting on the relay race. And he and Leodox doing a lot of behind the scenes work. And thank you to TG Derp.
I do want to give one last shout out to White Mage Becky. I don't know if anyone, I mean, I assume some people know, but Becky is going to be officially retiring from Super Metroid after the relay. So
I didn't know that.
is potentially her last run ever. So everyone,
it would be
give one last GG.
fantastic if she got a PB here, and this ended up just being the highlight VOD for her PB on Tier 2.
Yeah, I don't think so, unfortunately, but still a really solid run to end off on. So
And almost saved the Cora.
Yeah, we will all miss you, Becky, and good luck on your future endeavor. And I assume that's almost gonna do it for us. We have the GT Classic commentary coming up shortly.
Alright, well, I have to head out of here, so I will leave it to you to say hello to the rest of the commentators as they come in for GT Classic. Thanks everybody for watching, and I will see you next mission, which is right now.
I guess you're stuck with just me for a second. Oh, never mind. There you guys are. I guess welcome Stump and Susurami. I don't know if I pronounced that right at all. To the commentary. Going to be casting GT Class. And we're starting off with Mr. Guy Average for Team Car Ramrod. Take it away.
Hey, hello everyone. My name's Stump, and
I am Susrain.
yep, and we'll be bringing you GT Classic. And we got
Pretty exciting category.
yeah, a short but action-packed one.
With I average in the lead.
Mr. Guy Average through the gotta escape from series, high-fiving Vertex 5.
Joined by Vertex 5.
Vertex 5 in the fight. Mr. Guy Average one door away from being finished with Series Station.
I average is decent space.
Yep, good time. And Vertex 5 a couple rooms away. And meanwhile, we've got Frey's Spirit finishing up their Meridia tiles and other cleanup before the end game. And Mumididi about to enter Torian. But Mr. Guy Average has arrived on Zeebs. About to go grab some items, get this thing started. So in this category, the runners will be doing the GT code to get almost all of the major items and a large number of minor ones, and then defeating all of the remaining bosses using those items. They'll be defeating Kraid first before doing that in order to get Varia, so that getting into Lower Norfair to get to GT actually is feasible. But once that happens, you could sort of call it a boss rush.
We have Mr. Guy Average. Full. Vertex 5 is using Moonfall. A very impactful trick in this GT Classic, but pretty good times.
It really is something, all the different places where Moonfall is useful. And Vertex 5 about to go get the first missile pack. And Mr. Guy Average back in Criteria, headed through Old Mother Brain Room. Grace Spirit finishing up the tile collection in Forgotten Highway. And Mumu finish the Metroid rooms. So Mr. Guy Average taking a right wall jump climb. And headed up Parlor to Bomb Chorizo. Vertex right up the elevator to enter old Mother Brain room. And Mumu right at Baby Skip. A few jumps. Shooting those blocks away, but gets grabbed. And Mr. Guy Average beginning the Bomb Chorizo fight. Getting those first 5 shots in so to avoid the final explosion animation for GT being below 100. And down goes Bomb Chorizo. Ooh, see that Mumudidi hit the door transition while grabbed. So that's going to result in some slow horizontal movement. And now Vertex 5 in the Bomb Chorizo fight.
We will most likely be taking a against save here. Takes slowdown. Average picking up his first energy tank. This is with high jump boost. This is actually enough health to make past lava dive, but the player is just prone to dying with any enormous mistake. Surprising to see more energy pickups.
Right, Mr. Guy Average reaches Brinstar and goes into the early supers room. Vertex 5 a few rooms back. And Fair Spirit down the part after Gauntlet. Mumudidi at Mother Brain. So soon we'll have everyone on GT Classic. Mr. Guy Average now out with the early supers. Vertex 5 on the elevator down there. Mr. Guy Average bombing through the barrier before Big Pink. Vertex at the back of supers.
That's I don't think I've ever seen.
Mr. Guy Average going in the exit of
going for Sports Bond Supers.
The Sports Bond.
Not sure what the intent is with the.
I think the intent is making the green gate glitch a little bit safer.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
More chances.
Fair play, given the relay setting.
Okay, so now we got Vertex 5 down through Green Hill Zone. Mr. Guy Average grabbing Charge Beam. Mumudidi in the middle of Stand Up Glitch. And Freya Spirit in the Metroid rooms. Vertex up
Going
Red
up.
Tower towards the power bombs.
Decline first try. There it is.
And Mr. Guy Average will soon be there too. Vertex 5 did a little bit of farming in the middle room that might let Mr. Guy Average possibly get a little bit closer.
And we have Freya Spear going for baby skip, damaging herself down, which be a smart play, given whether or not you're actually going for the skip. Because it cuts out the animation, yeah. But since she damaged down herself a bit before the skip, time loss will be kept to minimal.
So now Fresh Spirit will head towards Mother Brain while Mumudidi begins the escape. Vertex 5 at the bottom of Red Tower and heading over to Kraid. And Mr. Guy Average almost at the top of Red Tower after having gotten the power bombs.
Mumudidi cleaning up the last bit of the map tiles, and you do not forget these. Room stress are not down in any other category. Except for maybe true completion, but we don't talk that.
Those having to get all of the map tiles really adds a lot of things that that category has to do that no other category has to.
Actually, Vertex 5 and Kai Average heading to Craze Layer to get area suit. I'll be interested to see if they pick up Crady Tank. Tank Validite.
Yeah, Kraid E-Tank is an interesting question in this category because you do also have the E-Tank that's on the way to high jump.
Yeah, when runners go for trading tanky arcade attempts, usually they go into probably clear into. We're gonna try the Buddhist lava dive since
Oop.
skip going to high jump room altogether.
Yeah. Yeah. High
May or
jumpless-
may not see any runners go for that.
Yeah, high jumpless lava dive is very much a thing, but a very difficult thing. And we got Mr. Guy Average. Ooh. Both Vertex and Mr. Guy Average did not get the quick kill. Or Mr. Guy Average, Kraid's mouth opened all the way. But it's not taking Mr. Guy Average that long to do the rest of the necessary damage to Kraid.
Supers to spare the backup may just be as swifty. And if you waste all your supers going for a quick kill, then that may serious trouble. But high average with the smart play there.
Yep. So Mr. Guy Average starting along the way back from grabbing Varya. And Vertex is now on the elevator into Norfair. Where this category will become this category.
All the challenging stuff. The next runner for team TRB and BO minus C. Right.
So Vertex grabbed the E-Tank before high jump without getting grade tanks, so Mr. Average did not get that tank either, so it looks like we'll be seeing 2 E-Tank lava dive from both of them.
Freya's in the escape, and almost the end to the map runs.
Here we see the slightly roundabout route through Escape Room 3 to ensure that all of the tiles get hit. And it lets you spark
And
at the beginning of Room
I
4.
know the star strat actually doesn't. It breaks out even with the regular wall jump strats, but more sparks, the more the better. Performance. You see Vertex 5 taking his first save at Bubble Mountain. Very, very common save for this category in the relay setting. Upcoming trick, that is Valve Knife.
Yep, Vertex is going to do a little farming before that to get up to full supers. And Deer Force for Mumudidi.
Force.
And Vertex 5 will head to the lower Norfair entrance.
Very sharp. Taking the save. The tier runners were really not separated by a lot of ground. This is a
And GG to Freya Spirit on 100% map.
This gets the bounce ball entry. Gets it out. And hits it. Very nice.
Yep, that's a good lava dive.
Even needing the second energy tank.
Yep. So now there's the green gate glitch to deal with. And Mr. Guy Average about to also do lava dive. And in the upper right, we've got Rumblemans at Series Ridley, having just started the run of this category.
Guy Average pulls up lava dive first try too. Alright,
and Vertex about to do the green gate glitch and gets it first try. Very nice.
very nice. That's a really, really finicky trick.
It is. So now Vertex is going to hold all 4 of the buttons during this transition and end up with all of the major items except for Screw Attack. Vertex then turns off Spazer to not crash the game.
I also see Guy Average going in with 10 supers for the green gate.
And doesn't take that many supers to get it.
Right up on a fourth try. Very
So nice. And Vertex has taken down GT using the safe spot on top of his forward leg. Mr. Guy Average going in ball form so as not to accidentally fire and crash the game.
That's a very smart play.
Although it looks like that might have been what happened.
Yep. Didn't exactly catch what. Did he? Did he accidentally fire the shot?
I think so. The gameplay part of the screen went black, and then he reset. But Vertex is now up worst room in the game and on the way to Ridley. Having gotten Screw Attack after defeating GT using the GT code items. This is a part that I like to think of as 100% minus the item collection because you have all of the major items.
I think that's a very
exactly the type of movement you would be doing.
Comparison.
And we've got Deer Force for Freya's Spirit.
Guy Average nailing the GGG from the. Very nice.
And Mr. Guy Average going for that GT code again. And now has Spazer safely turned off and can do the GT fight.
Cool.
From that crouching position, the shots hit GT twice, having the number that are needed. And on the upper left, we've now got Lenofus doing GT Classic and beginning the run at Series Ridley. Mr. Guy Average grabs Screw Attack. Vertex 5 enters Ridley. And Vertex 5 getting those shots in. It takes 20 to defeat Ridley with this beam combination. Mr. Guy Average setting up for fast pillars.
I think he nailed it. Yep, very nice. With plasma and 7 E-tanks as well as gravity ready is.
Yep, it is.
Well, there have been runs lost to that lost to ready post GT code.
Right, but that doesn't happen too often. So Ridley down for
That doesn't happen to any of the runners here, for sure.
Yeah. And Mr. Guy Average on the way down. Lenofus in the series explosion cutscene. And Rumbleman's at the Bomb Teresa fight.
And you could see that Guy Average actually screw attacked all the Kai Hunters in the room. And that is not because he's feeling unsafe. In fact, that's for lag reduction. They're planting 2 power bombs, and the Kai Hunters off screen that are moving around will stack. X5 going for Libus strat. Ball.
So now we have Vertex on the way out to the Norfair exit. Mr. Guy Average in the Ridley fight now.
Since supers, using supers already does result in higher DPS, and since the runners do have 20 supers, it is conceivable that some of them will spare a few, and looks like the runners, the 2 runners are just using conventional.
And there
Average.
There goes Ridley.
Woman's just nailed the early super smockable. Make his way up Red Tower, like the first runner stick. Right. Guy actually went for the bounce ball strat. Now we'll see Vertex 5 heading to Draylon. With Space Jump acquired so early, underwater is really. Some may say Space Jump is the worst item in the game. Under certain circumstances, I'll have to disagree, such as underwater.
Water movement with Space Jump really does work out nicely. It's also interesting that this that GT Classic, simply because of the placement of things on the map, causes the remaining bosses after GT code to be done in reverse order.
Yeah, now that you mention it, that's actually pretty neat. I never heeded to that little detail.
Yeah, this pretty much is the one category that does Phantoon fourth. And Vertex with the microwave beam against Batoon. And that's the use of X-ray during plasma going through an enemy such as a boss that is there that you reach before you're supposed to have plasma. It doesn't absorb the plasma shot, so the iframes continue to run.
Vertex almost got the full happy. He had a really a nice chain of wall jumps, nice good edge grab, followed by a running off of edge. Mr. Guy Average also heading into Meridia. Top right, we have Rumblemans. Got his early supers. Way to create.
And Vertex getting ready with some short charges, but instead using the plasma X-ray combo to one-shot Dragon by making the shot hit enough times.
Vertex 5 nailing the Wample Giant. Yeah, it's only 2 seconds slower than using I think what I may stand corrected.
There we have X-ray plasma.
Average. Destroying Fortune with X plasma. He did it. I think he did 4 pauses, but it's actually only 3 X-ray pauses. But Fortune actually has, I think, 27, 3,000 health.
Yep. Yes, 3,000 health.
30?
So
3 pauses.
The perpendicular halfie.
It's like the runners are just having issues with activation.
The shot needs to hit between 4 times to kill. And for Dragon, the shot needs to hit 7 times. But for Dragon, you got a little bit of a guide that you can use by taking the shot from a crouched position, because you get forced to stand up when Dragon dies. That's the same reason that all the blue suit and tricks work involving Dragon.
Oh, actually, we see Denofist. Reverse. It's a very conservative play. I think that's going to pay off for him. Elevator rise 23 seconds, if I'm correct. Setting to GGG is a very big deal.
Alright, Mr. Guy Average is out of Dragon, and Vertex is almost to Phantoon. Onifus is up Red Tower and headed towards the power bombs. And Ruppelman's grabbing the last few items, namely that E-Tank and high jump boots before doing Lava Dive.
So we have 3 runners who are going for 2 in tank and Lava Dive. With high jumps, of course.
Yep.
I think that's a fast for Vertex. Nails the 1 round. Very nice.
So that is all 4 statue bosses for Vertex. And it won't be too long before Mr. Guy Average is there too. Now going for the Meridia Upper Escape. Right into the top of the Red Brinstar.
X5 using Spring Vault to traverse some of the lower section of main shaft. And here we may see a cool Spring Vault trick, so let's watch out for that. Oh, almost gets the Mock Ball. You can just sprint over Moat. Rumbleman's farming up his 2% health. It's very conveniently placed Zebel room.
Vertex 5 is only a few rooms away from the statue room. Mr. Guy Average almost getting the speed wall into Fantoon. Or hopefully we'll be seeing a single round fight thanks to Microwave Beam.
Lava Dive going on for Rumblemans. Just try.
Nice Lava Dive.
Here we go. And the save Rumble is taking. Probably one of the more necessary saves. Skill player, bringing glitches. Trick at all. We have a stand-up for Daniel. He blocks one of his supers, but he recovered.
And Mr. Guy Average got a 1-round Fantoon. Thanks to the magic of X-Ray and Plasma.
Vertex 5 entering Turian, and since GT Code grants your X-Ray, basically have to use item cancel if you want to traverse these rooms somewhat.
Right, here's Rumbleman's GT code.
It may or may not be more difficult than, say, in 80% KPDR. All goes for the 3 strat. Unfortunately, missing the second Metroid. Second Metroid. If I ever, when I go for the room 3 stress, if I ever Metroid is always the second Metroid for some reason. Supers or charge shots always.
We got Vertex going for the baby skip.
I averaged doing a spring ball there. Creating a pretty awful low transition. Still skin.
Ooh, Vertex got grabbed. Mr. Guy Average at the statue room now. Rumbleman's through the pillars. Just starting the boss rush phase. And one of us with high jump. all ready for Lava Dive.
See Vertex 5 going to the energy refill room. Would you full reserve? It is possible that to the gate pretty much since you can also do crystal flash, but blame him for taking a save. And we have Guy Average starting on the sequence of very difficult Metroid rooms. Close room 1 pretty well.
Vertex through Mother Brain 1, ready for Mother Brain 2. Mr. Guy Average in the middle of the Metroid rooms, and from a lot of us were about to see Lava Dive. And Ridley fight for Rumblebins.
Just want to mention that Rumble didn't go for the ready spring ball. My favorite strat, just because you really need to make use of plasma space jump, spring ball, and also screw attack, and it's a very involved stretch. So I really hope more runners start going for it. We have Guy Average getting ready for baby skip. Self down. Very, very rational play. It's like he actually opts for we're not going for baby skip. I can definitely respect that. If you go for baby skip and gets grabbed in the last few jumps, that's for you.
And on Vertex's screen, we have stand-up glitch set up.
Like Dano missed the bounce ball entrance, but he is equipped with 3 energy tanks, so that should mitigate some of the trick.
And Mr. Guy Average charging up for speed Zeb skip, but not getting it and falling back to ice.
Just switches to the regular ice Zeb skip, no problem. Rumble has business finished with Reggie, so he will be Benefits also getting the GGG with 8 more supers to spare. So no major reset. So I think the only reset we've seen was from the average. GT code. So
Yep. Now we've got Vertex in the escape. And taking advantage of having Spring Ball from
he's going for
Blue Bomber.
Very nice. Very nice. It's Blue Bomber, and I think that may have some time. If you do Blue Bomber and overshoots it by too much, it actually may not save you any time at all, but that looked just right.
That was a nice looking Blue Bomber. With Sparkle on top of that, along with having done a Moonfall in Escape Room 4. So Vertex is going to reach the top of the parlor and leave the animals behind.
Leave the animals behind. Shake my head. Very
And
good. Very
GG
good
to
roll.
Vertex.
GG.
And Mr. Guy Average, mid stand up. Soon will be at the end of that run. And on the upper two feeds, we've got Rumblemans headed towards Dragon, and Lenifus headed towards Ridley.
With baby Metroid looked sketchy for a moment.
Yeah, that is one of the things about Mother Brain in this category. Since you have so little health, actually the least health at which you can still do stand up, the timing at which the Metroid initially becomes stationary is somewhat different from what it is in other categories.
Oh, that is why. Actually never knew that.
And Rumblemans takes down Batoon with the X-Ray Plasma combo.
One round.
Yep. And Lenifus begins the Ridley fight. Mr. Guy Average begins the escape.
See if Rumble goes for a full happy here. Oh, opts to spark up. They that much slower with space jump. In fact, the old record by OV actually opted to not go for a full happy at all and just space jump up the pretty full happy route. Smart play by Rumble.
Yep. And Mr. Guy Average up the climb. Lenifus defeating Ridley. And Rumbleman's ready to microwave Dragon.
I think Team Alpha Gamers, the Alpha Gamers will be welcoming the for low percentage. So we'll be wrapping up shortly.
Yep. And GG to Mr. Guy Average.
GG, Mr. Guy Average. Solid run.
And we're right about at the end of Vertex's credits.
Here the Deer Force.
Yep. Deer Force.
Force.
So, in a little bit, Alpha Gamer's low percent runner is going to be starting, and yeah, that means it's time to hand things off to the next set of commentators. Yeah, GG to everyone, and good luck in the rest of the relay to everyone, and we hope you've enjoyed our commentary and enjoy the rest of the relay.
Good luck, all runners, and have fun.
Hello, we are Freya's Spirit,
I am Ploff27.
and we are going to commentate the low percent portion of this relay. We are super excited for this. So much can happen in low percent.
Second only to RBO, low percent is the most likely category to see deaths and lead changes. Like I said, second only to RBO being the most likely. So it's going to be very interesting watching to see if there's going to be any last-minute snipes from any of these teams.
Low percent is an absolutely terrifying category to run.
Yep. It is really scary. So for those unfamiliar with it, these runners are going to be attempting to beat the game while collecting as few items as possible. In Super Metroid, that works out to only 14 items, and I'm going to try not to forget any. Both suits, 3 E-tanks, the Ice Beam in this version, 2 missiles, 2 supers, a power bomb, and there's 3 items I'm forgetting.
Charge Beam.
Charge Beam, thank you. There's some. Oh yeah, Morphin bombs. Lol. How could we forget those? So here, Cross Product is just landing on planet Zebus now, starting out his low percent run.
So the fights to really watch out for here are Ridley and Mother Brain.
Yes.
Ridley is going to take 123 charged ice shots, and then 10 supers and 10 regular missiles. And Mother Brain is going to take 200 charged ice shots.
Yes.
And the most terrifying. Oh.
Mother Brain is I think you were about to say the same thing. Mother Brain is incredibly terrifying because you have to survive Mother Brain on only 3 E-tanks for 200 charge shots. That means dodging catch-ups after the first 100, dodging onion rings, and even 1 or 2 very minor mistakes is almost undoubtedly going to be a death to the Hyper Beam once that phase kicks off. So it is extremely nerve-wracking to be watching all of to be doing all of that and hitting all of those charge shots all the time.
And the most dangerous part of the entire run, by far, is Mother Brain's transition into catch-up. After 151 charged shots, Mother Brain will start using catch-up, which is a one-hit KO.
Yep.
Which means that you have to very carefully count to 151 to avoid getting nailed by the catch-up.
Yes. So it's a good thing that these runners aren't here in the commentary channel with us, or they would definitely be needing some serious time to help count stuff out for them.
So Cross Product told us ahead of time that he is going to be getting Varia before Gravity, and he said that it costs about 1.5 minutes, but it is a significant safety for Phantom first.
Yes, most low percent runners are going to be going to Phantoon first, getting the Gravity suit as their first suit upgrade, which saves time but is a lot riskier because you have to fight Phantoon with even less than you have in New Ride any percent. You have 1 E-tank, you have 10 missiles. It can be pretty brutal on that fight. So by going and getting Varia, lose a little bit of time, but gain a little bit of consistency for the race. Definitely a very reasonable trade to be taking. And it looks like Blue Plasma Spark has also started on their low percent run for Team Car Ramrod here.
So the other interesting thing to watch out for is are any of them going to get a 3rd E-tank before Ridley? Because the world record route involves grabbing the E-tank after Ridley, so you don't have to farm the lower Norfair escape. But that also does mean fighting Ridley on just 2 tanks.
Yes, I would be not surprised at all to see folks picking up 3 E-tanks before Ridley, just given that it's a relay and all, but I don't know, Kip was talking some pretty serious game here in the Discord earlier, so maybe he'll be going for only 2 at Ridley.
We don't think that Kip is going to be getting the 3rd E-tank. Kip is just amazing. The last Scotty is going to be the runner for T Rambo T. And last time in the relay, Scotty did not get a 3rd E-tank before Ridley, but also died to Ridley, so it'll be interesting
We'll
to see
see
what Scotty does.
Yeah, we'll see if he's learned his lesson.
We would expect Beeps and Cross to get the 3rd E-tank, just because we expect them to need the safety more than Kipper or Scotty, but it'll be really, really interesting to see what everybody does.
Yeah, routing divergences always make for exciting races. Also, Alcun Dragoons and Trambot finishing up their GT, finishing up their GT Classic runs now. Alcun Dragoons going off to Phantoon, nearing the completion, while Cross gets bombs here in low percent, and Beeps gets missiles.
So we have an answer, and that Scotty is going to get 3 tanks before relay, which is a really smart decision for a relay.
Yep.
A death costs you way more time than having to farm some bugs on the way out.
Yes, absolutely. It's a great big risk reward thing, right? How risky are you willing to play to save those extra couple of frames? And for most race situations, people are going to err on the side of caution, especially into categories brutal as low percent.
So one of the things about low percent is that it's terrifying until you get really good, and after that it's boring because the movement is much less exciting than the other categories because you don't have movement items. And the exciting part is that you can die to bosses. But once you get good, you just don't die to bosses anymore.
Yep. Once you can do everything consistently, the category kind of just becomes like, well, it's 80%, but it takes longer, you know? Which is interesting. Although, I don't think any of these runners are going to be too cavalier about this.
No, we would...
Keep showing off a nice wall jump climb there. Pretty clean. And Cross Product gets the early super missiles. The beginning of the run for low percent is pretty much the same as you'd see in a regular any percent. I think the first divergence is not picking up the charge missile, which we're going to see Cross come to in a couple of rooms here.
Yep, that is the first divergence. And on the top left, we have a Phantoon X-ray, a Phantoon microwave successfully, and we're going to see Leno finishing off GT Classic really soon.
Yes. Microwaves are the best part about GT Classic. If you like movement in this game and you don't like fighting bosses, run GT Classic. It is the category for you.
If you like high jump plus lava dives, also the category for you.
Yes. Yeah. If you like a run which is really hard at the beginning and then it's like, oh no, everything's easy, you know?
So yellow with Cross is by far in the lead, followed by red with Beeps, and then third is blue with Rumble, and then fourth is Leno in green.
Yes. The story of Alcoon Dragoons has been slowly taking back time from the beginning. They've been slowly catching up with each category getting a little bit closer. So we'll see how things play out over low percent, where things can change so drastically.
We are, of course, heavily biased, so going to be cheering for Kim because he's on our team.
Yep, we are both on Alcoon Dragoons, so we'll try to sound sad when the other players die, but it'll be our secret. We're not that sad. We want Kip to catch up.
We'll be very sad for the runner, but happy
We'll be
for us.
very sad for the runner. Yes. Oh dear, Cross swimming in the drink? Okay, he's alright. He's doing fine.
Yep, oh, this means our Cross will also have the Kraid E-Tank before Phantoon, as well as Varia.
Yes, he will, so he'll have an extra 100 HP. If you can keep high HP up through 2 Phantoon, 200 and so HP in Varia is very safe for fighting Phantoon, if you are familiar with Phantoon's patterns, which is I think a pretty smart call for this.
Yeah, that's a very smart play, especially if you have not a great Phantoon success rate. You're still gonna have to CWJ with this though.
Yes.
And CWJ
or
is
DBJ.
a very troll of a room.
Yep. That's another place where, not necessarily a death, but a place where people can trade time a lot back and forth. The CWJ continuous wall jump, it's to get across the moat room. It involves a 2-frame window for the first jump, I think, and then a frame-perfect wall jump off the other side of the pillar in the middle. It's very, very precise, and I would not be surprised to see several runners mess it up a few times.
Yeah, that is a room which can very easily end up taking 2 minutes to get through, if you're having a bad day.
There is a backup for it where you sort of horizontal bomb jump from the pillar, but many people say the horizontal bomb jump is harder than the continuous wall jump anyway, so...
Yeah, the continuous wall jump involves timing 2 inputs. The horizontal bomb jump takes about somewhere between 5 and 7 inputs. So, we've never gotten it. We consider that to be much harder.
I don't know if you saw, who was it? Gosh, no, I'm messing up the name. It was... Sasrami was doing some horizontal infinite bomb jumps earlier today during his category and during max percent GT code, and it was absolutely insane to watch. It was crazy stuff, but that's not this
Did he get over the moat without speed?
Yes, he skipped
without
speed
picking up
in
the
max
missiles?
percent. Yeah, because you can't pick up the missiles in max percent. That
is very impressive.
Yeah,
So,
it is
so we have
incredible.
beeps going up. We expect that beeps is gonna take the first save just before Pantoon.
Yes, most likely. And then probably also a save before Ridley and a save before Mother Brain. These runners are required to take 3 saves in each run, just to help make sure that if something terrible happens, you're not bringing your team down by like 40 minutes or something. And also help keep the event going. Don't have to worry so much about people dying. We see Leno doing a crystal flash right after getting grabbed by the baby. That's an interesting strat. To avoid having to go
do a
to...
crystal flash right there.
Yeah, to avoid going to the health refill, yeah. Very interesting. And it looks like Rumble Mins is going to finish up their GT Classic run. Very well done, Rumble Mins. GG's all around.
GG Rumble.
And here, Beeps is going to be coming up on that infamous CWJ trick in just a couple of rooms here after this elevator, while Cross is doing his sort of Norfair run, going to be picking up Ice Beam and some other things.
So let's hope that Beeps can get a first try CWJ.
Yes.
That is never a room that you want to be struggling with.
Absolutely not. And like the thing, you can't let this game get into your head. It can smell fear, Right? So missing the first jump there. Positioning in the door is very precise to get enough speed. Didn't get the first jump for the CWJ, but he might be able to still do the horizontal bomb jump up after picking up this missile. We'll see if he goes for it. It's a little too far to the right with that.
So meanwhile, Cross is actually going into Norfair before and grabbing ice before going up to Pantoon.
Second try CWJ out of that blue Plasma Stark. Sorry to interrupt you, but that was very impressive. Good job.
Very nice from Beeps. GG to Beeps.
And now making their way onto the Pantoon fight. But yes, Cross picking up ice and doing the first little dip into Norfair before going and getting Pantoon. I would suspect that this was that way he could pick up the high jump E-tank down there. You see he's got the 3 E-tanks there. It might be that for extra wrecked ship safety. Either that or maybe he just likes having Ice Beam to help climb Red Tower a little bit quicker.
It will help with Red Tower, won't it?
Yeah.
It does add 2 extra elevators going there rather than going to Ridley directly after, but
yeah,
we'll see what route Cross has in mind.
Blue Plasma Stark about to start.
Oh, you need ice to get up the bottom of the Red Tower.
Yeah. Because you don't have high jump. Well, you can do it with infinite horizontal bomb jumps, but yes, unless you are Sisremi, an absolute god, you need Ice Beam.
Now it makes sense.
And the pieces fall into place. We didn't realize. How silly of us. Blue Plasma Park, did you happen to see what pattern he got for his first round Pantoon? I suspect it was a slow.
No, we did not.
It smells like a slow. Going for Dopplers here on Pantoon, which is especially difficult because you only have 10 missiles, which is a very low amount. You're kind of reliant on drops. This is where getting mid or slow patterns really isn't as bad as you might think, because it gives you more time to farm up ammo that you absolutely need to do those Dopplers.
This is the eye open on our left fast.
Yeah.
But his health is good.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say it.
Oh no, that's an enrage. That is an enrage.
Oh. That is too bad. Hitting the super missile just a little bit too early. Fantoon going into this really angry pattern where he sits there and shoots spirals at you. And
Oh
just wastes a
no,
bunch of-
that's a death.
Oh god!
Oh no.
Oh
Breaks the
jeez.
pseudo screw a little bit too early.
Yeah, just a little bit. Well, I guess it's a good thing Beeps took the save there in Red Tower, so gonna have to be doing CWJ and also the Fantoon fight again, which interestingly enough actually puts Cross in the lead here by a fair amount, quite obviously, as Cross is now going to do his own moat crossing here. Just as Scotty McBody starts his low percent run for Team Trambot.
And now we get to see Scotty and Beeps both do CWJ. Oh,
Yep.
Cross is gonna go for a horizontal bomb jump.
Didn't quite get the bomb jump. A little too, I think, early. A little too late on one of the bombs. One of those.
HBJ is hard.
HBJ is
And
very
Cross is a
hard.
cross.
Nice. Excellent. Also a second try CWJ. We'll see how...
Beeps is a great setup.
Yep. That's good.
And is a cross.
Nice. Excellent CWJs out of both of these runners. That's very impressive.
And Cross's decision to go and get Varia first is already putting him way ahead of Beeps.
Yep, yep.
Because that more than makes up. The death more than makes up for that.
Absolutely. And GG to Letifice for finishing up GT Classic for all Coon Dragoons. After sitting through the credits, we will be seeing Kip doing low percent for that team. Here we see Cross coming into Fantoon. Beep's not far behind.
So Cross is going to have no trouble not dying to Fantoon with Varia and this much.
I'm not gonna cast or curse it, but I think Cross has a good chance. A good chance of not dying to Fantoon.
Cross has 4 times the health that Beeps does.
Yes. Yes.
And more ability to pick up additional health. So
Yes,
Cross is
that
very
Varia.
smart, leaving himself 1 missile short. That he can continue to farm up get missile drops from the flames.
Yes, because the flames will not drop any missiles if you are full on missiles. So by leaving yourself 1 short, it allows them to drop that you can then pick up later after starting the Doppler. Both of our bottom runners in the midst of Fantoon. Looks like
Given how many
Beep's
hits
getting
Cross
a
has
mid.
taken here, Cross made a very brilliant and practical decision to get Varia first.
Yes, a very
Beeps
smart
is 1 hit
choice,
away
I
from
would
death
say.
now.
Oh gosh. Those eyeball flames do
Beeps
40
is trying
damage
to
to
farm
this.
up.
Oh boy. Oh boy, Beeps.
This is close. Cross
Make
the
it
first one,
scared.
Fantoon dead.
Oh god!
That was so close.
Jesus, man. He's got 93 now. Oh gosh. These runners are taking years off my life. Whew. And
Beeps
Beeps has
barely pulls it
Fantoon
off.
dead. Thank goodness. That was so close. Oh my gosh.
Meanwhile, Scotty's up picking up his alpha missile.
Yep, yep.
And we're going to see a beautiful climb out of Scotty soon.
Yes. Do you know if Scotty does the wall jump climb or the behemoth climb?
We want to say wall jump, but we're far from certain.
Well, I mean, we're gonna find out in not but like 30 seconds. Now, both of our bottom runners making their way through the rest of that wrecked ship, just beelining straight for the gravity suit. See how Cross does his attic. Go for the power bomb. Very safe setup.
So after Fantoon, everybody in this category is going to kill Kraid next. The reason why this is different from New Route is because the time that you save in Kraid by doing Kraid later in New Route is entirely from Speed Booster, but you never get Speed Booster in this category.
Yep.
And you have to gravity jump, which means that getting Varia will save you a ton of health gravity jump, in the lava dive room. So going for
Yes.
crate first is important.
I mean, there's an argument that one of the benefits of doing crate after Ridley is that you have better drops going into you tend to have better ammo going into Meridia because you have crate drops, but the health from the gravity jump is just far outweighs that here. Especially in like a relay or race setting where health can be pretty tricky and you really don't want to die. Ooh, gosh. Beep's taking a key hunter hit here in Attic. Basically can't touch anything. Could also be in a bad spot.
Oh,
Ooh.
that key hunter would have killed.
Yep, that would have killed. But, you know, Beeps, he's giving us heart attacks. He's cutting it close, but he's living.
So Beeps is coming up on another terrifying room of low ice, of Fantoon first, which is bowling. You can take 3 spike hits at full health. So Beeps is probably gonna. Beeps is not gonna farm up to full.
Yeah. Caster curse. Yeah, all right. The power bomb in this room is a pretty reasonable farm, though. Gets almost all ammo. That's not what he's looking for here. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes back. No, he's going with 103.
He's not gonna go, is he? He can't go.
I mean,
he can't go.
2 hits is only like what 100 damage. He's got 3 health to spare.
120 health damage.
Dang it. There we go. Now he's fine. As long
Okay,
as
now
he
he's
doesn't
going
make
for
any
it.
mistakes ever.
Good luck, Beeps. Wait, did he just turn around at the door? Yeah, Beeps just turned around at the door, so...
Did he?
Yeah, he didn't have enough...
reset?
Yeah, so he was turning around at the door, but went through, and that's great door behind.
So it killed his speed, and so he wouldn't have had enough health to make it across in 2. That is a really
he would not have had enough health to
reset.
make it across in 2.
Did he save after Fantoon, or
He
did
did.
he? Okay, good. Thank goodness. Another really unfortunate time loss there. Silly little movement stuff, but that's just how tight this category is. Oh god, don't die to atomics. Yeah, just do another reset.
Is not a bad idea at all there.
Yeah.
So Scotty has his supers and is going to be hitting up the red tower soon.
Yep. Meanwhile, Kip is just now landing on the planet.
Meanwhile, Cross's decision to go for Varia first is really paying off.
Yeah, he's already saved a whole bunch of time on Beeps just because from not having to take deaths, and is currently taking a pretty commanding lead, especially considering that his team was ahead coming into this category by a very small amount.
Beeps.
Kip, unfortunately, not. Oh god, he's all right. He's got 142. He's doing okay.
But he almost booked the key hunter though.
Yeah. Not even close. Not even close. Here we see Cross doing some a little bit of IBJ to get up to this red door. Without high jump boots, you have to infinite bomb jump to get up here.
Yeah, there are a couple of other options, neither of which are good. One is
sorry.
One option is to wait to super a Nova off the wall and then freeze it. And then the last option there is the Saturn climb, which is which no human has ever done to our knowledge.
Beeps making it across bowling with only 17 health to spare. Very tight, but survives and is on his way to his gravity suit. Meanwhile, Scotty is grabbing Alpha Peeps and is going to be entering the red ship pretty soon. Kip now leaving old Turian, or old Brinstar.
Did Cross save before the lava dive?
I can only assume. He's doing a little bit of farming here at the bugs just to get a little bit of health. I didn't see a save. He might have.
We didn't see a save, but yeah, he might have. We would imagine he would, but we didn't actually see it.
Yeah, maybe chat can help.
So it looks like Scotty's already taken his save before Fantoon.
Yes.
Kip is making his way over to BT.
Cross now going into Lava Dive. A lot less scary than in RBO or GT Classic, but still kind of scary nonetheless.
Beep's making a brilliant decision to just kill the crabs with a power bomb rather than trying to pseudo screw it and hope he doesn't die.
Yes, very beautiful Lava Dive out of Cross, and is going to be taking a save here at the top of the lower Norfair elevator, going down into LN.
And Scotty making attempts at the worst room in the game.
Oh, so close. He had the wall jump check there, but didn't quite get the right frame for it. Second try CWJ out of Scotty. Excellent.
Cross is the first one into LN.
Yes.
Manages the lava dive with only 44 health loss, which is really impressive.
Yeah. Is very, very clean.
Oh, is that Peep far enough to the right? No, it isn't.
No.
Cross can't pick up the power bombs, a shame. So Cross is going to
There
bomb
you
up the
go.
last wall.
Yep.
That's a good backup. For a second we thought the Cross was going to have to farm a Fire Flea.
Powerbomb conservation is very tight in this category through lower Norfair just because of all the powerbomb doors and such you have to open, and you don't have speed boost or screw attack, so you have to powerbomb through pillars.
Oh, and Cross is going to freeze the pirate rather than doing an IBJ up.
Yeah.
There's some brilliant static strat which does this really gracefully and quickly.
Currently, Scotty now facing off against Fantoon, doing his first round of Dopplers. Meanwhile, Beeps is heading into Kraid.
Scotty doing quite well against Fantoon. Scotty is an amazing player, so...
Yes.
Oh! Beeps was taking hits from the spike for lag reduction.
Oh my gosh, there are human players that do that?
Yeah, there are human players who do that.
And we are seeing the Kraid stand-up DLC out of our good friend Blue Plasma Spark. Love the stand-up DLC. And Scotty finishes off Fantoon. I think that was a 3-round. Very nice.
Very nice Fantoon start from Scotty. Beep's finishing up Kraid very gracefully.
Scotty's got good health here coming out of Fantoon, full health. See how well Attic goes. Cross now heading into the Metal Pirates room. In this category, of course, you have to super missile the pirates. No speed booster, no plasma, or any of the other faster strats.
Beeps getting his second E-Tank. And we fully expect Beeps to pick up a third E-Tank. The E-Tank before high jump, before heading into LN. So
You see Cross farming a little bit. Yep, just doing a little bit of farming for Ridley. I want to make use of that third E-Tank there, if you're going to have it.
And meanwhile, Kip is just about on his way to the CWJ room.
Yes. Scotty's got full health heading into bowling. Looks pretty good there. Cross is now full, heading on to face off against Ridley.
Cross it in one of the two scariest fights in the run.
Yes, it's not uncommon to try to start this off with power bombs here. Get that extra damage because the fewer charge shots you have to do to Ridley, the better. Some runners will do the ice beam combo with power bombs. But I'm pretty sure it works out to be basically the same damage.
It is 400 damage if you hit both times with power bomb, and
the ice, it does the damage of 4 charge
damage
ice.
for the 360 for an ice shield. So ice shield is a great opening, and everything's a little bit faster than a power bomb too.
Yes. So, not slightly better damage, slightly better DPS. Anyway, Scotty picking up Gravity Suit here while Kip is heading into the wrecked ship for the first time. Beep's on his way to Lava Dive. So far, Ridley's going pretty well for Cross. Taking, looks like only one hit from Ridley so far. Ridley's not being too much of a jerk.
Cross is doing very well so far.
Yes, he's clearly being careful with this fight too. Not getting too risky with it, which is a good strat, especially in this category.
Cross is making a huge amount of very practical decisions for a race.
Yes.
And we really admire that.
In RBO, you kind of have to go ballistic. You just shoot Ridley as fast as you can, or else you'll die to heat damage. But at least in low percent, you've got Varia, you've got Gravity, so you can afford to take it a little bit slower to make sure you're not taking too many smacks from Ridley's tail.
Cross has still only taken one hit from Ridley, which is really, really good.
I just want to briefly shout out, Scotty did the Red Tower Moonfall, and the Red Tower Moonfall is pretty, and I like it, so... Alright, back to Ridley. Oh, and also, Kip is in the middle of the Fantoon fight right now.
It looks like Kip is going to have a nice 3-round, it looks like.
Looks like 3, yeah. Beeps is about to attempt the lava dive here. Only 2 E-tanks, unlike Cross, who had 3 at this point.
Beeps is actually... Is Beeps actually going to be fighting Ridley with just 2 E-tanks?
That is so it would appear, unless he's going to pick up
impressed.
Fireflea. And picking up Fireflea is slow, so yeah. You must be going for the 2 E-tank Ridley.
Beeps is really going for it.
Also, Kip masterfully disposing of Fantoon.
And Kip runs new routes, so is unlikely to have any problems with bowling.
Yep. Cross is still fighting Ridley. Ridley's past the half
Ridley has
health
color
point.
changed.
Yep.
That means 23 charge shots plus unloading all the ammo.
Yes. And you do typically save your ammo till the second phase just because Ridley is faster in the second phase and is a little more aggressive, and you want to be able to get through it more quickly. You want to shorten down that phase as much as you can. Supers being the best DPS to Ridley of the kit available to you in low percent.
And it looks like Cross is just about done. And it still has over 300 health.
Yeah, very clean. I think he took like 1 fireball and 2 tail smacks. Maybe one of them was a body smack. So very, very
has
clean.
been incredibly clean.
No, he's not done yet. Not get too ahead of ourselves here. But it's looking quite good. Meanwhile, Beeps is going for his worst room in the game. Looks like he's also going to be freezing the pirate over on the side. Ooh, he freezed it mid-hop. That's very cute. And makes it up.
We aren't counting, but is that a dead Ridley? That looks like a dead Ridley.
That smells like a dead Ridley. Ooh, don't take the acid
Cross
bath.
agrees that it's a dead Ridley. Ridley agrees that it's a dead Ridley.
Goodbye, Riddlor. And that's one of the 2 hardest bosses down for Cross. Not taking up the Ridley E-tank because he's already got 3. Beeps going through Amphitheater right now. Only on 91 HP. Kinda risky. Especially with Key Hunter Room coming up.
He is picking up Firefly.
He is picking up Firefly. It's possible that he was planning on doing 2 E-tanks unless he was at low health, and is sort of on the fly. It's like, oh, we're at low health here. Let's go pick up Firefly. He's good on power bombs, right? Yeah.
We think it's more likely that he was.
Oh no, he's down a power bomb. He only has 1 and he needs 2, so he had to come here to get power bombs anyway. Because he needs 1 for the door at the bottom of the Key Hunter's room, and then 1 for the statue in
Oh
Wasteland.
no, he's in the dark and has to get it back up.
Oh gosh.
He got it first try, but that's
Nice.
not easy.
Yeah, not easy at all.
It looks like Beeps. We would guess that Beeps intended to just come this way and get the Firefly as a health refill midway through the LN.
Yeah, that's certainly possible, and also pick up some extra power bombs if you're running low, which is not as unlikely as you might think in this category. High five between Cross Product and Beeps. And we do see Scotty actually picking up a third high jumping take before going down into Norfair.
Cross just took several hits from those Key Hunters and is going to save now.
Yeah.
Saving is a very good practical decision. Unfortunately, he's a bit low on health now, so he's going to have to take these rooms very carefully. And there's not a good farm point. The only place you can really farm would be off the Fireflies.
Yeah. And it's not like he can pick up the Hero Key Hunter. Oh. And Cross
Beeps has no
unfortunately
supers.
taking a death here.
Beeps has no supers for the Metal Pirates.
Oh my gosh. Beeps has just been in a rough spot.
So that's going to take
here in this lower Norfair.
20 charge shots to kill them, so this is not a good position to be in at all.
Guess we're just gonna be hanging out, watching Beeps charge shot Metal Pirates. Very slowly. Here we see Scotty heading down towards Lava Dive.
So the Key Hunters that Cross is trying to kill now take 6 supers to kill. Or also 20 charge shots. So neither of them, both of them are in a pretty bad position.
Yeah. This lower Norfair might take them both a while. There we go. Beeps now has 3 supers that he can use to kill the second Metal Pirate, and at least not have to do the same thing for both. Meanwhile, Scotty is now really catching up for his team, coming up on Lava Dive. Not that much farther behind Beeps at this point. Cross. Oh.
Yeah, Cross is gonna have a really hard time. Cross might actually want to go down and farm up more health.
Yeah. I would not be surprised at all if he decided to go back down and farm health here, just because those Key Hunter patterns can be really tricky to get around. Especially because you're coming into the room at a different point than you're normally used to in like an any percent run. So the Key Hunters are likely going to be in different positions than you might be familiar with from categories you run more frequently.
Okay, now we're going to see
he makes it out.
Cross decides to farm up the Fireflies. Oh, is Cross just gonna go for it? No,
He's
Cross
just-
is farming.
No. 1 health. 52 is fine, he says. I can screw through these boulders, it's alright. And is going to powerbomb those guys. A little bit of extra
Just
health.
about ready to start Ridley.
Yep. Just needs a couple more missiles here. And yes, it absolutely does save time to farm up these missiles.
Oh, Scotty's going for the super swag.
Oh my gosh.
Scotty's going for the static strat in the first
Oh,
round.
that's
So
beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. Just make a platform beneath your feet.
Meanwhile, Beeps is starting his Ridley fight,
Yes.
and Kip is about to start diving to LN. And we would expect Kip to do a 2-tank Ridley fight.
Yes.
Kip is a very, very experienced runner. And
Otherwise, is his favorite category to my knowledge.
And Cross is just gonna fire 60 uncharged shots to kill each key hunter.
You know, there is no shame in that.
A very practical decision. A very, very practical decision.
Yeah. Those key hunters are absolutely no joke up here.
Every static strat is amazing. Every static strat is amazing.
Can confirm.
Oh no, Beeps got grabbed.
Ooh, that's not good.
Kip with the upper rising tide.
Yep, nice. Nice damage boosts.
Upper rising tide saves about half a second, which is way more than you'd think it would.
Yep, also not deciding to farm before going into lower Norfair says, you know what? 6 supers, 4 power bombs, that's enough for where we're at right now.
That's a solid decision, because the Metal Pirates give you a bunch of supers
and he can get his 5th power bomb off the Nova,
drop,
or not.
Right? Kip is just going for it. And Kip has passed the lava dive.
Very nice lava dive. Here we see Scotty coming up on his Ridley fight too, after just a little bit of farming.
Beeps is at about half health for Ridley right now. And Scotty's about to enter Ridley too. We've been super impressed by Cross's display. Cross has made just a ton of really, really pragmatic, practical decisions.
Absolutely. Wouldn't want anybody dying in a low percent race or something.
As we're watching Cross do the reverse cathedral, we actually wonder if that frogway clip works with just ice beam, because that could actually save that could save time in the actual category rather than just randos.
We see Kip going for the static strat here in worst room.
And nails it.
Beautiful. Beeps is past the halfway point with Ridley, 126 health in the tank. And Scotty is just starting Ridley as well.
And Kip is getting very close.
Yes.
Oh, tail boop for Beeps.
Ooh. Kip taking his Ridley save. Very reasonable. Ross currently doing his Main Street Meridia. Heading on over to Draken.
We're still watching Beeps closely, hoping for the best for Beeps.
Yeah.
This is a terrifying position to be in, but it looks like Beeps is going to get Ridley down to 0 HP with this.
Should do.
That looks like a 0 HP Ridley.
Hope Ridley isn't too obnoxious.
And that is a first try Ridley for Beeps.
Excellent. Very good stuff there.
Kip, unfortunately, not getting many supers from Metal Pirates.
Yeah, only 3 supers here.
It's
Going
been quite
towards
a while
Ridley.
farming.
Yes.
Unfortunately, this is not RBO. We do not get the grapple beam to make this farm go a little bit quicker.
And Kip is doing some magic with the violas, getting them to be positioned very well.
Yeah. Able to easily grab both of the
This
power
room
bomb
looks
drops.
beautifully practiced right from Kip.
Absolutely.
Kip is at full supers. Let's go.
Good RNG. That wasn't too long spent farming, though, honestly. Could have been worse. Also, we do see Cross doing a little bit of farming himself here in Meridia.
That's a very good decision. That'll make bot wound go much faster.
Scotty clears the halfway point in Ridley, having only taken 1 or 2 hits so far.
This is amazingly close for being 9 hours into a relay.
Honestly, all of these runners are within a few minutes. All of the runners except for Cross are within a minute or 2 of each other, and Cross isn't that much farther ahead of any of the other ones.
Just all these runners are amazing. So make sure that you give a follow to all the runners, all the organizers, all the retrimmers, and just everybody who's helped put this on.
Absolutely. This event has been incredible. Definitely follow all of these runners. They're all excellent.
Scotty has to be careful not to miss any supers, because each missed super is 7 extra charge shots that you have to do.
Yes. There's a lot of runners will just only fire supers, and Scotty finishes off Ridley.
And that is our third first try Ridley.
If things go well for Kip, we'll be on 4 for 4. So that is a pretty big if in this category.
And that'll just leave one more terrifying fight between these runners at the end of the run.
Yep, one more terrifying, extremely long, extremely easy to die fight.
A fight that is done over 3 minutes done perfectly.
Yes. Oh gosh.
That was a really neat entrance from Scotty. Scotty left the viola alive intentionally to deboost off of it into the room.
Very
and
cute.
set up his farming perfectly just to be able to do that.
Beeps pulled an Ivan in the Three Musketeers room. It was scary, but he lived. We see Cross coming up on, what is this one? Coliseum? No full half each day, sorry. No speed booster.
And Kip should be close to the Ridley color change.
Yes, Ridley's red now.
Kip is just putting on a beautiful show here.
Yes. So far, a very good Ridley fight.
Kip is just all these runners are absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
We've been super. I think the thing that which has impressed us most is Cross's practical decisions to go slowly but safely.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Especially
working out really well.
Especially coming into this category with a lead like he did. It makes a lot of sense to play more carefully and just make sure that you keep everything together. And he's keeping it together pretty well, just as he's starting Dragon here. Dragon, not as scary as Ridley or Mother Brain, but certainly no pushover with the kit you have here. You can't fry the shrimp, you can't shine spark, you basically just got, you know, missiles, supers, whatever you can farm off the goo, and the occasional charge shot or ice shield, if you feel so inclined.
With Dragon, a lot of runners will pseudo screw Dragon. That costs you a hit 40 damage every time you do it, but it'll also do 200 damage to Dragon rather than just 90 from the charge shot. Oh, that was a death from Scotty. We didn't see.
Oh gosh, I think it was somewhere during the LN escape. He was low health coming out of.
Ridley, though.
Yes, he was low health coming out of the Key Hunter room. It might have been a boulder. It was somewhere in the escape. Yeah, we weren't paying close attention.
So one of the things with Ridley or with Dragon, everybody's initial reaction is to fire off as much ammo as you can per round. But it's actually much more important to you fire off just a little bit, and then you go and collect the drops, because the drops limit you much more than how much you can fire in a single round.
Yes.
And Cross, yeah, by not pseudo-screwing Dragon, Cross is taking another safety, which is another very practical decision for a race setting, especially where you start ahead.
Both Scotty and Kip now doing their lower Norfair escape. Kip
And
only a
Cross.
little bit behind Scotty now with that death. And Cross finishes off Dragon. Very nice.
Very, very nice.
Scotty's being careful in the Three Musketeers room. This might have been what done him in last time. Ooh, oh.
That's another death from Scotty. Those key hunters are claiming a lot of lives this race.
And with
Kip has
that,
pulled ahead of Scotty now.
yeah.
And we'll see what else Kip manages to get done this run. Because Kip is just... all 4 runners are amazing, but Kip is just hands down the best of the 4. Right now.
Absolutely.
And that's really showing in... He's taking risks that the others aren't. He's the only one who went for a 2-tank Ridley fight. And he's just powering through the entire run.
Here we see Beeps taking out Batwoon. Getting a little bit of some nasty hitboxes. Forced to use charge shots here at the end, unfortunately. Batwoon and your magic hitboxes. And Batwoon down. Nice job.
And Scotty trying 3 Musketeers again. Trying to take it very, very safely.
Yeah. See him wall jumping over in the corner there to try
Fortunately-
and bait the key hunter to the side. Oh, goodness me.
And he makes it... He makes it out. He has to be very careful not to tap the orb in this room. Because any enemy in this room is a 1-hit kill now.
Yep. Scotty successfully pulls an Ivan. Looks like he's just going to be powerbombing here to kill everything.
That is a brilliant
Yep.
decision.
Yep. No need to even get close to taking that risk. Not after that lower Norfair escape. No thank you. Comes a
Oh,
little
is
bit
Scotty
of help.
going down?
Oh,
Looks
like
Scotty's gonna take the Frogway out.
the Frogway clip. Oh,
We don't know if the Frogway clip works with just ice, but
looks like Scotty was autopiloting, maybe from a different category, and said, "Wait a minute, that's not the right way to go." And is now heading back through Kath.
we're really curious whether the Frogway clip works with just ice or if you need wave for it.
Someone should test that.
We're sure somebody's... You can't frog clip with just ice?
Oh,
That's unfortunate.
disappointment.
Otherwise somebody would be doing it in this race.
Here you see Kip also taking on Batwoon.
Yeah, Kip is getting really close.
Kip right on Beeps' heels. Now surpassed Scotty. Gets 3 super drops off of Batwoon as well. That's pretty lucky. Batwoon tends to be pretty stingy on the super drops. So
3 supers out of Botwin is great.
here you see Cross taking a ship save before looks like going into Turian.
We think that's just a ship refill.
I thought he might have taken the save. I don't know. It might just be a refill. if he's already got 3 saves and feels confident about his Turian. I'd
We
be
would be a
very
bit
surprised.
We would be a bit surprised to see anybody save there because you don't really die on the Metroids, on the
Yeah.
Metroids. And it's much better to take the save at Mother Brain.
Yeah. And even so, if you were worried about dying on Metroids, it would make more sense to take the save in Turian, because there's a save right at the beginning of Turian.
And beeps with Dragon down.
Honestly, in our 100% race or run coming up, we were tempted to take the ship save right before going to Turian, because the refill would help us check to make sure that we got all the items. We've decided against it now.
That would work very well chained with Gauntlet.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have Kip and Beeps less about a boss fight apart.
Yes. And if... Looks like Kip is going for the Ice Shield on Dragon for the opener.
Did Kip leave a
And if-
turret up?
It looks like he did.
He did.
He might have just been worrying about his ammo counts. Or, I mean, I don't know, maybe he just doesn't
No,
care.
that's
It's like,
extra ammo to use on Dragon. He's pseudo-screwing Dragon everywhere. Using Ice Shield.
I wouldn't put it past Kip to, like, leave a turret on just for swag, though. Like, I really wouldn't put it past him to do that. I'd believe it.
In races, that's not Kip's style at all. Kip goes for the safety. Kip plays to win.
That's fair.
Kip very much so plays to win. And now Kip's gonna start his pseudo screws. Kip is getting excellent RNG.
Yeah.
And Kip with
Very
Dragon
nice
down.
Dragon fight. Yeah. Very
That are
clean.
that is 3 sets of Dragon children who are orphans now.
Gotti currently farming up a little bit of ammo here for his Dragon fight coming up.
Yeah, that decision to leave a turret up is really, really interesting and brilliant. And Cross is already at the baby skip.
Yep.
Facing left, losing those 40 frames.
Oh.
So Beeps is trying a very, very difficult gravity jump here. This is... We aren't sure how tight exactly it is, but it's probably the most tight gravity jump in the game.
Nice.
And there we go, Beeps gets it. And Scotty using ice shields there. So another terrifying part of low ice is that you have to kill the Ghidorah with no health.
Yes.
At 1 HP.
An unfortunate number of low ice runs have died to the eyeball door.
It's the equivalent to dying to Mini Kraid, only really late into the run rather than early.
Yep. So Cross successfully makes it past the final boss of Turian and is on to Mother Brain. Taking the Mother Brain save, of course, very reasonable.
That is almost expected, since this is... Many people consider this to be the hardest fight of the entire run.
Yes. Here we see Beeps taking his ship refill before going down into Turian.
Unlike all the other ones, you don't have any safeties. So, Scotty is out of ammo now.
He's out of ammo and only at 86 health to do pseudo screws with.
But
Not
Dragon is
getting the
looking
best.
very red.
Yeah. Not getting the best goop RNG, at least on the last phase. Phase is a little better. Oh gosh, Scotty.
He can
He's
easily
nervous.
take another hit.
There we
That was
go,
a
and
really
Dragon
neat
is
hit
defeated.
hitting Dragon with a missile shot in the direction that Dragon is swooping.
Yeah,
We don't think we've ever seen that before.
looked very tight. Here you see Beeps coming up on G4, while Cross Product starts his Mother Brain fight. Not gonna ask.
200 charge shots.
200 charge shots. I'm not gonna try to count it. Maybe Chad, if you want to try to count it. And here, Kip is also now coming into Golden 4, right on Beeps' heels.
Kip is less than a room behind Beeps now. And Cross has tanked an extra 20 damage. Cross is 58 HP to save. So Cross is going for the bomb, the meatball strat. We've definitely seen people debating on whether that actually is safe or not.
Mother Brain serving up the menu of onion rings, french fries, meatballs, and ketchup. And rainbows, I guess.
And rainbows. Beeps needs to be careful not.
Yeah, these Metroid rooms are giving him a little bit of trouble here.
Beeps chose to ignore it. Beeps chose to ignore the last Metroid because his health was getting low, which is a really, really good decision, which probably saved his life.
Yeah. Oh boy.
These Metroids are not being nice to Beeps at all.
Not at all. They just really want to give him a hug. And here, Beeps and Kip are almost synced. Coming into here in Metroid Room 3.
Beeps making a very practical decision to use missiles rather than supers.
Yes. The grouping strat in this room is absolutely essential in order to make sure that you have enough ammo to still finish the game.
And we see Cross with a reset. We didn't see exactly how Cross died, but...
Yeah, we saw the reset screen, but not the death. Also, Scotty makes it past the really difficult gravity jump.
And Kip is the door transition behind Beeps now.
Yeah, only a couple seconds apart from them now, which is, just gonna reiterate this, incredible for a 9.5 hour competition.
Yeah, huge props to Andrew for picking teams very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Ross very carefully doing Mother Brain 1.
9 and 9 to successfully do it, so you can get one missile sniped and live.
Yep.
Beeps and Kip both at a terrifying part of the run, trying to kill the Ghidorah without getting hit.
Yep.
Oh wait, did Kip just kill the Ghidorah off screen?
Yeah, getting the hero shot there, it's going away.
I think Kip just killed the Ghidorah off screen. Yeah, that is amazing. And with that hero shot, Kip was pulled into the lead.
Well, into second place rather. Cross is still in first, but yes, Kip has pulled ahead of Blue Plasma Spark. If Cross takes another unfortunate death of Mother Brain, that lead could drop. I mean, like, you really can't take any lead for granted in low ice with this Mother Brain fight.
Yeah, that Mother Brain fight is terrifying. So it looks like Cross's team is going to have Jack for the last run. Eep's team is going to have Giggles. TRBMBO is going to have Stars. And Alkaline Dragoons is going to have Off.
Oh, hey, that's me.
So this is going to be very interesting to see how everything ends.
It's all gonna come down to Hundo. No pressure.
And this is just amazingly close.
Yeah.
Like, we have 3 players in the same boss fight, 9.5 hours into a race. That is just so amazing.
Yeah. I gotta keep an eye on Discord, because I'm running Hundo right after this, and gotta make sure that I'm ready to swap off commentary and onto running, so...
Now with 3 players in a terrifying fight. It looks like 2 of them are Beeps and Cross are both bombing the onion, bombing the meatballs, but Kip is not. Which makes sense, bombing the meatballs is a little bit slower, and Kip is just going for it. Kip is just absolutely going for it. This is almost so terrifying to watch because any of them could die just so easily here.
It's absolutely just nail-biting. Like, seriously, anybody could take the lead at this point with only a few minor mistakes.
Just a single ketchup hit, or a set of 4 onion rings will close the lead gap instantly. And we are not counting any of these, so we have no idea how close any of them are to dead.
Yeah.
It's terrifying enough watching this fight not in a race. It's incredibly terrifying in a race.
Yeah. Scotty almost died to eyeball door, but he's fine. Scary.
Does not look like Cross is at catch-up phase yet.
Ooh, there's one
That's the
catch-up.
first catch-up. So with that wall jump tax, Cross has to be super careful with it, because if he's in a wall jump check animation, he will get nailed by the catch-up.
Oh gosh, Mother Brain's just really loading on the ketchup for Cross here. Like 3 ketchups in a row.
We believe that catch-ups are on a timer, so when certain other conditions are met too, so. Kip is also in the catch-up phase. Wait, is Kip gonna use an ice shield?
No
is Kip
way.
actually gonna use an ice shield?
There's no way.
We will be so impressed if Kip actually does this. It looks like Kip selected power bombs after not having them selected. And Cross has successfully defeated Mother Brain 2. GG to Cross is being in the lead now. Maintaining the lead.
Absolutely.
Yeah, now we almost had 4 players in the same fight.
And Kip finishes off Mother Brain 2 as well.
Beep's in the catch-up phase.
These racers are just so close to each other.
Oh no! Beeps takes a death.
Oh. Caster curse.
And this has just been such a close race.
Gosh.
So Scotty has 40 health to spare.
Sorry, we're not saying much. It's just like really nerve-wracking fights.
All there is to do is just watch the fights and cross your fingers and hope.
Just play fast and never ever make any mistakes ever.
Play fast and don't die.
Yep. Here we see Cross finishing up Mother Brain 3, much easier than Mother Brain 2 in this category at least.
And Kip has a looks very category specific strat attack for Mother Brain 3. It's doing 4 shots all angled up. That looks very not having high jump specific. Did you just see me smorf under that onion ring?
No, I was looking at Cross starting to escape.
This race has been so good. Everybody's just neck and neck, and
it's all gonna come down to Hundo, dude. Stay tuned.
all gonna come down
It really
to Hundo.
is anybody's relay at this point. Everybody's gonna be pretty close coming out of low ice. Low percent, a great equalizer.
And RBO.
And RBO. There's probably like a Thanos perfect balance joke to be made in there somewhere, but I'll let someone else figure it out.
So Cross is just about done with his escape, and Cross is gonna be the first one to finish.
Yeah. I'm
Oh
just still
no,
watching.
no! Kip has time to catch up now.
It's gonna come down to the climb and parlor.
Kip. Oh, Kip could catch Cross. It's gonna come down to Steam RNG. A door transition apart.
It looks like Cross does finish just a couple seconds
Just a
faster
hair
than
ahead
Kip.
of Kip.
GG's to both.
GG. That was... Cross made a bunch of very, very practical decisions, and it really, really paid off for him.
Absolutely.
Those practical decisions, like shooting the key hunters 30 times, 60 times, just allowed Cross to stay in the lead.
Absolutely. You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
Very, very well played from Cross, and Kip's run was just absolutely amazing. Kip just nailed trick after trick after trick after trick.
Yeah.
And it worked out so well for him.
Now we just get to let Cross and Kip play out the credits while we watch Beeps and Scotty do the most stressful fight in low percent.
Do you see that in-game time? Kip's in-game time was 15 minutes less than Cross's.
Oh my gosh.
And that was and that's not including any deaths that happened.
Making up the time loss or catching up. Honestly,
And Scotty successfully has Mother Brain 2 down. GG's to Scotty.
absolutely.
In just a moment, we're going to start the hundo item, the final category of the relay.
All right, I got to dip because I got to go run hundo. So I'll see you guys on the other side of the restream.
And we are super excited to see Jack's hundo. We have not actually seen a full run of Jack's hundo, and we're just really excited to see what new tech Jack has brought in. Because Jack has been working really hard on just all the new tech, and really soon we're going to get to see that showcased. And Beep's almost done. Here's to hoping that Beeps manages to pull this off and finish off the run. .50 shots, 49 shots once the catch-up phase starts to the end. And it looks like Beeps has done it. Beeps has done it. All 4 runners are through low ice, and we are just about to start hundo item. This has been such an amazing relay. We've been so lucky to commentate it. Make sure that you give all of these runners a follow. Running low ice in a relay like this is absolutely terrifying. Running it in a team setting is even more terrifying than just running it in a normal race. Because in a normal race you can just forfeit, but here you have to finish because your team is counting on you. So GG to all the low ice runners, and they just put on an amazing show. And now we're going to hand it off to Tracy M and Guy Average to commentate hundo. So thank you everybody for watching this.
Thank you so much, Freyas. Yep, this me today is Mr. Guy Average. I started this off. I'm going to finish it off.
I did the RBO race, and now I'm going to be doing the hundo race. So.
Yeah, sounds awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're going to follow that up. That was amazing.
Yeah, what a low percent of the run. I know. It's like everyone's just all like close and tied up now.
All 4 runners facing Mother Brain at the same time after over 9.5 hours of a race. That was, yeah. So, but we're gonna get on to 100%, which should be awesome. That's gonna be the decider, and we already have Ploff starting off and Jack starting off. And so Ploff playing for Alcoon Dragons and Jack playing for Alpha Gamers. As soon as Scotty finishes his escape and Blue Plasma Spark finishes off Mother Brain his escape on Team Rambo T is going to have Starisms, and Car Ramrod is going to have Mr. J Giggles.
Do we know the tendency of these runners? Like, who does early croc and who does late croc?
You know, I really don't. The only one I've seen do a 100% run is Mr. J Giggles. I suspect he will do early croc. Jack is more known for any percent, having, I believe, still the best time in old routes, so essentially a world record. I really know very little about Ploff and Starisms, so it's going to be interesting to see what either of them do.
Well, Jack is definitely a high-level runner, so he'll probably take any time save there is. So most likely it'll be late croc.
Yeah, I'm hoping for at least one late croc. If nothing else, we get to see the quick plasma charge kill on Crocomire there. So, yeah.
Yeah. And there's always the grapple-less like entry into Spring Ball.
Oh yeah, the ice clip, which is
the ice clip.
Yeah, it's a tricky strat, but you know, there's some nice setups for it, and so hopefully we'll get to see someone do that. And already, Ploff and Jack already through Cirrus Station, going on to the planet. Scotty having just finished his low percent, and Blue Plasma Spark finishing up his escape. So let's talk about the PBs of these runners. So Ploff has a PB of 135.40 in hundo. Starisms has a PB of 138.32. Mr. J Giggles has a PB of 123.04. And Jack has a PB of 116.37. So by those numbers, that could give Jack the edge and take it over for Alpha Gamers. So we'll see. And
yeah,
Jack using a nice moonfall.
he's already in the lead too. The team
Yep.
already started out with the lead, so yeah, it'll be pretty interesting. If he does mess up a lot of the optimization strats, and Jay Giggles or Ploff could maybe like capitalize on that and get those harder strats that save a couple seconds throughout the run.
Yeah, the harder part about Hundo is there's not a whole lot of deaths to be taken here. Since they're not facing an early Fantoon or Ridley with 3 E-tanks like we just saw in 200 ice shots.
Yeah.
And Blue Plasma Spark is finished up. So GG to all the low percent ice runners. Such a tough punishing category. All of them doing a very good job there. Also, and I hope that chat will correct me if I'm wrong about this, since like I said, I don't know Ploff and I don't know Starisms. I believe they're both ladies in this race, and shout outs to that because there's not a whole lot of us out there. So please chat correct me if I'm wrong about that because I don't know them, and I don't want to refer to them wrong. So
definitely, there's not a lot in the kind of gaming area anyway. So
yeah, we're definitely outnumbered here.
yeah.
And nice wall jump climb coming out of, falling down just a little bit, but Ploff doing just fine. And let's see that 14% on Scotty's screen. There it is.
GG to him.
Okay, here we go, and one more Cirrus station. Like I said, we were going to see that a lot.
The early game is too is pretty much the same for every category. Their first like the first same 5 minutes, 6 minutes of the run.
Okay, getting word in chat that Ploff goes by they, so we'll use that. Okay, and they are in their GT or BT fight, no problems there. One of the fun things about Hundo is we do get to see certain things that we wouldn't normally see. So we'll get to see a GT fight here. We've seen that a few times today, of course, with the GT Classic runs, and the and RBO has that too. We don't get to see a whole lot of Crocomire. We'll get to see that. We still don't get to see poor Spore Spawn since we were able to backdoor that one.
But we did see Spore Spawn in map completion, so there's that.
Map completion and mini boss RTA.
Yeah. And
okay, get to get correction in chat.
There's a lot of spring ball tech in this too. And like I said before, there's like, a lot of strats that really optimize the category. That only save like a second or two.
That spring ball is really nice to be able to see in here. We don't get to see a whole lot of spring ball, just because it's so far out of the way, and nobody likes to go to Shack Tool if they don't have to.
Yeah, the only category that really takes the biggest advantage from it is max GT code because you get it so early on in the run.
Yeah, Starism's doing a very nice moonfall as well. Jack
So do
getting
all
the items.
runners use Moonfall then?
I saw 3 of them use Moonfall. We'll see if Giggles. I want to say Giggles does, but I don't remember. So we'll see that. And of course, this is the only category where we're actually going to pick up all 4 reserve tanks on purpose.
Yeah.
You occasionally see that in randomizers, but usually if someone's picking up 4 reserve tanks in a randomizer, they either still haven't found Variasuit, or more likely they just ran into it not knowing what the item was going to be. So
Usually the latter.
yeah, usually I've done it before. I remember I have at times hit my menu to see what I have in reserve and saw, oh, whoops, I got all 4. Ploth missing that nice mock ball out, so she'll have to go through the top area.
So if you haven't seen a 100% run before, you might like notice that Jack is skipping kind of a lot of the items in the pink area and this Green Hill zone.
Yep.
Because he's gonna have to come back here. So it's best to leave those little missiles for later.
Yeah, some of them I don't think make a huge difference. It's a little easier when you come back here with high jump boots and speed booster and stuff like that. In particular, a lot of times runners will skip that missile right above charge beam, because when they have to come back here later to do waterway, they'll use a power bomb and they'll save some lag by picking it up at that point. And of course, here we have to pick up the all much maligned Spazer beam.
It's sort of like a fake wave beam, really.
Yeah, it kind of is. And the other thing that's interesting, we never see runners go to Fantoon first in the 100%, mainly because you can't get the reserve tank that's in Wreck Ship until you have speed booster. Can't get the reserve tank, and you can't get the other
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think we did see Susurumi you do a strat. They might have allowed them to get the missiles there, but they definitely can't get the reserve tank without the speed booster. So they have to go back up there anyway. So there's no point in running through Wreck Ship twice. There's really 2 points of decision. One decision is, do any of them pick up power bombs early? The thing that does for them is if they go up and get those power bombs, there is a missile in Kraid's lair that you can get early and not have to worry about later. It's one of the most easily skipped items if you don't get it the first time you're in Kraid's lair. Looks like no one's done that so far. And of course, the other decision, like you said, is do we get the early grapple beam or do we get early ice to get the spring ball later on?
Right. Yeah. Ice is also another one. If you skip Croc and do him later, then you have to get ice. But if you get grapple early, then you could potentially skip ice.
Yeah, you can get skip ice later and pick it up on the way out, or on your way to Norfair, to Lower Norfair, that is. Jack didn't quite get the quick kill there, but makes quick work of Ridley anyway.
Alright, great.
Yeah, that's really great. Yeah. I'm jumping the gun. Maybe I'm still an RBO, I'm not sure.
And Giggles did a nice behemoth climb up there. That's always like definitely something cooler to see. Because we always see ice. I mean, for me, I always see all runners use wall jump. Not very much runners use the behemoth climb. So
yeah, I'm a fan of watching the behemoth climb, especially when they do it nice and cleanly.
Yeah.
course, the other nice thing about Hundo is you don't have to think about whether you're going to take any of these energy tanks. It's there. If it's an item, you got to pick it up. So just do it. For instance, in any percent, sometimes you make a decision on the fly as to whether to pick up certain energy tanks and certain items based on where you're at in terms of the race and in terms of your health. And Ploth coming up on her crate fight. And gets the quick kill. Very nicely done.
Very nice quick kill.
And nice to see those high jump boots that we didn't get to see in the last run.
Yeah. And same with Bryn Star. In Norfair, you're also going to be skipping certain items in Bubble Mountain because they're just
in particular, you're not going to get the reserve tank. It's much quicker to come back here with gravity suit, screw attack, and space jump to get that item. And there's a very nice strat you can use to get down and pick up the Bubble Mountain missiles that hopefully we'll see one of these runners use. And shout outs to the Cathedral missiles, the trolliest of troll spots for first power bombs in the randomizers.
I played a Rando Seed once in the League Rando, and that was the place where power bombs was.
Okay, and Jack gonna be the first one into Bubble Mountain. I actually really enjoy Bubble Mountain because you see 5 different runners, you'll see 5 different ways of getting up there. Jack just doing a nice little wall jump.
Yeah, it was a very nice sniped with the spacer shot.
And he'll pick up his speed booster. Always important in a speed run to have speed booster. So maybe low percent ice isn't really a speed run. I don't know.
I mean, in my opinion, low percent speed is where it's at. So once Jack gets his wave, we'll see if he goes down to Croc or he's just gonna skip him, go get ice, and then go up to wreck ship.
Yeah, we'll see. That wave beam, I actually call this the most important Suik and Sprink that we can do in the game. By doing that little wall jump and picking up wave beam here, it saves a ton of time. As far as I can tell, the writers intended for you to go get your ice beam, go up red tower, get your power bombs, go down to Croc, get your grapple beam, and then go back to wave beam. And we get to skip all that by just picking it up with one little wall jump.
Yeah, kind of a big hassle.
And let's see which way Jack goes. There we go. Looks like he's leaving Croc for later. So awesome. We'll get to see a couple different routes here. I do believe this is a little faster depending on how well you can do that ice clip. But in a race situation, you're not going to do this route if you don't already know how to do the nice quick setup for the ice clip. So I suspect Jack will have no problem doing that. So he'll pick up his ice beam now. And Star is facing Kraid now. See if we get a quick kill here. And we do. Nicely done.
We are 2 for 3 in the quick kill so far. Let's see if Giggles gets it.
And Ploff going in for Wave Beam as well. And we'll see if we get another route. If we see an early Croc here or a early Ice Beam pickup.
Well, with where Giggles is 100% PB is at this time, I think he might go for Late Croc. I mean, you never know.
I have seen Giggles do this. He did not go for a late Croc when I saw him do this, but that was about 6 months ago. He could have changed at this point. And unfortunately, Giggles doesn't get the quick kill,
Yeah.
so we get to see a little bit extra of Kraid.
2 for 4.
Oof. And for a moment there, that was looking like it was going to get scary, but he's still got 39 energy, so he's fine. Okay, now here's a moment of truth. Which way does Ploff go? And going down to Crocomire.
Yeah. The thing about late Croc, early Croc, is that you don't have plasma, so you can't just one-shot him. So you're gonna have to be like a little bit more strategic with your missiles and supers.
Right. But fortunately, they do have Charge Beam, which is still pretty powerful, so there's no worry about running out of ammo. You might say, well, Croc will drop ammo for you, but when you get into one of those situations without Charge Beam and having to rely on those ammo drops, it can get very, very scary, very, very fast. So fortunately, we don't have to worry about that here. And Stars is heading over to Bubble Mountain. We'll see that decision there pretty soon.
Ooh, let's see if Jack gets the Ocean Fly. Oh, he does.
Nice. That's probably my second favorite Shine Spark of the game. We'll see my favorite in this run. That's another part I liked about this. But we'll see that after they're done with the wreck ship.
In my opinion, using the missile is a little bit easier. Because I think the missile travels faster than using an ice beam, charge beam.
I usually see people use supers, to be honest.
Oh, supers and missiles are the same, I think. But
Supers may be a little faster. And Stars, I'm using a pseudo screw to get through up Bubble Mountain. And Ploff using the Moonfall to get down towards the grapple item much quicker. And I'm going to shout out a few items here. So, Stars is about to hit the missiles here right before Speed Booster. That's a very easy one to miss. Another one that's commonly missed, the one that Ploff just picked up. And then there's one of my favorite rooms that we're going to see after the pick up a grapple beam, the cosine room. I've more than once seen runners miss that missile for Hundo Race. So hopefully they all pick up all those items. As there will be.
Yeah, when you just want to like kind of run through that room and just jump through it, you kind of forget that there's that missile up there.
Yeah, exactly. And there will be a time penalty for every item missed in this race. So hopefully we don't see any of that.
Yeah, definitely do not want to miss any item.
And here is that aforementioned cosine room, named because, well, these hills are shaped like a cosine curve.
Hmm.
As a math person, I have to appreciate that.
And he also gets the nice deboost into the missile there.
Very nice. And Stars been picking up wave beam. So we'll see which way Starisms goes. And there is one more item here. Oh, hopefully Fluff already picked it up. I wasn't watching. There is an item.
Because
Set of power bombs. Yeah, they've got
because
power
she
bombs.
has
So
the power bombs.
you
Yeah.
have to have the power bombs there. That's kind of the cheat first power bombs if you go this route. The Crocomire power bombs.
It's almost as if Deer Tier knew.
Yeah. Deer Force did a lot of interesting things. I'm still not convinced that Sulis Meridia was intended, but I am fully convinced that the Art Burialist Lower Norfair was intended as a thing. Everything just works out too well in that.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jack heading into the one really dangerous spot here. Completely missed the Fantoon fight, but this spot is really dangerous. He gets through Spiky Room of Death without a problem. That is the one really dangerous spot in Hundo.
Especially when you're running Lake Croc. You don't have that extra E-tank that all the other runners get.
I would consider that the most dangerous part of the run. With the various suit having the damage, those with used to randomizer, it's a little bit more dangerous than having various suit in that room there. And of course the water being there and in the way. And it looks like he fell into the water there and we'll have to try again.
And he's really low on health too.
And this is a much harder thing to do because he doesn't have grapple beam to swing over.
Yeah. You can
Looks like he used bombs.
Yeah, you can also just, I think, just run from one end all the way to the other.
Yeah. You can make that jump. It's a little easier to make that jump without high jump boots. I don't believe he turned the high jump boots off, so he did it without.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. J Giggle is going down to Croc. Yep, everyone else doing the Croc first. So 3 out of 4 going down, which is kind of what I would have guessed. But like I said, I have not watched the upper 2 runners before. And Starism's doing a nice spark to get to those early power bombs. There are quite a few ways to get up there. You can just run and jump in that room if you don't get the Shine Spark. You could do a deboost off the Ripper up there, and the slow way to do it would be to use bomb jumps, but that is also another option.
The deboost is actually pretty difficult. I don't think anyone would do that when it would be just easier to run and jump.
Yeah, not in Hundo.
Yeah. Oh, well, in Rando, yeah, you probably would do that if you don't have...
it can happen, but no, in Hundo you're going to have enough items that you don't need to worry about that. And Starim's going to pick up the missile here first. Not using the more fun but much more difficult Indiana Jones strats, which is, I believe, the intended way to get those.
Which is pretty crazy. I can't believe that's intended.
Absolutely crazy way of getting them. Well, some of the intended grapple beam strats in this game are just ridiculous.
Yeah, one is just free to just run and jump.
Oh, and look at that. Giggles going for Indiana
Oh.
Jones and getting it. Nicely done.
Nice.
Glad someone went for that. And Jack about to hit bowling. So he'll get to take a little bit of a break here. And if you watch what he was doing there, shooting down, there is a way to set things up so that those worker robots in the lower portion of this room are already knocked down. And we'll see if that worked for him. That's what those shots are supposed to do.
Yeah, and then the power bomb also clears away Chozo's statue, so everything's just all ready to just run through.
Yeah, it cuts down the lag a little bit. And it looks like that did work for him.
Yeah.
Giggle's gonna head on out of Crocomire. Jack picking up his reserve tank.
The missiles that Ploff just got is also a very common one to miss.
Oh, right, the ones before Fantoon. That's a nice pickup because that room is almost as dangerous as Spiky Room of Death if you wait till after the Fantoon fight, because then the ship turns on and those platforms start falling.
Yeah, it's definitely really dangerous to go through, especially without gravity.
Ploff into Fantoon. As Jack leaves the area and going to one of my favorite parts, so we're going to see the criteria power bombs. But first he's going to save. Or not necessarily save, but refill. It looks like you don't have to refill here, but you're going to be doing a little bit of shine sparking, and having that extra energy is very useful. And I suspect he'll actually save here because they do need to still have 3 saves in this run, and this is a convenient place. You're already going to refill at the ship anyway. And what he'll do is when he gets out of the ship, he will shine spark will still be there, and he'll be able to jump right up to the criteria power bombs.
And let's see if he goes for the Swag Stratton Gauntlet Sex Master.
Oh yeah, that's the shine spark the other way. Yeah, that is. I've seen that done once. Sephi or Antinomy did it in a 100% weekly race last summer, so that was pretty darn cool.
I think the only time I saw it was when Oates was doing a 100% run.
Yeah, it's definitely something you could see him doing.
It's definitely a hard one to get.
And Giggle's going to go ahead and take one of his saves before Fantoon. Definitely the most dangerous boss in this run, I would say. Because by the time you get to Ridley in this situation, you're going to have something like 12 E-tanks.
Well, I mean...
plus gravity suit. Plus, you'll have 50 or... No, I think you'll have 45 super missiles. And you'll have the full beam combo, so... Ridley not being a very... When you have all that, Ridley still can be trolly, but not a very difficult fight in comparison to,
it depends
say,
on...
the last run with 200 ice shots.
Yeah. It really depends on your Lower Norfair entry and going into pre-Ridley.
Okay, and
so
let's
as long
look.
as,
So what Jack was doing there, and we didn't get to see very much of it, but basically the idea is if you shoot the right charge shot, and there he is kind of going through the favorite shine spark. We'll see it on the other screens, but that shot he was doing actually opens the door on the other side, and that allows you to spark all the way across into the energy tank.
Yeah, because the way this game works is kind of like the out of bounds wraps around, sort of.
Yep.
So there's a copy of the door on the left side, on the right side. But I think it only works if you shoot a beam to the right side to open a door on the left.
And depending on which beam combo is, the actual position you want to stand at does change.
Mm-hmm.
And gets both missiles there. It's very important. It's a couple minute loss if you don't get those crumble blocks right, because if you don't get them right and you only get one side of missiles, that means at the end of the game you're going to have to come back before you go down to Turian to get the other ones. It's not super slow because you'll have space jump and screw attack, but still it's quite the time loss to have to do that at that point in the game.
Yeah, I believe it's close to 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's about 2 minutes. There's another part we'll get to when they get down to Lower Norfair that has a similar issue. Darn crumble blocks.
Yeah, the GT missiles. I mean, in my opinion, that one is a little bit more safe because you can take it pretty safe with Spring Ball.
Yeah, Spring Ball gets you through it. If you do space jump correctly, you can get through it that way. Here, you gotta make sure you land on the right spot.
Yeah.
Okay, Giggles into Fantoon. Starisms will then be the last to get into the Fantoon fight. I don't think I saw anyone use X Factors in these fights. It's a common strat used here.
For 100%?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen anyone actually use X Factors 100%.
It is a little less common simply because you have to de-equip Spazer, but...
Oh, well, I think Starism is actually on for
yeah, it looks like Starism's going to do that, because I saw a definite menu to de-equip Spazer, so we'll see some X Factors here.
Yeah, that's weird. I've actually never seen anyone do that.
It looks like we got a slow pattern to start off with and didn't get the shot off, so Fantoon disappears. And this invisible phase also has a fast, mid, slow possibility. And it looks like they got the slow invisible phase, so... oh, there's that X Factor.
Good X Factor.
Yeah, those X Factors, each particle will do 300 damage, so that's a pretty good attack. The hard part about X Factors is if they don't land and they keep flying around, you can't shoot anything else.
Yeah, that's the one pain. If you miss it, they stay on screen for a very long time, and you can't switch weapons.
Right. Okay, Plop's gonna get to bowling pretty soon.
And it looks
Giggles.
like, Giggles had a good spiky death rune.
Yeah, it's still the tough one. Then you'll see the difference here. Giggles able to just use that grapple beam to get over. And Ploff just going ahead and running through the spikes instead of using grapple beam. I believe that's still a little bit faster. And with this much energy and the Very Suit, not likely to kill you.
Yeah.
Actually, the fastest way, of course, is to get the Shine Spark through there, but it's a little bit tricky, and if you miss it, then it's better to just keep going than to try go back and get it.
Shine Spark for bowling?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And you'll see here that Ploff has to shoot those worker robots down, which Jack didn't have to do.
Hmm.
Which can take a
Is
bit
it
of time.
possible to do that without ice, or do you need ice to move those robots the way Jack did?
I know it has. I think the important part is the wave beam, because you got to be able to shoot through the wall.
Yeah. But ice might do like extra damage. Well, I'm not sure.
It's
Yeah.
possible.
Oh, and one thing we didn't mention is getting through those robots with your iframes.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, that's the other worker robot room we don't see very often, except in this category in Hundo map, because no one wants to get those ever.
Yeah. You can be really finicky at times.
And yeah, you can use your iframes to get right through them. Star is picking up the energy tank. And Ploff gonna head over.
Looks like Jack's stream is back.
Yep, and he's in Meridia. Looks like probably already got the Mama Turtle items, I should say.
But we'll never know if he missed an item now.
Well, no, it'll tell us.
At the end.
These runs won't be official until we see that 100%. Okay, I didn't see if Ploff charged a spark before saving here.
I think she did. Yeah.
There it is. Nicely done.
Oh, gonna do a spark.
Nice. Picking up those power bombs.
You can definitely lose a lot of time in that room, with all the spikes and the alacoons.
And the lava.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's kind
Jack
of
heading up.
an annoying room.
Jack heading over to the watering hole to pick up a missile and a super.
Let's see if he gets the beach ball on the way back.
And there we go. There's my shard spark.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm talking about. That's my favorite.
The longest shine spark in the game too, I'm pretty sure.
I believe so. I'm actually not sure which is longer, that one or if you get the full ocean fly.
Oh, that's right, ocean fly.
I do believe it has to be one of those two.
They're probably the same, honestly. I think it's the same amount of tiles.
Okay, let's see. Can Ploff get both sides? There it is. Nicely done. Meanwhile, Giggle's picking up Gravity Suit. Stars is picking up the Sky Missiles. And Jack about to head over towards Bantoon. Or, sorry, towards Batwoon. Looks like he's going to start off with some X Factors here. That's a pretty common strat. And finish him off with missiles, with super missiles. And very nice one round. Yeah, looks like Jack's going to go for the full halfie. Let's see if he gets it. And he does. Very nice.
I almost got my first full halfie in the GT Classic run that I did earlier.
Oh, nice.
But then I goop sparked though.
Oh,
right, straight up, yeah. So I was very close with the wall jumps and then the down grab, and I was like, oh dang, I'm gonna make it. Nope, never mind. Goop spark.
Yeah, so I suspect Jack will use some speed booster strats here. With the other three, they can choose to do grapple beam. But of course, Jack hasn't picked that up, so he doesn't have that option. Looks like they'll also do the X Factor strats here. So it's going to be very similar to what you would see in a typical any percent run. The nice thing here is if those X Factors go wild, you're not going to necessarily need to be firing off any ammo, so because you're just going to keep using Shine Sparks.
And
So
you
yeah,
don't
nice.
have to worry about what is it, chain damage as much because you have so much
Right,
health.
so much health.
Yeah.
Chain damage being a thing that claimed many a runner in the any percent tournament last summer.
You still, it is still possible though to get chain damage from like 70 tanks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Chain damage does funny things.
Yeah.
And Jack will pick up my favorite item of the game, the space jump. Especially nice in water. And Giggle's going for his items at the back end of Gauntlet, and he has no trouble getting them. Stars is picking up Gravity Suit. Now Jack will head over to Plasma.
For Jack,
wait,
from
that's
here on
not
out, it's a lot of Meridia cleanup.
Yeah, so the route here is not to go to Plasma first. First, we're going to pick up this E-Tank. There's actually 3 opportunities to pick up this E-Tank. He could have picked it up when he went through the first time. He's going to be back through this room again. So right now he's going to fall through the sand, head over towards the right sand pit, and pick up the items there. Hit Shack Tool, head back up to Plasma Beam, loop back around here to get to the left sand pit. The left sand pit being a little further away from Shack Tool, so by routing it's a little quicker to do it that way. Plus, having a spring ball to pick up those items is a lot easier than having to. I mean, it's nice to have spring ball for the right sand pit as well, but it makes a bigger difference, in my opinion, in the left.
Yeah, it sucks that you can't pick up both the right sandpit and the left sandpit at the same time before going to spring ball. But I mean, it kind of works out fine since you have to go up to Plasma anyways.
Yeah. Getting that power bomb pack. Stars is also doing the Shine Spark into the Criteria power bombs.
Yeah, I never really thought about doing that spark. I'm gonna have to start doing that for my runs.
Okay, so now we're gonna see the ice clip from Jack, so let's watch this.
Didn't even bother to set it up. Just ran straight through.
Looks like he didn't quite get it the way he wanted it, so he's gonna reset the room.
Yeah, there you go.
Meanwhile, Starism's doing, again, my favorite Shine Spark, so that'll be the last time we'll see that. Oh, and there's the ice clip from Jack.
Pretty
and now we get to wait a little bit. We'll see which one of these runners are Shack Tool killers and which one of these runners are Shack Tool apologists.
And Starism's also got both missiles, so
no 2-minute time losses.
Yeah, no one missed that.
Giggles looks like he's setting up for Mission Impossible, and he gets it! He's able to do it fast enough to get right back up above that crumble block. Not sure it saves that much time, but it certainly is swag. And Spring Ball. Everybody's favorite item.
Here's where you're going to start seeing a lot of really cool speedball strats using Spring Ball.
Jack looked like he was setting up to kill Shack Tool, but didn't quite fire enough missiles there. Now he's going to go ahead back up the toilet. Always funny that we call that a toilet.
I mean, makes sense, doesn't it?
Works
totally
for me.
Looks like a toilet. Look at that, going up the tube.
There you go. If you ever get a chance to watch someone play the rotated version of this game, watching the runners go up and down that is really funny because, well, it's not really up and down, it's right and left. It looks like Samus is surfing or something. And Jack picking up the plasma beam. Meanwhile, Starism's going through the Edikun area, through the pit area, doing a very nice job with those deboosts. Ploff going to start Meridia, and Giggles is in the Pink Brinstar area doing that cleanup.
Yeah, almost done. About to go to Meridia as well.
Jack gonna go through the Cacatac Alley, and he'll hit the left sand pit. And he'll just have lower Norfair and a little bit of upper Norfair cleanup to do. Not even worrying about those spikes, he's got so much energy.
Yeah, at this point in the run, it's pretty free so far.
The Astarisms goes for a... Nope, looks like not going for the Mission Impossible. And there's another item on Ploff's screen that those missiles at Mama Turtle. That's another one that's easy to forget, and actually one of the hardest ones to find in the game in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even X-ray that, so how are you supposed to find it?
Yeah, I believe there's it's a slightly different color, and that's kind of the only indication that there's something there.
I think the way I found it when I first played this game was I was just using the turtle for something, you know, like, and it was like kind of floating up and down.
Yep.
And then I just like randomly did one shot and I opened the missile. I was like,
go.
very lucky.
Yeah, look at that. And here we are in the left sand pit, using the spring, making very good use of the spring ball there. And Giggles getting the missiles at Main Street using probably the easiest version of that. So the hard way to do it is to do a very tight stutter. I want to say a stutter 3 at the bottom.
Yeah, stutter 3.
It's not a lot. Not everybody can do that. So uses the little ledge there with I believe it's just a regular short charge.
Yeah.
The intended way, as far as I can tell, is to actually go through into the other room and charge from there, which is something that I used to do when I played this game before I was speedrunning it, and that is definitely a very difficult trick to get. So, and takes a lot of time, so no one wants to do that.
Ploff went for that too, and she got it.
And there are these missiles I talked about earlier, these missiles in Kraid. Very, very easy to forget. The only real reason to consider getting the power bombs, the alpha power bombs early, I believe Zos does that, and I believe he hasn't determined that it actually saves time. Frankly, the biggest reason would be to just not forget them, because you're heading down, it's like you've already killed Kraid, the last thing you want to do is go back in there and get another item.
Yeah, it's really easy to forget.
Fortunately, you have 2 shots to get it at this point, because you can get it right where Jack did. And if you forget, you have another chance to go hit that spot after you're done with Norfair. Yeah, nice little speed ball there. Not needed when you have speed booster, but fun. And here's another item that's easy to forget and hard to find. These missiles in the crumble block tower.
Yeah, when you're doing that casually, it's also really hard to get because all those little platforms are crumble blocks. So.
Yep. Even using space jump is hard to use that. The easiest way I think is what Jack did, using a little shine spark to get across there. And you can actually do it from the previous room because you have all those little ramps that'll keep that shine spark going.
Yeah.
Not needing the Nutella refill there. He's got 7 full E-tanks plus 30-day extra, plus lots in his reserves. Meanwhile, bot wound down for Ploff. Giggle's picking up the watering hole, supers and missiles. And Starism's heading back over to Meridia.
So this was the missile that you were alluding to right before GT.
And you'll notice how Jack went a little bit backwards there. That way he could get a little bit of a charge there and then a nice little spring ball. What that does is the steam is timed that if you just space jump across, it is going to hit you.
Yeah, so the speed booster helps protect you from the steam.
Exactly. And yeah, this is, if he messes up here on this missile here, that's another about 2-minute time loss to loop around to come back and get it. So it's very important that you very carefully cross this. Using spring ball makes it a little bit easier, and he does, no problem.
Just like that. I want to say that this missile, if you miss it, actually takes up more time than if you miss the Gauntlet missile.
Yeah, I would believe that. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but it's 2 of the worst items to miss. And this GT fight should be pretty easy, because if you see where Jack is crouched, all he has to do is sit right there. He won't take any damage and just keep firing those charge shots. And like I said, GT, no problem. Now, one thing to keep in mind is, as big of a lead as it looks like Jack has, he still has to go through and do the whole Crocomire area. So it's hard to say exactly. I think he is ahead, but it's hard to say just how far ahead he is. And this will sync back up once he kills Croc and leaves Norfair. Looks like Ploff is going to use the grapple beam to kill Dragon.
Ooh. Bonked right there.
Yeah, and I forget who said this earlier, but I have to agree. This is the harder way to do it when you're on the right side instead of the left side. And right now, and I don't think she realizes that you could have angled down right through that platform, which is kind of weird, but that's what you often have to resort to when you get picked up on that direction. But this time gets picked up going to the left, or will get picked up going to the left, and will be able to much more easily. Oh, and a shout outs to the mouse missiles of a name that we won't say here that Jack picked up. That's a fun room.
Yeah, that one's also easy to miss as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's mainly just missiles, I feel like, that are so
I
easy
would
to
agree.
miss.
And those missiles in particular have an extra troll that if you shoot the blocks that are shootable and fall down those crumble blocks, you have to loop back around, do worst room in the game again. And while worst room in the game is not really the worst room in the game in Hundo, it's still pretty annoying to have to go back through it. And we have sync space jumps on the left side here.
Yeah, and the lag that it causes too is pretty annoying.
Terrible. And Jack gonna pick up the power bombs of shame, which are not shameful in Hundo, because you gotta pick them up because they're an item, and we pick up all the items. And Jack using some charge beam strats on the ninja pirates or metal pirates.
Nice plasma kill.
And he won't have to do any farming here. He can take his choice of using supers or using the charge beam.
5e tanks, good enough.
Exactly.
And especially since you have plasma, it kind of trivializes the fight.
Yeah. Super still a little bit faster DPS here. But sometimes runners, maybe not so much in Hundo, but certainly in any percent old route, you'll use the charge beam combo here because even though it's not quite as fast DPS, it does mean less refilling later.
Yeah, you don't want to waste too many supers.
And avoiding the ship refill is a good thing. And just like that, Ridley's down.
Very nice fight.
The sink on the left side is real.
Nice sink.
So that race for second is getting really interesting. Assuming that Jack still has that lead. Still has to fight Crocomire, so we'll have a better idea there. And I'm also going to point out, with Starisms going through the Coliseum, this is another place where the game intends you to use Grapple Beam to get through it. And I'm telling you, Grapple Beam is the most difficult way and slowest way to get through it. And was really glad when I figured out wall jumping enough to not ever have to use Grapple Beam in there again.
Grapple's so bad in that room. I mean, how could they be intended strats anyways, you know? With the level of difficulty.
I know. We see a little bit of difference here. Giggle's waiting more. Almost synced check tools. And we saw the trouble that some of the runners had getting through these key hunters in low percent ice. Here we have screw attack, we have the full beam combo. There's no problem getting through that.
And with plasma, you can actually, I forget. Yeah, you kind of clip through. I don't know like the exact terminology, but kind of plasma, like gives the enemy.
Yeah, I just call it clipping right through the iframes, basically.
Yeah, iframes.
And Starism's
like
doing the quick grapple kill. Nicely done.
Pretty much all you need to know: plasma, and you go through the enemy. That's it.
Yeah, pretty much. And Giggle's going out of his way to make sure Check Tool is dead. And another fun item name here. These power bombs are often referred to as power bombs in jail, since you kind of have to break them out by going around the long way.
That's actually a nice name. I never knew that. And nice space jump through that room too.
Very nice. And one last item in Lower Norfair. This little room that I think kind of looks like a mushroom, but it does also look like a Metroid. So take your pick. And Jack is officially out of Lower Norfair.
All that remains is a little bit of cleanup here. Brinstar. Oh, right, Crocomire. That too.
Oh, a nice D-boost over to the reserve tank. And there's 3 items he has to pick up here. And this room is very easy with space jump and screw attack, and much more difficult, and gravity suit for that matter, and much more difficult without all 3 of those items. And another easy item to miss and a difficult item to find in this room, the little platform turning into a missile.
Yeah.
And there's very nice strat coming out of this room to get the missiles in the actual bubble mountain missiles. And let's see if we can see if Jack goes for that.
Ooh,
and nice D-boost.
Yeah,
very nicely done.
all those little strats really add up.
These are all things that are very easy to forget too, so. And now we'll see Crocomire. Now we'll see the very quick Crocomire kill.
Hmm. You won't even think he's a boss at this point, really.
Yeah. See, Giggle's picking up his aqueduct missiles. One last Shack Tool visit here. These aqueduct missiles are different times you can pick it up or as well. Some people pick them up before they head over to Dragon. More commonly, you'll see them picked up on the way out. And as you can see, Crocomire was pretty easy for Jack there. And by waiting a little bit, there's a little less lag because you don't see the whole cutscene of Crocomire's death. I guess you don't really call it a cutscene, but and using a spaceship into a very nice mock ball to get power bombs over here.
Good strats with Spring Ball. Oh, and I noticed Giggles picked up a bigger lead against Ploff now.
Yeah.
They've kind of separated a little.
I'm not entirely sure where that separation came from. But remember to pick up the Kraid missiles. There's nothing worse than getting to the end of this game, seeing your missile total not climb the way you expect it to, and start wondering, where did I skip missiles? Did I hit them all? Is there one I missed?
Mm-hmm.
And even worse, if you did skip a missile, trying to figure out which one you missed. And it's always, and you're right, it's always a missile.
It's always a missile, and there's so many of them too that it's really hard to track down the one that you did miss.
And unlike some of the later Metroid games, this one just has a dot for an item. And there are actually a few parts of the map where you don't see the dot. It's not like, I know in Fusion and in Zero Mission, they'll have a big circle when you haven't picked up the item and a dot when you have. So there's no real indication whether you've picked up an item or not, just whether the map tile is colored or not. And if in a lot of those places, you already went through them anyway.
Just gotta check them all.
Yeah, someone in chat, and I have to agree. It looks like it is just some really nice execution from Giggles on his part. Doesn't fall down the crumble blocks, grabs that missile and crumble tower. And Jack gonna head on up. We'll have to do a little bit of criteria cleanup on his way up. So, unlike an any % run or a lot of the other runs where they'll go through Meridia to get back up, what they'll do is they'll hit Brinstar. We'll go over to the retro area to pick up a few more missile packs, one more energy tank, one more super pack, one more power bomb pack.
But before all that, we get X-ray.
Ah, yes, the all-important X-ray scope. And we
So
get it
useful.
now. In this run, yeah. That X-ray scope, very easy to pick up when you have space jump and screw attack and 13 energy tanks. Nothing better than just space jumping through this area. And there it is, the X-ray scope. What I consider probably the most glitched item in the game, and makes a lot of the glitch categories possible.
Yeah, with the X-ray climbing and such.
Yeah, allows you to do some nifty little outbounds things.
Not useful in the context of this category, though.
No, because we can't do those glitches in 100%. And it wouldn't make sense to use them if the idea is to pick up 100% of the items anyway. Whereas it does make sense to have a glitch any percent and a non-glitch any percent.
Yeah, so 100% major glitches 1.
And very nice run through Green Hills there. And we're right back to the beginning, picking up some power bombs. That'll be the last power bomb pack. And now we'll head up to the Billy Mays room. After picking up this E-Tank, I always find this funny. This E-Tank is the one that teases you at the beginning of the game. Those of us that played the original Metroid, I suspect anyone that ever played this game for the first time early on and had played the original Metroid shot up there at the very beginning to see that E-Tank that you couldn't get. We know now there are a few ways to get it, although the enemies aren't there for the deboost using randomizers, and the Zenny strat to get that E-Tank is very, very difficult and certainly wasn't going to be done in 1994.
Yeah.
But the ironic thing is that the next missile he's going to pick up is usually the second missile you pick up if you're playing this casually for the first time. And of course, we just saw the Billy Mays room where we have, wait, there's more missiles. Giggles picking up his mouse missiles. Ploth heading up through the lava dive area, which is not really difficult when you have space jump, using some pseudo screws to make sure it doesn't get sniped by the Namahe flames. And Starism's heading towards Ice Beam. Yeah, Lower Norfair, which is such a trolly area in so many categories, just in Hundo, just not that difficult. And another one of the easy items to miss, difficult items to find, are these missiles here underneath the old Mother Brains location.
Yeah, definitely unsuspecting too. You go through it like probably a couple times, and you never really think like, is there something there?
And same with these this last super pack. And I love that strat with the plasma beam running right over them, shine sparking right into the supers that are
Makes
up there.
it look so free.
Yep. And just one more item to go. Another item with a certain amount of irony, these so-called 230 missiles that we're going to pick up right now. Last item of the game, that's why they're called 230 missiles. I'll give them 230 missiles. But in a casual run, it's probably about the third missile pack you're going to pick up. Meanwhile, we have a GT fight on Ploth's screen. And Giggle's about to hit Ridley. And Starism's about to head into Lower Norfair. And this is a point where you could choose to go to the ship and refill and double check that you have all the items. But frankly, at this point, you're probably better off, if you did miss an item, you're probably better off just taking the penalty than going to the ship. Because if you are missing it, first of all, it's going to take time. But if you are missing an item, you don't know which item you skipped.
Yeah. It would take a lot of time to go back and find it. Or yeah, they should just go and find it then. And take that 5-minute penalty.
Yeah. Although I don't know the exact amount of time they lose for each item missed. No, not exactly encouraging cheating. from one of my favorite people, Cheaty Face. Shout outs to Cheaty Face. One of the best trackers in the business for the item randomizers.
Well, we didn't say it was going to be intentional or not. Didn't
Well,
leave that.
intentionally cheat. Yeah. There is an interesting way they put it in the rules about unintentional skips, and there's nothing really said about intentional. So. Ooh, Jack getting grabbed by the Metroids in Metroid Room 2. We'll just use his bombs to get him off. Could choose to use power bombs if he wanted to, but nope, gets him off with the. Oh, very beautiful first two Metroids in Room 3. I have a little bit of an issue with the third one, but still very nice.
Almost had that.
And the next thing we'll see is, will he get the baby skip? I'd say in this category, it's a lot more important to get that baby skip because he's got 14 E-tanks of energy to drain down if he gets grabbed. So let's see what happens here. Meanwhile, Giggle's leaving Norfair. Gonna get these last few items. And
Nice
gets the
baby skip.
Very nicely done. And we see two of my favorite rooms at the same time, the mouse missiles and the power bombs in jail. Looks like Jack went for the down back zeb skip. He definitely got that.
Yeah.
Much more difficult for most people, but very nicely done. Saves you the time of not having to turn off screw attack, the big thing there.
And then you'll have it for escape, which is definitely useful.
You could turn it back on, but again, that's the time loss as well.
Yeah.
So of course, there'll be only 20 shots. He's already going to start damaging himself down. Meanwhile, Ploff and at Ridley. Giggle's gonna finish the upper Norfair cleanup. And Starson's picking up those power bombs is shame. Again, not shameful in Hundo.
Or maybe Hundo is a shameful category.
Maybe.
One of the two. Oh, tried to go for the quick plasma kill. Yeah, now the pirates are kind of messed up. In kind of weird positions.
Jack. Oh, there we go. Get some stuff out of it. It wouldn't surprise me if he did that on purpose. What's supposed to happen there? You're supposed to be jumping and in the air when the baby attaches to Mother Brain there. And as you can see, Jack was stuck in the floor there, but he managed to get out. It looked like with a bomb jump. A lot of times you can get out with X-ray scope. And he'll start up his stand-up glitch. Looks like he got caught again, but this time he did use the X-ray scope. The second time I don't think was on purpose. The first one, what most people do is they'll just space jump in the corner or wall jump in the corner. Some people even just hold jump on the spring ball. So that one's pretty hard to get stuck on. But that second one, yeah, I don't think that second one is on purpose.
Yeah. Doing the wall jump for sure is a little bit risky, because you could wall jump in such a way that when you do get like forced into that crouch position, it actually like sends you flying into Mother Brain.
Another important point here is that he stops shooting right as he picks up the hyper beam. And it looks like about 3 shots to kill off Mother Brain. 3, and she's down. And all that's left here is the escape and to watch those credits to make sure he's at 100%. Went for the blue bomber. Let's see if he tries again. This is a fun strat if you can get it. And only available with spring ball.
Ooh. It is a nice trick.
And he gives up on it.
Let's see if he saves the animals.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I believe we saw one animal save. I missed a lot of the middle of the relay, but
Susrame.
Oh, 2?
The animals,
Okay.
and yeah, Punk did.
Of course, Ponk did.
Yeah.
Ponk very famous for that.
Yeah, Susrame also always saves the animals in every
Nice.
run he does of
And
Max
Jack
Chief.
getting the actual Behemoth Spark, the one that actually clips that upper platform there. Or is he gonna,
Nah,
is he
he's
gonna
just
save them, or
baiting.
is he
He's just
gonna
baiting.
taunt them? He's gonna taunt them. I'm calling a taunt here.
Oh, Beef saved him too? Alright, there you go. 3.
Oh, of course, yeah. Blue Plasma Spark's a definite animal saver. And of course, when you don't save the animals, those bomb blocks are still there, so he has to either bomb them away or go back out through the Alcatraz.
And GG to Jack. Hopefully. See if he gets 100% first.
Okay, in the meantime, we have Giggles picking up his last few Brinstar items. And congratulations to Alpha Gamers, Jack finishing off with 100%. We'll hold off on, wait till we see that percentage, but right now it looks like we have a winner in Alpha Gamers at about, didn't quite see the time, 10:56:15 or so.
As for everyone else, I think, yeah, so everyone killed Ridley, doing their Norfair cleanup now.
Yep.
Giggles
Giggles
on
doing his Brinstar, and then shortly we'll do the last few items and criteria. Fortunately, these guys have all killed Crocomire already, so it'll be a little quicker for them. Although you saw how much quicker Crocomire goes if you do it late.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to leave a little bit prematurely, but yeah, it was a good run.
Well, and thank you for joining
And
me.
Jack, yeah. It was fun commentating with you, Tracy.
Absolutely, always
And
fun.
yeah, I'll see you guys next time then.
Okay, so I'll finish this out. Like I said, I started this thing on commentary and I'll end it, so we have Giggles about to pick up his last item at the 230 missiles. Ploff gonna pick up, heading towards X-Ray. Star Residence picking up the upper Norfair cleanup area. And soon we'll see for sure that Jack got 100%, and we'll know. Here we go. Here it is. Deer Force. And some nice pictures. And here it is. Your rate for collecting items is 100%. So it's official. Congratulations to the Alpha Gamers with their win in the Winter 2019 Super Metroid Relay. In the meantime, looks like Giggles has a pretty good lead on second place as he waits through his G4 cutscene. Ploff just finishing up Green Hill Zone. Gonna pick up these retro Brinstar items. And Starism's about to get the X-ray scope. Okay, those of you in chat, the winter Northern Hemisphere relay and the summer Southern Hemisphere relay, if you prefer. For our friends in South America and Australia, and if there's anybody in Africa watching. Or, for that matter, Antarctica. Although it's winter all the time there. Okay, Giggle's about to get to his baby skip. Let's see how he does there. And the nice thing here, we actually see that there are 230 missiles here on Giggles' screen. It's much less likely that he would have skipped any of these supers or power bombs. Just much easier to find those, and there's just not as many of them. Let's see, looking good on the baby skip. And gets it. Ploff getting the old Mother Brain missiles. Just has the last super pack to go and the 230 missiles. Meanwhile, Starism's going and finishing up that retro Brinstar area. Gotta get that last E-tank. speed booster to get up there. And hit that Billy Mays room. Pick up the 2 missile packs there. Meanwhile, Giggles making quick work of Mother Brain 1. Starts already firing off missiles. He might have a specific total in mind that he's going to end up with. Because fun fact, when you have this many missiles to begin with, and Mother Brain uses that rainbow beam, you still have missiles left when she's done. So. And just tanking that ketchup beam at this point. Gonna damage himself down for stand-up glitch. Firing off some more missiles for the heck of it. Oh, and there it is. There's the number that I expected him to be going for. Didn't quite get it, had to still fire one more missile afterwards. And this is what I was talking about earlier. You saw that Giggles was just space jumping there in the corner while the baby comes and attaches. So that there are several ways to soft lock or slow lock, or if Black Elite John is drawn here, John lock, as we call it, from a multi-category tournament mishap that happened last spring. Interesting that Giggles already has X-ray scope just in case selected. Oh, and Starism's having a little bit of trouble doing that plasma beam setup. Instead, just space jumps over them after getting a spark ahead of time. Picks up those last supers. Meanwhile, Ploff in the G4 cutscene. Ploff using some grouping strats in the Metroid rooms. Gonna go ahead and get them all together and then bomb them off and then use a super or possibly 5 missiles there. Starism's going ahead and refilling at the ship, confirming has all the items, and doing an extra save. Possibly the 3rd save. I haven't really been paying attention to how many saves each runner takes, reminding everyone that they need to take 3 total, or face a bit of a penalty. We'll see if Ploff can get the baby skip. And Giggles almost done into the ship at 11:07:34. GG to Giggles and Car Ramron. And pretty certain that he has 100% of the items, but we will have to wait and see in the credits just in case. it looks like looks like Ploff has already taken off the screw attack, so we'll be seeing a regular ice Zeb skip. Stars is writing in the cutscene, and we'll have to wait through the credits to double check that Giggles did get 100%. Looks like Ploff is gonna have to reset that room. And try again. With this kind of ammo, Ploff does have the option to ammo through them through the Zebs instead. But gets it on the third try, so nicely done. Especially not having the supers to do it, would have to use the regular missiles. Which is a much trollier thing to do than using 4 supers. Since you have to use at least 11 and can get very well sniped. And sometimes more, because those Zebs will start regenerating. Ploff also firing up a whole bunch of missiles, possibly also looking for a certain amount. Meanwhile, looks like Stars is damaging himself. Gonna turn off Fairy Suit now, turn off Screw Attack now, and just lets the baby grab her. And Ploff setting up for stand-up glitch as well. And here we go, Giggles with your rate for collecting items is 100%. So officially, congratulations to Car Ramrod, second place in the, I'm sorry those in the Southern Hemisphere, I'm going to call it the Winter 2019 Super Metroid Relay. Starism's taking that save for Mother Brain. Again, probably their third save would be my guess. Has me no trouble with the Zeb skip. Really not that far behind. And it's pretty amazing after over 11 hours of gameplay. These runners, I mean, still, when you consider how long this has been going, we're still pretty darn close when you combine all these categories and all these runners. And a very quick Mother Brain 3 for Ploff. Stars is not worrying about damage. The more damage taken now, the less you have to damage yourself down for the stand-up glitch. And seeing the nice Car Ramrod picture, I wonder if that's where they got the name from. Okay, there we go. Oh, And yeah, just notice we did get the missile count to the right place on Ploff's screen. Ploff getting the nice moonfall in the last moonfall that we used, the one in the Leodox room. Shoutouts to Leodox. Goes for the right side Shine Spark. We'll see if there's any more animals. Any animals saved? Probably not, would be my guess. Parlor room always being a troll. Heading down. Are we going for the taunt? Or are we going for the save? Oh, we're going for the animal save. Nice. If there's any influence here, that's Ponk's influence. I know Kip, who I believe is the captain of the Alcun Dragons, is not an animal saver. Meanwhile, Starism's making quick work of Mother Brain 3, having successfully done the stand-up glitch. And at, we'll call it 11:14:59, Alcun Dragons is done. Congratulations to them. All is left to see that there is 100% items. Based on what I saw on the screen, I'm pretty certain we got 100% there. Meanwhile, Starism's in the escape. This is where you miss screw attack. The amount of time it takes to turn it off might have saved the time of having to kill those space pirates, but it's pretty close. Also gets that last moonfall. Also doing a nice right side spark. Let's see. No animals to be saved on the Team Rambo screen. And at about 11:16:43. And since Starisms did refill the ship, I find it highly unlikely that we missed anything over there. So GG to all the runners. And as we wait out the credits, let me go ahead and thank some people here. First of all, thank you very much to Andrew for organizing this whole thing. We couldn't have done this without you. Thank you for Leodox for helping out behind the scenes as well. Thank you to Total for setting up the restream and providing the server for us. Thank you to Speed Gaming and the Speed Gaming staff for all that you guys do. A lot of behind the scenes work there. 40 runners over 10 categories and a whole lot of people commentating. I'm not sure the exact number of people commentating, so several of us did it twice. I'd also like to get a couple of special shout outs. Andrew for running the 135% GT category, coming in literally at the last minute, like within an hour of finding out that we needed someone for that, and having never run it before and doing a great job with that. Metroid for having that last minute randomizer. Someone that hasn't played that recently, so definite shout outs to him for doing that at the last minute. everyone here. It just and thank you to chat and all the people watching throughout the day. We wouldn't have this wouldn't be worth doing if we didn't have people to watch. Okay, here we go. Let's see Ploff's collection rate. Your rate for collecting items is 100%. And now just one more collection rate to wait for. Almost there on the credits. Let's see that 100%, that very last 100%. And here it is. Dear Force one last time. And let's see that collection rate. Your rate for collecting items is 100%. Congratulations to Team Rambo for finishing. What a great day. What a wonderful day of Super Metroid. And as always, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever you may be.
So, like I said in the very beginning of this, that was 11 and a half hours of Super Metroid. I hope all of you enjoyed every second of it. I want to keep this short because I'll be honest with you, I'm pretty tired. But I'd just like to give a quick shout out to literally everyone involved in this relay. And there's a lot of people involved here, not just the 40 runners, the commentators for all 10 of the categories, the behind the scenes people that made this possible. Let's just start with the runners. Let's go down the list and just name them all off because every single one of them deserves your attention and deserves, I don't know, great things. That's all I got. Metroid, a real cutie, Toasty, Black Elite John, Punk, King of the Hill 47, Freya's Spirit, Lenofist Kip, and Ploff 27. Those are your Team Alcoon Dragons. Finished in third place this relay, a solid, strong finish. A lot of great runners. Team True Reverse Boss Mini Boss Order minus Torizo's. Magoo, Typo, Stump, Susraim, Shiny Zenny, Diddy, Mumu, Rumbleman, Scotty McBody, Starisms. Those are our fourth place finishers. And these are all after 11 hours of Super Metroid, friends. They're still within 20 minutes of each other. That's actually incredible. We have Car Ramrod, Team Car Ramrod with Jero, Kekumen Shoyu, TG Derp, myself, Asder, Insane Firebat, White Mage Becky, Mr. Guy Average, Blue Plasma Spark, Mr. J Giggles. Coming in on second on this relay. Another great job. Alpha Gamers, our Winter 2019 Super Metroid Relay. First place finishers, your team members are Total in No Rush, Sweetnum, Hero 82, Sloters 27, Leodox, Canadian Owl, Vertex 5, Cross Product, and Jack. For coming in for commentary for all of these different runs, we have Tracy M, Link Hero of Time, Sloters 27 and Kip, Zelnus, Asder, Total, Cross Product and TG Derp, Susraim and Stump, Ploff and Freya Spirit, and Mr. Guy Average. I think I'm missing someone because I had the last minute replacement. I don't remember who did. I literally don't remember who did RBO. I'm missing someone. I'm sorry, I don't remember. I'm sure you guys will remind me in a second. And then behind the scenes, I just like to thank, number one, I like to thank the originator of these relays, whose idea it was in the very beginning back in 2015. Wild Anaconda, without him, none of these would have been done. I'd like to thank Total, without whom this literally would not have been done ever. We can go down the list of the rest of the admins. There's Keku, Leo, and Teapot and Goop. All of them so very helpful. This is not a one-man show. Thank you all for your help. Let's see, and that's all I've got, I think. So, just for you, if you're wondering, this was all locally recorded without any encoding drops, so it should be a very high quality 1080p 60 FPS recording, and that will be uploaded somewhere, and then I'll tell people where I uploaded it. But thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you next mission.